Hello and welcome to the latest edition of the Sports Ballers podcast. We are live here, not at the NFL draft, but at DeMatha watching the NFL draft, as is tradition now. 5 years of covering the first round of the NFL draft. I'm joined by Corey Puffett and Evan Nash. As always, how are you fellas doing this fine Thursday evening?
You know, it's always a little bit of a stressful afternoon getting all the equipment set up, but now that we're actually in the show, doing pretty well.
I didn't help with any of it, so I feel great.
Okay. I'm doing pretty good. A little hungry, a little tired, but excited.
Well, we're all hungry, we're all tired, and we're all excited, so we're all on the same page there. Solidarity, we've got some cookies, some cream pies, and we got some picks coming up. Corey is laughing because he's got a dirty mind. But anyway, we're excited for the draft. We've got some quarterbacks expected to be picked early and often in this one.
Might have the first 3 picks this year.
Yeah, and we could see as many as 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. Maybe, hopefully not more. That would be insane if there's more. It would be insane if there's more than 5, in my opinion, but we'll talk about that a little later. But we've got a lot of offensive linemen to talk about, good wide receiving core. It feels like an offensive-heavy draft this year.
It is.
Definitely offensive-heavy, which makes me feel a bit less bad about not getting a chance to look at a lot of the defensive players. I looked at some of the edge rushers, and that was all I really had time for.
Well, there's a good crop of edge rushers, but I think there's maybe a handful of corners that could go late first, but no real linebackers that I saw that stood out to me. But if you looked at edge rushers, you probably got a general idea of what you could expect.
And honestly, even then with the edge rushers, I felt like this class was a little bit weaker than some of the classes that maybe we've seen more recently. Everybody had some hole in their game. There was nobody that I looked at as like, wow, this is very clearly the number 1 edge prospect in this year's draft. There wasn't that guy for me. I ordered them, but I'm not confident in the order, and I could probably swap them in any which way, and I'd be like, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got 2 guys that are basically interchangeable at the top of my edge rushers list, and we'll see who goes first, when they go. But, I agree. I don't have any defensive player with a top 10 grade in this draft class. I think you're going to see, obviously, a lot of quarterbacks, and you're going to see some offensive linemen go. Probably going to see a couple wide receivers. You're going to see at least 1 tight end picked today. And then after that, who knows? That's the fun of the draft. And I'm sure we'll see some trades as well. That'll kind of mess things up a little bit because we assume people are going to keep their picks, although there are some rumors that New England could trade out of the 3rd pick, but also some conversation that they might hold on to it and go with the quarterback.
Trades also make things fun for me with making these graphics that you're seeing on your screen right now.
Again, I don't help with any of that.
Are there people actually watching? Because I don't even know.
That's a good question. I can take a quick look. But if you are out there watching, I'll be keeping an eye out on the live chat so we can interact with you all as we go through this evening's proceedings. But we are, let's see, we got a viewer right now.
We have a viewer.
We got a viewer.
Oh, okay.
Sure,
well, that's good.
This is also like our most watched, listened to live show during the year. Usually,
so one person.
So 0 people usually tune in.
We usually get 2 or 3 people listening to our live show.
The draft hasn't started yet. Let's also
right,
keep that
exactly.
in mind. So,
I'm not worried about it. Besides, this is for us anyway. If anybody wants to join and converse with us, James is with us. So that's our one viewer for right now. Says what's up.
What's up? Yeah, shout out James.
Yeah. Well, hopefully one of the almost 2,000 people that liked my tweet today will tune in because can you stop liking the tweet already? And I've had enough. It's I get it. It's a great tweet apparently.
Well, back when we started our Sports Bars blog, James actually contributed an article fairly early on. He went up to Penn State for an Auburn game.
Okay.
And when we redid the website recently, and for those of you who are watching who didn't know, we have a new. It's not a blog anymore. It actually is it's a Google site hosted, but the sportsballers.com. You can go there, and we didn't port every single thing that we've written over the years to there, but a lot of it we did, including James' article from I guess that was 2019.
It was before the pandemic. I know that.
Yeah, it was either 2019 or 2018. I don't remember which year, but when he went up to Auburn. Or went up to Penn State for their Auburn game.
My phone is blowing up with nothing.
We're up to 3 viewers now.
3 viewers.
Triple
Whoa.
already, just like that.
Yeah, that's just how it works. It's snowballs.
8 o'clock, draft starts, and
Oh.
people
okay.
want to
People are
hear what
locked
we
in.
have to say.
We have as many
Yes.
viewers as the
Well-
White Sox have wins on the season.
Ooh.
Yes. Well, speaking of hearing what we have to say, the presumed number 1 pick is going to be Caleb Williams. Spoiler alert for all of you who didn't know that. But I will give you, Corey, the opportunity to explain something, because you mentioned on the chats you do
did.
not have Caleb Williams as your number 1. I'm not going to ask you who you have, because you can tell us later when that player is presumably picked. I'm hoping it's
Sure.
somebody that's going to be picked today.
Yeah.
Oh.
But what about Caleb Williams' game concerns you so that he's not the number 1 guy?
The biggest thing that concerned me watching his film is he tends to be a little bit late sometimes on some of his reads. If he's got a guy running a curl route, for example, his receiver will have already broken out of that route and will kind of be sitting as he's releasing the ball. And while he was able to get away with that at the college level because college cornerbacks don't react as quickly, there were a lot of very tight windows he had to get it through on those kinds of passes. Those windows will not be there at the NFL level. These cornerbacks don't play like that. So if that's something that I'm seeing a hole in his game right now, that's not to say that he can't develop and fix that. That's absolutely a fixable problem, but it's not an easy fix. It's something that takes time and repetition. That's not he's going to get it his rookie year. It may not even be he gets it his second year, right? He's going to have some growing pains in that regard, and that's a pretty important part of your game to kind of have right. There's another quarterback who I have at number 1, and we'll see if he ends up going either number 1 or number 2. We don't expect him to go number 1, but he does not have that shortcoming in his tape from what I saw.
Yeah, part of what I've seen from Caleb Williams is obviously we know about the spectacular athleticism, the
No, Eric, you were
improvisational
wrong.
skills.
It was 2021. It was after the pandemic.
Oh wow,
Really?
How about that?
Way
And all
off.
those people?
Way off.
Oh,
But anyway,
okay.
yeah, I think part of what I've seen from Williams, and again, it's weird that we're criticizing the consensus number 1 pick right off the rip, but I mean, that's where the conversation kind of has to start because we know how good he is, we know what his potential is, but if you want to discuss him at this point, you kind of have to point out some of the things that he might need to work on just because that's the only thing left to say. We've sung his praises for 2 years since he won the Heisman.
And the praises are deserved. He's a very good prospect. He's got great arm talent.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's very mobile within the pocket. He's not necessarily he's not going to be the guy who picks up big chunk plays. He's not a Lamar Jackson type by any stretch of the imagination, but he can extend the play in the backfield.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe a little bit to what could be a detriment in the NFL.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to like about his game. But
Absolutely.
we can't sit here and say there is nothing about his game that is not potentially going to be problematic at the NFL level.
Yeah, he had a lot of wow plays. I noticed the poor 2023 USC offensive line. My goodness gracious,
They were really bad.
they didn't block anybody.
No.
Like we're still waiting for them to block somebody. I saw one guy. I think it was USC's offensive line. The left tackle was just standing there unopposed and tripped over his own feet and fell down. Like what? Those are the type of people that were blocking for Caleb Williams this past season.
Yeah, the comment that I would have about Caleb Williams is I think it might be related to sort of what you were seeing, Corey, is the reads might be late because we've talked about this in the past with other quarterbacks and we've pretended like it's not an issue, but Caleb Williams is not tall. He's 6'1" at best. That's the same height that Baker Mayfield is. And
Yes.
the criticism we have with Baker is he's a little too short to really operate from the pocket because he gets caught behind the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing could happen to Caleb Williams. Now, Caleb's got more of an outside-the-pocket game than a guy like Baker Mayfield has that he could make up for it. We've seen that happen with Kyler Murray, who has been a
Yes.
Pro Bowl quarterback. Russell Wilson, when he was actually good,
Yep.
was very capable of moving outside the pocket and making it happen there. And that's
Yes.
probably where Caleb Williams is going to excel. But there has to be some concern because it does sort of potentially limit your ceiling if you struggle to operate from inside the pocket.
Yeah.
This could be a non-issue. We've seen shorter quarterbacks be able to do it, but it is just one small thing that could potentially lead him to be something less than the generational prospect that he's been gassed up to be for the last 2 years.
And he's not quite, at Russell Wilson.
No, I'm not saying he's
No,
that
he's
short.
He's
6'1", but that's still pretty short when you've got 6'6", 6'7" offensive tackles and
Joe Alt's
6'4",
6'9"
6'5"
He
guards
is
and
gigantic.
centers.
Yeah,
What's
and
that?
Joe Alt is 6'9".
Yeah.
yeah. So
Oh
you've
my
got
God.
that issue.
I think I only had him at 6'8", but either way,
I have him
he's
at
a tall
6'9".
guy.
Yeah, he's large and in charge. So we'll talk about him plenty as well.
Actually, he's listed at 6'7" on my notes.
Shorten him because I saw 6'9".
I saw 6'9" as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about him plenty as well. We've got some other interesting prospects. We've still got some milling around to do before they actually put the clock up here. Chicago's
This whole
been
thing is milling
on
around.
the clock for the last several months, waiting for them to finally pick Caleb Williams, we presume, unless they just get really cute, which would be
I don't know
hilarious.
who MPay SMDR is, but whoever it is
Oh.
thinks that it should be Caitlin Clark number 1.
Okay.
Caleb
Probably.
Clark already went number 1
Yeah, wrong
in
draft.
the WNBA
Sorry.
draft.
Maybe
Oh.
we should have done that one. I don't know.
When
would
was it?
We would know very little about
Yeah, we
that,
would look
let's
very
face it.
silly
We-
doing
yeah.
the WNBA.
We would've said,
draft.
oh,
look
we
silly
would have had
doing
a lot
this.
to say about the first 5 or 6 picks, and then we would have had absolutely nothing after that.
That's true. Evan doesn't even know when it happened.
Yeah, I don't know when it was.
Did you know that it happened, though?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Well,
Any criticism for Caleb Williams being a Gonzaga guy?
Oh, I mean, I could definitely criticize that for days. I had to sit through his insane comeback win against us a few years ago
No.
after Damo had the kick return touchdown, thought we had it won,
Yeah,
and
Hail
he throws
Mary.
a Hail Mary, and that was all she wrote.
I
So
watched that on a live stream. and
I did too.
I slammed the computer shut.
I was very upset. I was
furious.
watching with Pooch. We were watching the live stream as well, and yeah,
Okay.
I was very sad after that. So no love for Caleb Williams on that front, but try and remain somewhat objective about him if I can.
I will also bring forth
Oh,
something
dear.
hilarious that I saw. It's not a criticism of Caleb Williams. It's a criticism of somebody criticizing Caleb Williams. Where I
Okay.
shared it with you where they
What?
suggested that NFL scouts might not like the fact that Caleb Williams is a little bit flamboyant. We've seen, he paints his nails, he does interesting
yeah.
things, and he's a big personality. And they
We've
suggested
had
that
plenty of big personalities
Of course.
in the NFL.
And
We
they
have
see-
some big
they
personalities.
referred
in the
to
NFL.
him as it's like drafting Prince to play quarterback, and I'm like, Prince is awesome. So what are you talking about? Like, imagine having a Prince type figure playing quarterback for you. That guy's going to be the greatest quarterback of all time. So it's hardly a criticism. Like, come on now. Like why would you pick Prince? Why wouldn't you pick somebody that's weird and isn't good?
Like who?
Like who? Yeah,
I don't know. I'm sure you could come up with somebody, but
You have to be
do better
pretty
than
good
that.
to be famous enough to get mentioned in this
Right.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when it's Prince, it's like you're out your mind talking smack about Prince like that. Here comes Roger Goodell. He's going
Yep,
to be
got a
strolling up to the
first overall pick
podium.
coming up.
He's got a
Yes.
big smile on his face. I don't know if they're booing him like they used to. Do they
I
still do
think
that?
they are.
They probably are, but they're taking pictures. Shady's with him though, so maybe that'll help him. M's been doing promos for this draft last couple weeks,
Yes.
and he's
Those
out
have been
there.
fun.
Yeah, they've
enjoyed
been a good
those.
time. So maybe Eminem's here to take a little bit of pressure off of Roger Dodger here. M's at the mic with Roger,
Mm-hmm.
and he's probably saying something about the NFL draft is now open. Chicago's going to be on the clock, and
We have
we're
to
gonna
sit here
waste
for 10 more
we have
minutes.
10 more minutes
Yeah,
while Chicago makes a
probably.
pick we all know they're going to make. So there you go. My dad says that he could have compared him to Dave Navarro, but I don't think enough people would know who Dave
I have
Navarro
no idea
is.
who that is.
Evan has. I don't expect Evan to know who that is. Corey doesn't know who that is either, I'm sure.
No, I
I
don't.
think Corey does know.
Does he have a radio show in the middle of the night when we're coming back from
No,
somewhere?
that's Tom Morello, who is
Well, does he also have a radio show in the middle of the night?
who Dave Navarro? No.
Sure.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
Dave Navarro is the guitar player for Jane's Addiction and briefly played guitar for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Never even heard of Jane's Addiction. I know who the Red Hot
Poor
Chili Peppers
Jane.
are.
I've heard of Jane's Addiction.
Evan has heard of
Yeah.
Jane's Addiction. You know why Evan's heard of Jane's Addiction? Because Tom Morello was talking about it on his One Man Revolution coming home at 2:30 in the morning
Oh.
from Busch Gardens. That
Yes.
did happen.
Oh, now Aiden Hutchinson is on the
Your
screen.
boys, Corey, this is your team.
Oh, they're
This
just
is
all
my
the
team.
Lions.
This is your town.
Uh,
There's Calvin.
Right here, got paid the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL right now by $2,500 per year over Tyreek Hill.
Oh,
Nice. There's Barry.
Barry Sanders.
Of course, the draft is in Detroit, and you thought Barry Sanders wasn't going to walk
he
out
did,
there.
He did retire
By the way,
off from the team in his prime because he was
See,
just
where do I
done
have
with them. so-
Calvin Johnson got his Hall of Fame football card over here.
Mm-hmm.
And your boy
Won
Big
that
Man.
at the Hall of Fame the other day.
Yeah, how extensive was this trivia?
So they gave names. They gave old names of teams, and you had to say whether the team is defunct or not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
not hard.
The only one I got wrong is the one that I probably should have gotten right, because it was the Portsmouth Spartans.
Okay,
They're not defunct.
Who are they?
who are they now? Oh, the Detroit Lions.
Oh,
Corey's
It's
squad.
the only one I got wrong. But the 1950 Baltimore Colts, I was the only one who got right. They are defunct. That is not the same Baltimore Colts that later became the Indianapolis Colts.
That's right.
oh,
That's true.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. A new Baltimore Colts popped up like 2 or 3 years later.
Oh,
Yeah, like
okay.
Cleveland
Like
Browns
52
style
or
or
53.
something.
Yeah.
But except different because the Cleveland Browns moved.
Can we start the there's I mean
We still got Detroit Lion legends, which sounds like an oxymoron, on the stage talking. And sorry to throw down your voice,
I mean,
Corey.
Barry Sanders is a bona fide legend.
I know he is, but
Yeah.
he played for the Lions, and the Lions haven't won anything since the '50s. So although they did make the AFC or NFC Championship game this year. So
They
haven't
did.
won anything
They made the
since
first half of it.
50s.
yeah, they won the first half of it decisively.
Yes, they did.
And then
they
they
decided that they didn't
then I
want to
then
win
I
the
went to
second
Raising
half.
Canes, and I came back, and suddenly it's a 3-point game. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that was I was very sad over that.
Oh.
So the least legendary person on the stage, Roger
Is
Goodell,
Jared Goff.
well, that's fair. Jared Goff is there.
Hey, come on now. Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl,
He
Okay.
lost that Super Bowl.
He did
'cause
lose that
played
Super Bowl.
horribly.
Because he turned into a pumpkin.
He did.
but he went to a Super Bowl.
Right after
and he's
he
going to
beat-
go to another.
Right after he beat my boys in the Superdome.
Well, Goff turned into a pumpkin in that game as well, but he sort of unpumpkined somehow.
yeah, he did.
Which
I
I
mean-
was impressed
I
with.
mean, you
honestly.
would have pumpkined in that crowd noise. That
I
was-
couldn't hear Joe Buck. It was so loud in there.
Yes. Like, if anybody, really the pumpkin in that game was Todd Gurley. Like, he just completely lost his nerve in that game. He was dropping passes out of the backfield. He couldn't do nothing.
I didn't even remember seeing him play in that game.
He was there.
Oh, okay.
You blink and you miss it, but he was there.
Oh,
He was also
All right.
in the Super Bowl, and blink and you miss it because he didn't do nothing there either.
no, he didn't.
We got
Right.
Joel Klatt. He doesn't.
Joel
he's still-
Klatt.
He's awful.
He's awful.
He's so bad.
Really?
Yeah, he's terrible.
Oh,
He never knows what he's talking about.
never knows what he's talking about.
Nah,
Okay.
he never knows anything.
So there's a guy on a podcast with 3 viewers,
Yeah,
We're above
they don't
3.
like us
are
because
at
we
5
tell the
now.
truth.
5.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting on up there.
Moving on up. The Jeffersons.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're talking about Caleb Williams, who we've already talked about a lot.
Yeah. I think another criticism, he might be overly reliant on his arm talent. Like, in a sense that, look what I can do, right? Just run around and slinging the ball somewhere.
Well, the comparison for some of his arm talent has been Patrick Mahomes in a lot of people's minds. But
Oh, yeah.
I think we all agree, though, Patrick Mahomes benefited greatly from being drafted by the Chiefs and getting to sit a year because
yeah.
he was, as great as he was very raw as a prospect.
Mm-hmm.
If he went to, say, the
The
Chicago
Jets.
Bears, who had the number 2 pick that year, they traded up for the number 2 pick that when Mahomes was
get
drafted.
Mitch Trubisky.
They drafted Mitch Trubisky instead. Obviously, Mitch is not nearly the player and the talent that
No.
Patrick Mahomes was. But I think we agree that if Mahomes had been drafted by the Bears with John Fox there and whatever was going on, he probably isn't Patrick Mahomes. Like,
Oh, yeah.
He's not in State Farm commercials. He's not winning 3 Super Bowls out of 5. He's probably – we don't even know if he's good.
I mean, if Mahomes went to the Jets as well, I think he'd just be a complete bum who can throw the ball really hard. Like, the Jets are the type of franchise who are just a mess all the time.
Yeah, I mean, usually a big part of the reason why teams can't find a good quarterback is because they just keep drafting bad ones. But there is the possibility that you turn a potentially good quarterback into a bad one. I don't think that happened with Zach Wilson with the Jets because I
No.
think he was doomed to fail.
He made one throw in his
At
pro
a pro
day.
day, wearing shorts and a T-shirt.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
indoors.
Yes, it was useless information.
I made a
Everybody
point
jumped
not to
on it.
watch any pro day highlights.
Don't watch pro day highlights.
Like, this is sort of a scripted charade.
It's designed to make you look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I just want to see what a guy looks like when he's playing football.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pads and helmets on the field. Other team is trying to kill you. That's what
Yes.
matters. So now the Chicago Bears are on the clock. We got 6 minutes and 54 seconds before they are required to make that pick.
And they're probably going to use the whole.
For some reason, they're going to use the whole amount of clock. They've had 4
Even though
months to
they've
figure
had
this out.
months,
Like,
months.
They know who they're taking.
we know who they're taking to. The broadcast knows who
The
they're taking because
broadcast
they're
is
only
literally
showing Caleb
Caleb
Williams,
Williams
highlights, which they will show again after he's picked,
Yes,
Unless
unless
something happens.
they take somebody else.
they take Bo Nix.
No,
Please take Bo Nix.
They could
Oh,
take Marvin
no.
Harrison.
I would
Or they
need-
could take my number 1 wide receiver prospect.
Or
Back
quarterback.
prospect? Quarterback?
No, I was saying, or they could take my number 1 wide receiver prospect because that's not Marvin Harrison.
Oh, you're getting really cute. Oh my God, Corey is mixing it up. I can't wait to
Why?
hear about that. But who's going to throw him the ball then? They got rid of your
got rid of
boy.
Fields.
Yeah, they got rid of Justin Fields. Who's the backup quarterback there?
I don't
Didn't
know.
they pick
Is
somebody
it
up?
Luke McCown or something?
I don't
think
even
he
remember who
retired.
the Bears
Or
quarterback
is
is right now.
Chase
They're
Daniel
clearly,
still
they're
in the
clearly
league?
taking
I
a
think
quarterback
he
because they don't have
maybe?
they don't have a quarterback.
A
Yeah.
quarterback.
And if you don't, if say the Bears don't want a quarterback for some ridiculous reason, you have to trade out of this pick then.
Yeah, you can't hold it. What are you gonna pick Marvin Harrison Jr. or whoever Corey has at number 1?
Mm-hmm.
Who I'm curious because I have a number 2, but I don't know if that's Corey's number 1. We'll find out, I guess.
We will find out.
We'll
It'll be
find
a
out at some
surprise.
point.
Yes.
What are the Bears waiting on? What is nothing is happening. Well, I mean,
What are the Bears waiting on? Who knows? I don't know.
yeah, I don't know who the Bears backup quarterback is. I don't know that it matters.
I don't think it does.
So we are still waiting
Yes.
for the
this-
Bears pick.
This is
They
a
have
hurry
less
up
than
and wait
5 minutes.
exercise.
Steven says that their pick is in. So I
Okay.
think their pick is about to be in.
We're on a delay.
A slight delay, yes.
Yeah. So people in the chat don't spoil
you
it
know
for
what?
us.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry. We are. Yeah. So their pick is in.
Oh, we were
We were not live.
We were not
we
doing
are
it
now.
live.
We are now.
Now we're doing it live.
we were on an intentional delay.
No, it was not intentional, but it was
A self-inflicted delay.
a self-inflicted
been
delay is
rectified. We're
correct.
good
It's been
now.
rectified.
Okay.
We are live. Their pick is in. Still has not been announced yet, but it will be momentarily.
Hopefully, at some point.
Meanwhile, we're watching Talking Heads.
Talking
So
Heads.
Apparently,
yapping
it's
about
also
stuff
noteworthy they
while
lost
we are
Dante
being
Foreman.
Talking Heads. So
Oh.
It's too bad. They lost Darnell Mooney and Dan Feeney.
Darnell Mooney did
Dan
not live up to
Feeney.
the hype at all. Everybody's like, oh, Darnell Mooney, got to draft him in fantasy. He didn't do anything.
It's rough losing Mr. Feeney, though.
Don't they have DJ Moore with his 2 good games
I don't understand what reference you're making here.
from Boy Meets World?
Oh, I didn't really watch Boy Meets World that much.
Oh,
It's too
all right.
bad.
All right, well, Roger's at the
Goodell
podium.
is at the podium.
Yo,
So here we go for the least surprising pick of the draft. Caleb
Caleb
Williams.
All right,
Williams,
it's
there you
Caleb
go.
Williams.
It is, in fact, Caleb Williams,
All
as
right.
we knew it would be.
Caleb Williams goes 1 to the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
As Evan and I knew it would be when we did our quarterback draft. Corey did not. He suggested that somehow.
Who
they
did you
would-
pick for
I
the
said it
Bears
was still
starter?
gonna be, I just said it was still going to be Justin Fields. I didn't say anything about they aren't going to take Caleb Williams. I just thought Justin Fields would still be their
There
quarterback
and
week one.
starting. That
No.
was,
Yeah, for week
If you're
one.
drafting Caleb Williams, Justin Fields has to go.
I knew that.
I knew that.
Yes, we told Corey that, but yeah. Hey, all right. So Caleb Williams is walking up to the stage, I guess. For this is the least interesting part of the exercise here is watching them.
Oh,
up
this
to
is the least
stage.
interesting part.
Yeah, out of already pretty underwhelming stuff. He seems pretty happy. He's big old hug with Roger. Did not follow Robert Griffin III's advice, or at least hasn't yet, to potentially get himself traded out of Chicago, like Eli Manning style or John Elway style. But doesn't appear that that's what he plans to do.
I mean, are the Bears really that incompetent of an organization? Like, are they?
Organization or
complete-
not,
that
think
much of a disaster
this
that you
is-
don't want to?
This is an unusually good situation for
Yes.
a number 1 overall pick at quarterback to get drafted into. The Bears went 7-10 last year. Their defense improved after they acquired Montez Sweat. They have bolstered their receiving core. Their offensive
Yes.
line's gotten better.
Well,
Like,
can't have gotten worse.
That's true, but like they're trending up personnel wise. Now they could still mess it up in the meantime, but as
Yes.
of right now, like this moment, that roster is pretty solid for a guy to be picked 1 overall.
But Coach
Yeah,
Eberflus.
Matt Eberflus, who is apparently not on the hot seat, despite not winning hardly any games, but I think that's also a good thing that they're not looking to potentially move on from the coach the year they draft a quarterback, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the worst thing ever is when you draft a QB 1-1 and you don't have the coach that you necessarily want in there. Like we saw that happen with the Browns
Cleveland.
when Baker got drafted 1-1, and they for some reason kept Hugh Jackson around even though he'd won 1 game in 2 years, and they knew he was going to get fired. He
Got fired after
mid-season.
5 games?
I think it was like 8, but
Oh,
he got
okay.
fired, and he got fired because he and his offensive coordinator were having a mutiny, and so they had to fire the offensive coordinator as well, which is why Freddie Kitchens.
I
became
thought
the
Freddie
offensive
Kitchens was the
coordinator.
offensive
No, he was
coordinator.
like the running backs coach. Todd Haley was their offensive coordinator.
Well, I could have told you that wasn't going to work. Come on.
Yeah, and then Freddie Kitchens steps
Really?
in, and they actually start doing okay. So they hire Freddie Kitchens
hire-
as their
they-
head coach.
yeah.
the coach of the year, Freddie Kitchens, and that doesn't go well.
He wasn't even the coach for a year.
No, well, he made it the whole year.
No, he didn't. He coached like 14 games.
I thought he got fired on Black Monday.
I thought he
made
got
it-
fired, like, before
thought he made it-
Christmas.
I thought he made it throughout the season. They fired him after week 17. But I could be wrong on that. Either way, it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. And then they had to get another coach. Was that Stefanski,
That's
or they hired
Stefanski.
somebody else?
They hired Stefanski after that.
Okay. Yeah, so like Baker went through all these coaches and coordinators and stuff. Like,
Stefanski was his 4th coach heading into his 3rd year. So.
oh, jeez. Like, no wonder he wasn't that good.
Yeah. And then he goes to a better situation in Tampa, and he's Pro Bowler. So.
While I was putting the graphics in, James Daly added in.
Oh.
Put some respect on Tyson Bagent's name and also Brett Rippon.
Who?
Tyson Bagent, the Travis Bagent's son, the arm wrestling champion. I told you about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he's
okay.
with the Bears, and
He
so
was
is
also
Brett
kind
Rippon.
of good for like 5 minutes. Like he had like one good game where everybody was like, "This guy's gritty," and then people remembered he's like a 3rd-string quarterback out of the XFL, and
Yes.
suddenly it was like, "Oh yeah, wait, we actually need a real quarterback." So,
Yes, you do.
yeah.
And you said Brett Rippon or Mark? Which one?
Mark Rippon.
Mark Rippon is long
was
retired.
a
Okay.
Former commode. So
Okay.
yeah.
So his son Brett.
Okay. Is Mark Rippon still a congressman? Didn't he run for office or something?
No clue.
Oh,
couldn't tell
y'all
you
are
that one.
recovering Washington fans.
We were not focused on them when Mark Rippon was playing quarterback. I was 6 months old.
Oh,
I was
Okay.
minus 6 months old.
Weren't you born like 2 days after they won the Super Bowl? Or maybe 5 days?
Yeah, 5 days.
Yeah, so maybe not.
have not won a playoff game since 2005.
I remember that playoff game. That was against the Bucks. Sean Taylor scooped and scored.
Yep.
That was
Oh.
that was a
It was our
terrible
revenge after we lost to the Bucks in the playoffs when we had Johnson, Brad
Back in
Johnson.
Brad
1999.
Johnson?
Yeah, I remember watching that game. I forget what restaurant we were even at, but we were at a restaurant
Oh,
watching that
okay.
game, and I was very sad when he fumbled that field goal snap. Because of course
Romo
Brad
style?
Johnson did.
Why is the
It
starting
was
quarterback?
it was a longer field goal than the Tony Romo one, but still very makeable. It's probably like 38 or 39 yards, maybe something like that. I don't know.
needs to be made. Well, anyway, we're talking about Washington because Washington is on
And they're
the
talking
clock
about Sam Howell, who had 21 interceptions last
and
year.
no
Woof.
longer plays
Really?
for the team.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and
That's-
people wanted to say that he was the future.
I could have told you that.
that he wasn't the future when he was the present.
He
like,
wasn't the
come on.
future at North Carolina.
No.
Drake May was. So
Not the future when he was the present. I like that.
So anyway,
Yeah.
the
Pick is
Commodes
in.
are on the
Washington's
clock.
pick
The
is in, finally.
If they're smart, they're going to take my number 1 quarterback, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that is the number 2 quarterback that I had. So putting him
Oh.
at number 1 isn't crazy.
Okay.
Like,
The thing that my biggest critique of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels does the opposite. He shows really good anticipation on routes. He certainly benefited from having a decent class of wide receivers, but honestly, I I only rank one of their wide receivers as a top 10 wide receiver prospect this year, and that's my number one wide receiver of the year. I did not really care for Brian Thomas Jr.'s tape. I didn't think that he was very good at all, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think Brian Thomas Jr. was all that special.
So, people who are, maybe downgrading Jaden Daniels because of all the talent in a similar way that they did with C.J. Stroud, that's not a wise decision.
Oh.
Well, I feel like the knocks on Jaden Daniels are a little bit different. And the part of it might be because he is also an older prospect, and people don't like that because they feel like an older prospect has less room to grow, right? Like you're more of a finished product.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think that.
I mean,
I don't believe that at all.
You don't?
Everybody grows when you get to the NFL in some way.
Yeah, but like you're going to grow less if you're already 28 years old, like Brandon Whedon.
I was just about to say, this is not a Brandon Whedon situation, though.
all right. Well, Goodell is announcing
Washington's on
the pick. Jaden Daniels goes.
Jaden Daniels.
No
Jaden
surprise there. Are you surprised by that? Because I
I
know
mean-
it's coming.
I'm not
yeah, I'm not
surprised. That's
surprised.
exactly who they should take.
Yeah, that was.
Now, I will just say that just because I have him ranked super highly does not mean that
You're switching
he's
back
going to
to
work out the
Washington.
NFL level. But the reason he won't work out, if that's the case, is because when Washington takes anybody number 2, they always inevitably have severe injury issues.
Uh-huh. So it was Chase Young.
Chase Young, RG3,
Uh-huh.
both of them were very good before they got hurt and
Yes.
then disappeared. So
Okay.
if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, he's going to be fantastic.
Fantastic, huh?
Fantastic.
That's. Ooh.
I mean, he throws on the run. I said he was a dynamic runner than the closest thing to Lamar Jackson we have in college football. He gets hit too much.
Yeah,
He gets hit hard, way too much. There was so many highlights of him running around and then just getting absolutely demolished. I think it was against Ole Miss, maybe, where he's running with the ball trying to create something, and then somebody out of nowhere just decleats him, and the ball comes out, and it's just chaos after that. So
Yeah, the holding onto the ball reminds me a little bit of Deshaun Watson prior to Deshaun Watson's fall from grace. Like when he was a
okay.
Houston Texan, he would hold the ball too long. But yeah,
Stephen April asks thoughts on people calling Jaden Daniels a better Lamar Jackson. I'm just going to say, as high as I am on Jaden Daniels, let's chill out with that. Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. How are we going to be sitting here saying this guy is better than him when he hasn't even played a down of professional football?
yeah,
that's
I'm-
ridiculous.
it's too
I'm not
early for
doing
that.
Yeah. All right. So
He's a 2-time unanimous MVP, by the way. Didn't he win unanimous?
he wasn't unanimous.
He wasn't
Somebody
unanimous this
voted
year?
against him.
somebody
or-
voted for Josh Allen. It was Aaron
Josh.
Schatz.
Oh, that's right. It
Aaron
was
Schatz.
Aaron Schatz.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, he's a 2-time 49-plus vote MVP.
Yeah, which is pretty good. But anyway, I wrote down about Jaden Daniels: tremendous athlete, adequate size at 6'3", arm strength out the wazoo, very mobile in the pocket, makes good reads like Corey mentioned. But I did notice he seemed to get a little bit uncomfortable later in the down, which is what led to some of those big hits that he took. Like if he doesn't get to that first or second read, sometimes it's like okay, he just kind of holds the ball a little bit, and sometimes I noticed there was a little bit of. It just seemed like his mechanics were a little wonky at times. Seemed like his upper body and lower body weren't necessarily lined up, and I thought that could lead to maybe him spraying some throws. But yeah, he's undoubtedly a top prospect. Like there's nothing. We're splitting hairs here when talking about him
yeah.
versus May versus
Caleb
Caleb
Williams.
Williams. Like all of these guys deserve to be like Jaden Daniels would be a worthy number 1 pick, right? Like if they decided to pick him number 1, it would have been a surprise, but it wouldn't have been something like what the hell are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
It would have made total sense because he's really good and he showed that at LSU this year. I mean, he won the Heisman for a reason. He was great.
For the people who say that he's an older prospect so he can't improve, he's one of 5 quarterbacks over the last 5 draft classes who has improved his PFF grade every single year during a 4-year career in
He
college.
was a disaster at Arizona State.
But he improved every single year, which means that he
Again,
can
I
still
hope so.
improve. He's still on an upward trajectory. There's no leveling off yet. The other thing that really impressed me was that this year he showed pretty significant improvement in his uncatchable pass rate on passes 20-plus yards downfield.
Okay.
He led all of this year's draft prospects at just 24.5%, and the next lowest was 31.9%. So it was a pretty big gap on those deep passes.
Okay.
The Patriots, there was some conversation that maybe they'd be interested in trading out of that number 3
Why
pick,
would they do that?
which didn't make any sense to me, but their pick
Their
is
pick is
in.
in.
They've made a selection per the NFL Network. We will see
Personally,
where they
my opinion is they should take a wide receiver here.
No,
go.
it's
I
not.
quarterback.
I think you go with Jacoby Brissett to start. I think that he's fine for right now. I think you take a generational talent at wide receiver.
What?
I don't
need a
I don't
quarterback, man.
like the next quarterbacks enough to take them top 3.
Well,
You should have seen the next quarterback go play in person.
I don't need to see him play in person. I watched the tape.
Oh, okay.
I watched my own tape.
Yeah.
My memory
Saw
is
it with,
it's burned
with
into my
two
memory.
eyes. Yeah. So
We're talking, of course, about Drake May. They
Yeah.
went and saw UNC Georgia Tech game. Who won that game, by the way?
Georgia Tech.
Ooh, that's not a very good. It's a pretty bad indictment on Drake May.
Well,
This
Drake
dude
May-
has a Tim Tebow release. He literally
He does
throws
not have a
it-
Tim Tebow release. That is.
I'm not the only
overstatement.
person who said that. Our coaches at DeMatha who I've talked to have called it a Tim Tebow release
It's
too.
not a Tim Tebow.
He starts all the way down here and has a full circle.
He does have a long release, I will admit that, but it's not Tim Tebow. And Tim Tebow had much bigger issues than his release. He had a noodle arm. Drake May does not have a noodle arm.
He had a lot of underthrown balls to wide open receivers.
Drake May throws ropes.
He
Yes.
he gets more
He does.
accurate against tight coverage, but when his receiver is wide open, he can't throw it accurately to save his life. He lets defensive backs get back into the play.
Wasn't letting anybody get back in the play when we saw him play.
No.
Not at all.
Just his receivers kept fumbling the ball after they caught it.
That's true. And then the defense is getting run through.
Yes.
Like Nick Saban quote. All right, Rodgers at the podium,
He also
so
play against worse competition.
we will see. And Drake May
Yeah,
goes number
Drake
3
May.
overall, which was obvious to some. So 3 quarterbacks off the board with the first 3 picks, as we predicted.
Yes. I will say, though, I thought, well, we can't let Drake May get picked and not mention he's athletic, too. Like, he's
yeah.
not a complete stiff in the backfield.
No, not at all.
He can move a little bit. Obviously, he's not as good at running around as Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams, but he did hurdle a guy. He threw a lefty touchdown pass against Pitt, apparently.
I saw that.
Yeah, but he's 0-2 against Georgia Tech, which, that's bad. That's
That is-
real bad.
Inexcusable.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like North Carolina was particularly good either.
Well, they were ranked and stuff.
Yeah, for a little bit.
They were at home in 2022.
Things happen, man. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, what I have on Drake May is, as we discussed, throws ropes all over the field.
Yes.
As we witnessed. He's a very good athlete. He's a dual threat. Not like he reminds me a bit of a mold of Josh Allen, where Josh Allen wasn't known initially coming out of the draft as we didn't know he could run around like this. Like, he was just a big guy with a laser beam arm and that couldn't throw accurately to save his life.
Mm-hmm.
But he suddenly is running downfield. Drake May's got a little bit of that. I'm not saying he's Josh Allen, obviously, but I think there are some issues with him. Long release is a big deal, especially for a guy who likes to hold the ball like he does, because that little bit of extra time, if you're going to stand in the pocket and wait, you better get that ball out quick once it's time to throw. So that's an issue
there's
that
the
might
lefty.
need to be cleaned up. There's your left-handed
Yeah.
touchdown pass on the screen there, and
Oh, and then this game.
he's got a little bit of
Can
Josh Allen
scoot.
in him, in the sense that he likes to throw the ball up for grabs. Right? He does tend to throw
Yeah.
the ball into trouble. He could be a high turnover type quarterback, which we've seen players work around stuff like that, not be that, or just straight up be good enough to overcome it, like Josh Allen does, where Josh Allen turns the ball over all the time, but he's still one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. Like, Drake May is absolutely worth a top 5 pick. I don't think that the Patriots erred here by not drafting a wide receiver, because if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything.
No.
And it's not like you can just get a quarterback next year. Like, they don't grow on trees. If you've got a good prospect that you believe in, you've got to take him now. You can't
Yeah.
wait.
I agree with Steven here. Steven says that he thinks he'll sit behind Brissett for a year. I don't necessarily know that he
year?
will. I think that he should sit behind Brissett for at least a year. I think you need to give him the Jordan Love treatment. And obviously you don't have a generational quarterback like Aaron Rodgers ahead of him. That's not Jacoby Brissett. But the more time, closer to 3 years you can give this guy, the better chance he's actually going to be decent in the NFL.
Just picked him with the
I
number
don't
3 pick.
I don't think he's going to be that good at the NFL level.
Oh my goodness. He knows how to slide. I wrote that down.
Okay, but he can't run.
We just said he
can't
could run.
He absolutely can run.
He was barely mobile enough for the college game. That's not going to translate to the NFL.
That's definitely not the case. He ran like a 4.6 40. He's more than mobile enough.
With
to,
no pads on.
So
And
what?
that's-
Some of the more mobile
This
quarterbacks
is not-
run a lot slower
no.
than that. No, that,
You don't have to be that mobile. You just have to be an athlete, and he is that. He comes from an athletic family as well. He's the son of former Carolina quarterback Mark May, and the brother of Luke May, who hit a game-winning shot for
Yeah, I
Carolina
remember him.
against Kentucky in the NCAA tournament
I remember that
a couple
game.
years ago.
Yeah, that was the year that North Carolina won the championship.
That was his brother. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, James says Drake May statistically reminds him of Brett Favre.
Well, how'd he turn out? He's in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't Brett Favre.
You don't like Brett Favre anyway, so you know.
I don't, but at least I'm willing to say he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He was
You
a very good
weren't
quarterback.
when we were on a podcast about 10 years
I said he
ago.
shouldn't be a first ballot.
First,
Yes,
why shouldn't he be first ballot? What?
All right, well,
Too many
Arizona's
interceptions.
pick is in.
Yeah, it's got to be Marvin Harrison
Yeah, I'm
Jr.
assuming they're taking Maserati Marv, but
Somehow
they
I
could mix it
have-
up and take another wide receiver. Corey has maybe hinted at. I'm assuming, Corey, at this point, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag, that you are talking about.
Malik Neighbors.
Yes, Malik Neighbors as
Yes.
the number 1 prospect, and
Absolutely.
no, I do not agree.
No.
With that take. No, he is not better than Marvin
What?
Harrison Jr. No way, no how. No. I tried to buy this take. I thought maybe I would buy this take. I don't buy this take. I don't buy it at all. I think he's good. I think he's a really good prospect, and I think
Yeah.
he could easily go in the top 10 and probably will. But Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best receiver in this class.
I wrote down that Marvin Harrison Jr. made Kyle McCord look good. Like,
Did he,
Malik,
though? Because Kyle McCord did
he
not look
really
good.
didn't make
made
him
him
look good.
better. Because he was, but
Let's
yeah,
see,
it's got to
let's
be
see who
Marvin
they're
Harrison.
taking here.
I'm guessing it's Maserati Marv, but we'll see.
My phone buzzed.
Yep, Marvin Harrison.
Alrighty.
So this has been a pretty chalky first 4 picks.
Yes.
No surprises yet. Didn't expect there to be anything too clever. We thought maybe the Patriots might get cute and trade their pick. They did not.
No.
Arizona's obvious choice was a wide receiver because they've got Kyler Murray. Now, they seem to be ready to move on from Kyler, but they probably can't yet.
I mean, they paid him.
Yeah,
Like,
they paid him, and so they probably have to pay him for another year before they could consider moving on. And at this point, you don't have, right? Like, you don't have the draft capital here to pick one of the 3 best guys. Are you really going to reach for the 4th best quarterback
No.
to replace Kyler Murray, who, when he's healthy, is still pretty good?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's a bad player. They just don't like him playing COD so much, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's why they didn't pick Malik Neighbors, because he plays Call of Duty and Madden and MLB The Show on PlayStation 5 regularly.
Good for him.
That's
And
his.
who else plays MLB The Show on the PS5?
You?
Max Fried.
And
He
you.
prepares for every game using that, and he threw a no-hitter. He threw a Maddox for the 3rd time in his career this week.
Yeah, on my fantasy teams, both of
Oh,
them.
you got both of them?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what my fantasy team's doing right now, other than probably losing again.
Oh, okay.
Nor am I worried about it. I'm focused on the task at hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So let's talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. Corey,
Yes,
let's
let's.
start with you because you are the dissenter here, seemingly all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What is your beef with him as a prospect?
My biggest beef was that he showed some potential weaknesses in the short passing game because he's such a finesse guy. It showed up there was one rep in particular against Michigan where he just did not come back and attack the ball at all, and it allowed a defender to cut in and make the interception. He cost that interception, in that Michigan game. And that was I think that was the only time where it actually resulted in a turnover that I noticed, but there were a lot of other times where the defender came in and broke up a pass because he just doesn't attack the ball in the short passing game. And I need somebody who can do more than just stretch the field and make incredible contested catches, which he does. He runs good routes. He makes great catches with defenders right in his face. He has an insane catch radius. I don't want anybody to get it twisted. He's an amazing wide receiver prospect. He's just not my number one this year.
Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't have to look very long at Marvin Harrison Jr., right? Like like he didn't even test at the combine. He was just, y'all have seen me play. Y'all know I'm incredible. So what else is there to measure and stuff?
So the way that I look at it is there's no doubt in my mind that Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best wide receiver prospect that we've seen come out of Ohio State in recent years. And we've had quite a few good ones. We've had Jackson Smith and Jigba. We had your boy, Chris Olave.
Garrett
My
Wilson.
other boy, Michael Thomas.
Well, that was a little further back,
Yeah,
but yes.
it happened.
And Garrett Wilson. So there have been some really good Ohio State wide receivers, and he's better than them.
Yeah.
But you know who's better than all of them, who I think Malik Neighbors is better than? Look at LSU. Look at Jamar Chase. I think that he is better than Jamar Chase was coming out of college. I went back and I'm looking at my notes from Jamar Chase because I'm like writing down things as I'm watching Malik Neighbors. I'm like, I'm having deja vu. I've written this before, and I went back and I looked at my notes from Jamar Chase, and it was like word for word. But as I'm looking, I'm like, but the couple things that I pointed out that I was a little bit iffy about with Jamar Chase, it's not on the tape with Neighbors. He is a better guy. He is a better wide receiver coming out of LSU than Jamar Chase was, and Jamar Chase has been better than all of those Ohio State guys who are already in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. I really
That's
like
not to
what
say that Marvin Harrison couldn't also be better than Jamar Chase and therefore maybe be better than Malik Neighbors. That's possible. But I don't think that Marvin Harrison was better coming out of Ohio State than Jamar Chase was coming out of LSU. I'd put them at about the same level.
All right, well, I wrote down about Marvin Harrison Jr. Tall, fast, strong, great hands, elite route runner, all this stuff. Great contested catch maker. I did also, but Corey, I did write down, not the best at underneath routes, lacks sharpness on cuts and deceleration. So that is definitely a thing. But definitely is. I also wrote this down. Safe pick is the top wide receiver in the class. Can't go wrong with him or Neighbors. So no matter who you end up picking, you're going to get, I believe, a very, very good wide receiver who's going to be ready to contribute probably week one, which is not typical for wide receivers. We've talked about this before where it usually takes them about a half a season to get going, but certain guys just are that talented where they can just show up and immediately make an impact. I think both Harrison and Neighbors are that guy. We'll talk about Malik Neighbors when he gets picked, or at least I will.
I think that he should go next, personally.
I mean,
so
the Chargers need a wide receiver.
For the commercials. They need a wide receiver now that Keenan Allen is with the Bears.
And
they don't have
Mike
Mike
Williams
Williams
is gone.
He's a Jet, right?
That's right. Yeah, he's gone
But
too.
they're used to
so
not
they
having
need
him
a wide receiver,
anywhere,
and I think Malik
so.
Neighbors would be an excellent fit for them.
Yeah,
Yes.
it seems like the appropriate pick, and I'm sure that Jim Harbaugh would love to have a fancy new toy to pair with Justin Herbert. So
But-
I think that's a safe pick for who's going to be picked next. But
Yeah. Greg Roman is the Chargers' offensive coordinator. So if that throws a wrench into anything for y'all, it's worth pointing that out.
I don't think that affects who they're going to pick.
Oh.
It might affect how useful they make these players, but that could set Malik Neighbors back. We could be talking smack to Corey in a couple of years. Like, see, Malik Neighbors isn't that good. It's not really his fault.
It's going to be Justin Herbert checking down all the time.
Yeah,
And-
handing the ball off. And
Ooh, James Daly brought up an interesting red flag for Marvin Harrison Jr. that none of us brought up. Apparently, he signed a deal with New Balance.
Oh.
am I supposed to care about that?
That's a little bit bizarre that he would go New Balance, but
Well,
no,
Kawhi
not
Leonard
Maybe
went
they
New
paid the
Balance,
most money.
and he never plays, so
really.
uh,
Yikes.
He never plays.
yeah.
So there you go.
That could be a
Making
concern.
the point for us.
Watch out
And
for that.
Steven asks, do we think the Chargers trade down? I don't think they do, nor do I think they should, as we just
No.
said. They need a wide receiver, and there's a really good one. Whichever one you put number one, it's, to me, this
You
is
can't
kind of
go
a
wrong.
1A, 1B situation. This is not a huge
There's not like,
drop
There's
off.
not a tier shift here.
No,
No.
there's a tier after them,
Yeah, I agree.
but there's no tier between them. So, no, like you take Neighbors here if you're the Chargers, in my opinion.
I think Neighbors got a little underrated because Marvin Harrison Jr. Sort of sucks up a lot of oxygen in the wide receiver sort of green room, right? Like
well, his
he's the
dad
most famous
is
one.
one of the most amazing wide receivers that's ever played the game.
And
Yes.
he killed people. So
That
throw
too.
in there,
And
too.
has the same name. Like if Marvin Harrison Jr. was named, I don't know, Fred
George?
or something.
You'd
George.
Yeah,
Harrison.
you might mix him up with
Well,
somebody
George
else.
Harrison, you might still get some notoriety, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Be like, wow, that George Harrison got a black
Be like-
son? That's interesting. Black American son? What's going on here?
I don't know.
Well, the
what's
pick
going
is
on.
in, so there
You know
goes
George
Steven's
Harrison was a
question.
Beatle,
They
right?
are not trading
What?
down.
George Harrison was a Beatle.
Oh. Okay. I know.
Yeah.
He's a guitar player for the Beatles.
Oh. Okay.
Come on,
Hey,
man.
come on, Evan. How do you not
Oh.
know this?
Yeah, what's going on? What's happening? Wow. Gotta listen to more
All right,
XM
so
radio.
the Chargers pick is in, and we're waiting around. I guess that's Malik
That
Neighbors
is Malik
there
Neighbors
that's
on
Yeah.
the screen.
with his gigantic chain,
Yeah,
green room
And
built
I-
by
I've seen
Lowe's.
I've seen bigger chains.
I have to.
Austin Eckler's gone, but they have the whole Ravens running back room in LA now.
That's
You know,
right.
Austin Eckler is a commode now.
Oh,
That's right. Yeah, he is. Oh, he was. You know, he belonged in the commode for Steven's team after I traded him to him for C.J. Stroud. So
oh no. They
Alright,
picked
well-
Quentin Johnston last year.
James thinks they should
There's-
go with an offensive tackle to protect Herbert.
Yes.
That's
Says
also
they
a
could get
thought.
wide receiver in the second or third round, which is fair.
that's also a good point.
I would go Neighbors, but that's a fair point.
I think
Yeah.
Neighbors is a better prospect, player for player, than anybody on the offensive line. But team need.
Except Joe Alt.
I don't know.
Joe Alt's not my
Alt's
number-
Really good. But
He's not my number
Oh.
one tackle either. What is going on here?
you're gonna have to explain that. Too.
What?
Like, what is it? Corey just out here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The hottest takes over here.
He's my number two, but he's not my number one.
Oh.
Spitting hot takes
Man.
left and right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will wait.
But again, I also
still
said
waiting.
I'm not that enthused by a lot of the tackle prospects either. I think that
Mm-hmm.
there could be a little bit of mixing up of the order with those guys as well.
All right, so
Okay. Here's
Goodell's
Here's Raj.
moseying out to the.
he already looks tired.
I mean, just like us. Yeah.
Oh,
We're only
yeah.
on the fifth pick, and we're already gassed.
I mean, still not as tired as he was looking for the 2020 draft when he was in his basement in that
Chilling.
recliner.
Yes, he kept getting more and more casual as the night went on.
Yes.
All right, so Chargers selection
Alt.
is Joe
Joe
Alt. There you
Alt.
go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So mix it up. All right, so sort of not really a monkey wrench, kind of
No,
a
because
pick
he's
that
a
makes
stud.
sense. He's a stud.
Enormous. Yes.
All right, so
Enormous.
Let's talk
He
about
is
Joe
Just
Alt.
flip way
That is
down
for
here.
Yeah, let's get to offensive line, which I did first actually. So I
Oh.
gotta find them.
I started with quarterbacks.
I always start with offensive line. It's the most boring.
I said it was a long day for number 44 on Ohio State.
Who was number 44?
I don't
Ohio
know,
State?
but
So, wouldn't it have been
he-
nice to know?
He kept going up against Joe Alt and getting nothing out of it.
We were at Hershey Park that day.
Yes, yes, we were. This guy's gigantic, really good feet, shows his athleticism. Defensive tackles on stunts, I saw give him a little bit of trouble. I really like the way in the run game. Oh my goodness, he looks bigger than everybody ever.
His girlfriend must be extremely tall, or maybe that's his sister,
I,
because she's not that much shorter than
he
him.
was bigger than the
he's 6'1".
chair he was sitting in. Like, it's just
What?
Most people are bigger than the
What
no,
was
but like
talking
he's sitting in a big chair, like an armchair, and then
He wasn't fitting in the armchair.
No.
Like he was sitting on the armrests.
Yeah,
That-
yeah, he
I don't
just
think that was true.
yeah,
I don't think he'd be sitting in the chair if that was the case.
yeah.
There's
So
Jim Harbaugh's all excited and stuff, which
Mm-hmm.
you know means an orphanage got burned down. All right.
also with Joe Alt, I really like the way he seals guys off in the run game. Like, not only did he get in front of the defenders, but he also pushed them to the side to just clear a wide open path
Yep.
for all the running backs.
All right, so I've got Joe Alt's notes on him. Huge 6'9" frame. Evan, you're going to love this. Long arms.
Yes,
Gotta
long
have
arms,
Long arms and great athleticism.
34.25-inch arms.
I don't know what actually dictates long versus short, but
I looked that up as well. So, like, I tried to measure my own arm.
that didn't go well at all, did it?
It
You're
took a
also
little while.
not offensive lineman sized, so
Right, but like my arm was 30 inches long. So,
just one arm.
yes.
Okay, so not like your wingspan, like 2 arms?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
I mentioned his long arms because gotta mention.
Gotta have long
Yeah.
arms.
And I did mention though needs some fine tuning on technique. Doesn't always use his size to dictate engagements.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that that a nothing comment, to be honest. Like,
Oh.
I think this is a pretty solid, pretty bulletproof tackle prospect. Gonna
Yeah.
have no issue sliding it right at left tackle for the Chargers.
Yeah, this
And,
is
yeah,
a
he's gonna be-
tremendous pick for them.
Yeah, he's going to be great, and I think that it makes sense to take him versus a wide receiver. They could have gone either way.
So his
Mhm.
arm length is 34.25 inches, which puts him at around the 65th percentile of offensive tackles in pro football draft history.
Okay.
There you go. So
I
he's got above
also-
average arm length.
Yeah. Notre Dame would always, I mean, they were highlights, but Notre Dame was always running to his side, and the hole was always wide open. I also put down plenty of get out the club blocks.
Oh,
Like he just
love that.
blocks somebody, just to the bench, and that was fun to see.
So I.
There's
wrote,
that guy.
It's no surprise watching his film that he's a converted tight end. He played 100% of his offensive line snaps at left tackle at Notre Dame, but he started his college career as a tight end. He's very good at getting to the second level, but he doesn't exhibit the prototypical leg kick that you see from elite left tackles in pass blocking. He's an elite run blocker who I think will probably follow Penei Sewell's footsteps and move to the right side.
Oh, okay.
So he allowed pressure on average once every 44 pass block snaps, which is the 5th best among offensive tackles taken in the top 100 picks since 2020. One of the notable names ahead of him was Penei Sewell, who I just mentioned. So that was part of what kind of like put that thought in my head. But yeah, he was my number 2 offensive
buzzed.
tackle after Fashanu from Penn State.
Oh,
Okay.
And the reason is really just because he's kind of the opposite of Joe Alt. He's an exceptional pass blocker. And for me, if you're going and getting a tackle early in the draft, I want the pass blocking over the run blocking.
oh.
I think Joe Alt can do both.
Yeah.
More than adequately.
Someone
All right,
compared him
Giants
to
pick
Paul
is
Bunyan.
in.
He
Curious because
Alt
the
is
Giants,
too molasses getting out of his stance.
Giants
for
love
pass
to make
blocking.
stupid picks, so I'm curious to see what they do here. Well,
Malik
they take
Malik
Neighbors.
Neighbors.
There you go.
Alrighty.
They kind of opened up the door for them.
Hmm.
They still don't have no quarterback either, so
No. Is Daniel Jones going to be healthy in time for the season?
I don't know.
And, do they even want him to play, honestly?
So I think this now officially puts to bed the nonsense that we saw
There's been a lot of nonsense.
but specifically about one J.J. McCarthy being a top 5 pick. That's obviously not going to happen because we've made 6 selections and he's still on the board.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, like there was talk about maybe the Cardinals picking him. There was talk about maybe even
What?
the Commodes picking him at number 2. There was
I
talk
mean-
that the Patriots might pick him. There was talk that the Vikings might trade up to get him to the number 4 spot.
At 4.
Yes. So, because the Cardinals weren't in the market for a quarterback
Mhm.
that big of a need, and the Vikings obviously need to replace Kirk Cousins because as of right now their starting quarterback is Sam Darnold. So
Oh, no. You can't
that's
have
a
that.
disaster. So yeah.
I've never really been on the J.J. McCarthy hype train, but I did watch. He was the first player I looked at because he was
The one that's
the
getting
one
a bunch of buzz that didn't seem
everybody
deserved.
was talking about. And I'm like, well, I need to see this guy.
Take a closer look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't think McCarthy was all that special, but he wasn't a bum like I had been saying.
He's definitely an NFL draft pick.
Yeah,
And probably could go today, but
Mhm.
top 5 was kind of a stretch.
Yeah, I will say with Neighbors, well, he lost the Biletnikoff Award to Marvin Harrison Jr. by 1 vote.
So that clearly means that Marvin Harrison Jr. is way better.
Yeah, way better, and definitely should be number 1. He's got plenty of speed with twitchy quickness. He's tough to tackle. He's a tenacious competitor as well.
Oh, yeah. Scrappy.
Fights for every yard, likely to stiff arm a guy upside his head. He's a hands catcher, and he really comes back for the football. And he fights for the 50-50 balls as well. Like he's the type of receiver that I would want on my team if I was a quarterback. Like he makes sure that he gets the ball. And he'll do just about anything to get that extra yard. I think he's going to be incredible.
So
It
James
depends
Daly
on.
has brought up a couple interesting points.
Oh yeah.
One was kind of going back to the Chargers' decision not to go with Neighbors. And he said if you look through the top 10 wide receivers currently in the NFL, half of them were not first-round picks, and that they're the biggest boom-bust picks, which I think is fair generally speaking. But over the
Yeah.
last few years, the top-ranked wide receivers have pretty consistently turned out. If you look at like the down the first round wide receivers, the guys taking like after the 10th pick, then sure, some of them
the
have
Jalen Reagor
kind of
types,
fallen
the
apart.
Hollywood Brown.
Darius Toney
Yeah.
certainly falls in that category, but
Brown.
when you look at wide receivers who are projected as a top 10 pick, they've pretty much been money in
Yeah.
the last several drafts.
The first round in general has been pretty bust proof. Like there's only you could probably count maybe 6 or 7 out of like 25 that have busted in the first round, but that's still a pretty good hit rate.
Yeah.
And that includes late first round picks.
Yeah. So he also said before the Giants made their selection, they should trade the pick away and get a large quantity of picks, but they'll pick Neighbors. He'll waste away with Denny Pennies, which is fair.
Yeah,
No.
He very well could waste
Yeah.
away with Denny Pennies. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback because it doesn't seem like they like Daniel Jones at this point.
Would
No.
you?
No, of course not. I don't
No,
like
we've been
Daniel
making
Jones at
fun
this
of him
point.
for years
For
now.
his whole
Yeah,
career.
We
Yeah.
briefly gave him a reprieve because it seemed like he was starting to do something, and then he went right back to being a bum.
Well, they gave him $40 million a year, and
Which even with him kind of maybe turning the corner at the
They
time.
won a playoff game.
$40 million
It's
though.
like the worst defense ever, though. That Vikings defense was atrocious.
Well, the Vikings
He's
that
got the
year had the
greatest
negative
agent
point
ever.
differential.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he got his money, and he wasn't that good that year, right? Like he was serviceable. at
Saquon was
best.
carrying that team.
At best.
Here's the thing, though. With all right, so the Titans are making a pick. I haven't said anything about Neighbors.
Oh,
so I'm
yeah.
gonna quickly
Talk
say
about
this.
him.
A great route runner who can shift gears effortlessly, elite ball skills, which help save fourth throws and come down with 50-50s. We talked about that quite a bit.
Mhm.
I did have a little bit of concern about his separation outside at times. I think sometimes the top end speed isn't quite there, but again, fine. I said he's sort of a yin to Marvin Harrison's yang, right? Like he's kind of does some of the things that Marvin Harrison doesn't do at a high level. Great guy to catch and run with the ball. Like Marvin Harrison's not going to break tackles, but Neighbors is going to break tackles and just take off and run. Like he's a guy that can turn like a 5-yard slant into an 80-yard touchdown.
So the thing with Neighbors is like one of the things I wrote down about him that kind of like sparked that bit of deja vu back to Jamar Chase was I wrote when I was watching Jamar Chase's film, if he has elite speed, he does a great job of hiding it. And it was kind of the same thing with Neighbors. He doesn't look that fast on film,
Right.
but Jamar Chase's 40 time coming into the NFL at the combine was 4.34, which is in the high 90 percentile range, like the
Very
96
fast, yeah.
percentile range. Neighbors is 4.35. He's
Oh,
literally
he's
a
slow.
hundredth of a second slower than Jamar Chase.
Again,
so
like,
they're the
what are we
same.
talking about? They're
Like
not even close.
he is very fast. He can get that separation on the outside.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it translated on the tape, which is weird, but it probably not going to matter.
But that's part of what kind of like led me to be like, okay, I'm going to sort of ignore that part of the film
Yeah,
because
'cause you've seen
that
it before,
didn't translate for Jamar Chase. He is exceptional in that aspect of his game at the NFL level. So I have no reason to doubt that Neighbors won't do the same.
Are you saying that Jamar Chase is good, Corey?
Yeah, I know. Shocking, isn't it?
Like, because they were telling me he was going to suck because he had a weird preseason before his rookie year.
That
Remember
did
that?
happen.
Like, it was, this guy's a bum. He can't even catch the ball, and he comes out his rookie year. He's
Hadn't
amazing.
played in nearly 2
sensational.
years.
Yeah, that's right. He sat the COVID year because he won the Blitnikoff as a sophomore, wasn't eligible for the draft.
We
And
got,
the COVID year happened. So
we
the
are
Titans are on
disconnected right
Titans.
now, which is not
Oh.
good.
Oh, we're disconnected. That sucks.
Oh,
The pick is in for the Titans. I guess we'll keep talking.
sure.
The Titans are
I mean,
in a little bit of a
Yes.
pickle because they don't have anybody anymore.
that's why a lot of
It's not. I mean, we're reconnected.
Oh.
It's just not very good quality. So I'm gonna go and grab something that might help.
okay.
Can you go
Um,
get some McDonald's in the meantime?
Yeah, can you go to McDonald's? So we're hungry. Let's see. Well, I was about to say something.
Titans.
Oh, the Titans. Yeah, I saw a lot of mocks picking Joe Alt to go to the Titans.
Oh, he gone.
Yeah, so like maybe they'll go with Fashanu or somebody like that.
Well, they need everything, and left tackle's a good place to start. So.
Is Will Levis a guy to build around? You think, or
I mean, I feel
a guy
like,
you should look to replace soon?
I feel like you got to give him this year. You used a what? Early
Gotta give
second
us a
round pick?
shot.
Yeah, thank you. Terry.
Yeah.
Terry.
Terry.
But anyway, I think you've got to roll with him. I mean, you picked him, right? And it's not like you picked him in the 6th round. You used a 2nd-round pick on him.
Yeah.
He didn't even get a full season's worth of reps on the field.
He got hurt in the partial season he did play.
Yeah, so I think you gotta roll with him this year. Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like if you decide to draft a quarterback in 2025 or make some move at the quarterback position, having a left tackle that's good and has a little bit of seasoning under his belt, that ain't gonna hurt you.
Oh no.
Like, so would you rather reach for a quarterback here, like a Michael Penix or, a J.J. McCarthy, and not have that left tackle ready to help him, and then you've got Will Levis just sitting on ice because you just gave up on him after a year?
Probably because he got clobbered and needed to ice something.
Or would you rather pick a left tackle, hope that Levis turns into the guy? If he doesn't, try again next year, and you've got a left tackle as a starting point. I think you'd rather take the tackle.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree
they don't
with
have
that.
access to any of the top 3 guys that we agree are good.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just kind of you got to pick the guy that the draft board says you should pick, unless you want to get cute and trade up. But they aren't in a position to do that. So
There's no up to trade.
yeah,
All right, that's the feed of the draft we're watching is much crispier now, Corey.
Well, that's not a good thing, because
Oh.
it means that it's not doing.
That means what? Oh, okay. I got spoiled.
well,
I
I'm gonna
don't
get
know
spoiled
if
right now.
we're still
Yeah.
connected or not.
Yeah.
JT Latham.
JC.
I'm sorry. What did I say? JT?
I don't know.
Uh,
J.C. Latham. Let's see. I think I had. Oh, I've Latham, my number 3 offensive lineman out of 9.
yeah, I had him as 3 as well. I thought he was going to be a mid-first round pick. I wrote down J.C. Latham, great quickness and spatial awareness, makes good initial contact with the defensive person that he's blocking, but he can be knocked off balance sometimes due to a compromised base. He doesn't always stay down in his stance enough. But yeah, we rated him as a mid-first round pick. Titans must have liked him a little bit more. Obviously, going to Alabama, big name school, a lot of good history there. So probably not a bad pick, but I think Fashanu was a better player. And
Oh, yeah.
I would have picked him.
For J.C. Latham, 6'6", 342, I said, this guy eats his pancakes. He was just knocking people over just all the time. He absolutely stifled big number 5 for Auburn, whoever that defensive tackle is, who's somehow bigger than him. He's a road grader in the run game, smushing his guy into the dirt with regularity. Defensive ends seemed so frustrated. I thought he moved well for being so big. He wasn't, stiff. Arm length, 35 1/8 inches.
Long arms.
Yes, gotta have long arms. He never played left tackle though. So if he's only ever played right tackle. And he picked up the commissioner, who's not a little man, and apparently had back surgery recently.
So I'm sure Roger loves that. We are currently having some technical difficulties with the stream.
And I accidentally hit stop recording as we're not connected, so we lost a little bit there too. And I'm
Oh.
not gonna be
I was
put it-
saying
I'm not
something
gonna put it all
really.
together because it's too long of a broadcast.
I was saying something really deep and insightful.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Talk about J.C. Latham with his TK chain.
Yeah.
All right, so they're talking about him on the broadcast now, mentioning pretty much all the same stuff that Evan did.
Yeah.
Just
Got the long arms.
yeah, gotta have the long arms.
Yes.
I wrote down about somebody at the very end, in all caps, short arms.
Oh, I mean, who was
What
that?
about Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
Oh, so I saw him mocked to the Ravens. I'm like, Lee.
Short arms, man.
Yeah.
Can't have short arms.
Guyton, 34 1/8. That's okay. Not great.
It listed as average, so I wrote
Yeah.
down short arms in all caps.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a thought. But it's also important to mention that we talk about offensive linemen needing short arms, or needing long arms. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Pass rushers need them too,
Yeah.
right? Because they got to win those battles too, and they can't be getting, they can't be a turtle on their back.
No.
That's how you get dominated. So,
Mhm.
that does come up in some of my notes for defensive players, which we probably will see not very many of today, because this is a very offensive-heavy draft, as we've mentioned already. But yeah, this is an interesting pick. Latham is obviously going to be, I think he's going to be a quality player.
Oh, yeah.
If there's anything, you can't really say anything negative about him so much. It's more just that maybe somebody better was on the board, but the Titans have their tape, and they get paid to do this. We do not. So.
We are paying to do it. Who was the Titans got rid of Mike Vrabel for some reason. So who's their coach now? I
forgot who they hired.
I have no idea.
I completely forgot who they hired. That's unbelievable.
But like under Vrabel anyway, like tough and physical and mean and nasty was sort of their thing. That fits J.C. Latham, but I don't know if that fits what the Titans are trying to do now with their new regime.
The new head coach of the Titans is Brian Callahan.
Oh.
Who was the
son of Bill Callahan
coordinator of the Cincinnati Bengals for the previous 5 seasons. So now we're having some issues with the stream. Apparently the Falcons
pick is in.
Rappaport is talking about God knows what.
Yeah. Is this going to be a defensive player maybe?
There's talk that they are still considering drafting skill position players because they just can't figure out how to make the ones they have work.
Oh.
But I don't know who they would pick at this point. Like, would they maybe try to replace Kyle Pitts? Maybe go with Brock Bowers?
No, I don't think that makes sense. I think.
But that stuff they do make sense.
That's true.
For the Falcons.
But they got rid of Arthur Blank. Arthur Smith.
Arthur Blank got rid of Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I'm like Arthur's not that common of a name, but they're together.
Artie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Raheem Morris is the Falcons
he had
coach.
To wait like 15 years for another shot at
that
job. He was the head coach of the Bucks for a good little
He
bit.
was when he was young, and now he's not as young anymore.
Yeah, he was a coach with the Commodes. I don't know.
Sure.
I don't think he was the defensive coordinator. He was like a DB coach or something like that. Anyway, Roger Goodell's coming back to the podium, and we're about to find out what the Dirty Birds are going to do.
All right. What?
Oh my goodness! Michael Penix Jr. picked 8th overall by the Atlanta Falcons. That's
shocking.
Well, there's your shock pick of the draft, and it came a lot earlier than I expected.
I am flabbergasted.
We're gonna have to talk about Michael Penix Jr. a lot earlier than I expected in this little broadcast here.
Yeah. What are they doing? They just paid Kirk Cousins $100 million.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what?
And
what?
yeah.
What are you doing?
And
Michael Penix Jr. is already like 45, so he's gonna play till he's 50. Like, what's going on?
I don't understand this move at all. Anyway, Michael Penix Jr., 6'2", 216. He turns 24 on May 8th out of UW and Indiana. This guy is, what I think is he's the most, the closest to a finished product, I guess, out of these quarterbacks. Like,
he played 6 years of college football.
Yeah, he did. He's going to be sort of as ready as he can be to play right away, which is why I find this move so strange. Like, the best you're going to get out of him is going to be immediate. But if you already have a quarterback in Kirk Cousins, why did you pick Michael Penix Jr., who needs to play now because he's not getting any younger?
You overdrafted him, as they surely have to be aware of it. Penix Jr. was not expected to be a top 10 pick in the draft by anybody.
I didn't think I thought the earliest he could go was like 25.
I had Penix down as a late first round pick. Yeah, so that I thought like maybe somebody like Denver could get frisky and take him in the mid first.
Denver, yeah.
Well, because Denver needs a quarterback. Jettisoned Russell Wilson. Said goodbye.
Jettisoned.
Sent him away.
I was at Walmart the other day, and they asked me if I wanted to donate to some cause or something when I was checking out. And I'm like, y'all are the same people who just paid Russell Wilson $100 million to leave. But you're asking me to donate money. The
So
Walmart
the-
people bought the Broncos from.
So this is a roundabout way of you just being selfish and greedy and justifying it. That's-
Sure, yeah. Forgive me. I needed my Captain Crunch, man.
You eat a lot of it. You eat 4 or 5 bowls at a time, apparently.
Devoured, yes.
Goodness.
It's not great. Michael Penix Jr., multiple catastrophic season-ending injuries. He had 2 shoulder injuries and 2 knee injuries. He's a lefty passer. Let's see, he's another guy who was helped out by his receiving core too.
Oh,
Like some of them are going to might get picked tonight. We know Roma Dudze is going to go. I don't know about Jalen Polk or Jalen McMillan, but
I'd be stunned if
yeah.
he gets picked today.
well, stunned with
But
this
then
pick.
again, yeah, what's going on here?
What are they doing? I don't understand.
I love it.
I mean,
I love it.
I'm entertained. Oh well, yeah,
I love it.
yeah.
It's fantastic. My
is.
team doesn't know what they're doing either. So
No, they're married to Derek Carr, like forever and ever and ever.
trapped in this awful marriage. And apparently, they're married to their crummy coach Dennis Allen too. 'Cause they
Oh,
need
yeah.
to get rid of him.
I keep getting spoiled.
He's awful. Well, we might need you to tell us what the spoil is, because okay, never mind. We're back. So the Bears have another pick
Mm-hmm.
because this is their actual pick.
Yes.
The first pick that they had, which they used
Was
on
the
Caleb Williams,
Panthers
was the Panthers
pick.
pick.
And the Panthers earned that number 1 pick because they were,
Brutal.
yes, just awful.
Yeah. So we'll see what the Bears do to augment their team around the newly drafted Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully soon. But anyway, I wrote down about Michael Penix pretty much the same stuff you probably had. A good deep ball thrower, pre-snap
Mhm.
technician, knows how to attack mismatches. Struggles with a bit with the finesse throws, as we saw with the 50-50 balls he threw up that he had to get bailed out on a lot. And of course, old, injury history, limited room for growth.
Mm-hmm.
He's a low ceiling player in my opinion, and I don't understand why they would pick him when they already have Kirk Cousins on the roster. Like, I didn't think they were in the market for a quarterback.
Yeah, mind-boggling.
So the Bears pick is in. We'll see what they do in a little
we're
bit.
also a little bit behind there.
Apparently we're a little behind.
We're having some issues with the internet, which is what caused us to go out.
Oh,
And so that's also causing the feed to keep pausing, as it is now, but we already know that it's Rome Odunze from Washington.
Romo
Or is
Dunze.
it Odunze?
Dunze.
You got to learn how to. Just,
I was watching film. I wasn't listening to analysis, so I
but
don't
you're
know.
going to be talking about him. You have to know how to say his name.
Gotta watch college football, man.
Yeah, he was
I've been
great.
a little distracted lately to learn everybody's pronunciations.
Well, college football wasn't lately. This was, I think Eric, you were with me when I know I went to Hershey Park one day and Oregon and Washington were playing each other, and I got home just in time to see how that game ended with the Oregon kicker missing the potential tying kick. And then it says trade, and we're a little frozen. So we'll see what happens with that.
What's going on there? Anyway, Roma Dunze was just selected, so let's
Yes.
talk about him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Evan, you probably have some interesting things to say about him. We were just discussing him a little bit.
Yeah. I wrote physical and one-on-one coverage with subtle nudges to get open. He's not the most freakish athlete in terms of quickness and top-end speed. He's got great hands, and he played through a broken rib and punctured lung in 2023.
Tough as nails.
Yeah, so tough guy. And, going to play in Chicago, going to have to be tough. It's going to be cold and
Yeah.
windy.
Yeah.
We've had a trade. The Vikings are now picking 10th. I don't know where they were picking.
Yeah.
I think weren't they picking 11?
They were picking 11, and the Jets were picking 10, so they moved up one spot.
Perhaps they're targeting J.J. McCarthy.
Oh no. I mean,
I'm just saying, because they were mocked in a lot of people's drafts to him, and while the Jets obviously wouldn't have interest in McCarthy,
mhm.
somebody else might, and they might.
Yeah.
They might have gotten into a little bit of a bidding war there for that one spot. Anyway,
Mhm.
but before we actually get to that pick, 'cause the Vikings haven't actually made their selection yet. They just
Yeah.
traded for the pick. I've got Roma Dunze, tremendous body control near the boundaries, can exploit zone coverage with a knack for finding space, elite route runner. One note I did have in the negative is he got bullied a little bit on press coverage. Like in line of scrimmage, he could get knocked off his block a little bit. He needs to add a little bit of strength there, I think. But I did write down, I said his rawness as a route runner, or not really a route runner, but his rawness in general, like the need for added strength, might cause him to slip to mid-first. Clearly that didn't happen here, but I said day one pick without question.
Yeah.
He was a day one pick without question. So
Yeah,
there you go. The
the-
Bears got themselves another good player to
Mhm.
pair with Keenan Allen, and who else did they got other good
DJ
players.
Moore,
DJ Moore.
apparently,
DJ
with
Moore's
both of his good games.
He's had more than 2 good games. I proved it during the season.
He had 3 good games.
You ignored the proof. You just pretended it didn't exist.
Oh, well, people do that nowadays.
They do, including you apparently.
Yeah, sure.
Disappointing. But anyway, Roma Dunze, a good player, and they also they got a running back. Who did they get as a running back?
No idea.
Can't remember. That's bad. Unprepared.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
sure.
All right. Well, the Vikings pick is in. We will see what they end up doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might take a quarterback.
I mean,
And
the Vikings are the team, well, particularly now that the Falcons just took a quarterback,
yeah, they
which
probably
was
will.
unexpected.
Yeah.
There
Might
was
be a lot,
really
yeah.
only 5 top quarterbacks, at least to me, in this draft. And I thought there were 6 teams that needed one. So the 3 that got picked already in Chicago, Washington, and New England. And then we got Minnesota and Denver and somebody, I can't
And not the Falcons.
and not the Falcons.
They did it.
So
That throws a monkey wrench in that. It's like,
yeah, so now
it's like
when
when
the,
somebody takes an auto bid in the NCAA tournament that shouldn't have, like NC State.
Oh.
Now that means one more at-large bid
Yeah.
left out.
I was thinking musical chairs, like if there's now 2 less chairs than people in the game, so now there's going to be 2 teams without a potential quarterback. Who's that 6th team?
Is Pittsburgh? Did you consider
No,
that? No.
my phone just buzzed. Oh, what is?
So I'm putting up a second stream of it on it's a smaller screen.
Oh.
That's not working either, is it?
It is.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it
working.
is.
Yeah, and
they were just stuck on this dude's head.
yeah, that
But,
is.
DeAndre
that way,
Swift
if
is
this one's
running back for the
frozen. At
Bears
least
now.
this one.
Oh,
should
okay.
stay.
I thought it was him, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. Are we back on live? Or
We are live.
Are we even
yes.
recording anymore?
We're live. We're on a new link though. So I tweeted it out and put it on Facebook. So it's
Okay.
out there, and you guys can share it if you want to. but,
Okay.
But yeah, we.
We
it
were
wouldn't-
just
It wouldn't
talking.
reconnect to the old one, so I just
Oh.
set up a new link.
Okay.
Which is what it is.
Yeah.
So this stream and these streams are not synced up. Which
Yeah, I
one?
know they're not
But
synced
is
up.
the computer one live? Or?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that one's earlier.
Okay. So I'll look at that
And
one then.
my phone buzzed a bunch, so I didn't look at it. I don't know what happened. Because this is on ESPN. That's Mel Kiper Jr.
Oh, that's why. It's a
Yeah.
Well,
different-
don't change it off of ESPN.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta watch the GOAT
The-
and the
he was at
OG
the same time, the
Mel
junior
Kiper Jr.
Yeah.
Mel Kiper has a lot of bad takes too, though.
Of course he does, because his job requires bad takes.
Yeah. This guy on a podcast saying he has a lot of bad takes.
I mean, jeez.
I'm not paid for this.
No.
I know.
But,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
But we have our share of bad takes.
Mm-hmm.
Happens.
Yeah.
Who was that guy from, like, some guy named Strong that you said was like a good
Carson
player?
Strong. Yes. What happened to him?
Where's he at?
Your boy, Carson Strong.
I did like his film.
I don't even. I never even watched his film.
He was a Nevada guy, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a whole bunch of pomp and circumstance inside
Yeah.
the pomp and
The
circumstance. going on.
draftees are meeting with fans of that team. Whoever picked them. Minnesota's pick is in.
Yeah.
Good
to be
stuff there.
fair, the quarterbacks that I put Carson Strong over,
Uh-huh.
Kenny Pickett, Matt Corral, Malik Willis, Desmond Ritter. You really gonna be that mad at me
Well, no,
with
they
that
at least
with that quarterback class?
Yes, those
No.
guys played in the league.
Well, Matt Corral.
None of them should have.
Minnesota's
Vikings
picking
select-
somebody.
Come on, ESPN.
Maybe.
Help me out. We got
Oh, there's
some
so-
pomp and circumstance going on.
a ceremony or
Of course.
something.
It's gotta be.
Um,
That's how it goes.
All right. Well, we'll wait for whatever.
we've definitely never had
Heartwarming
internet
news.
issues in this building.
Yeah, it's never happened before.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well,
We'll get it eventually. Read in the newspaper
Maybe.
tomorrow.
now it'll be in the late box where you gotta wait till the next day.
Oh, okay.
See, I
That's
would
a
just put
Mariners fan,
that
I
up on
can't
the screen,
relate.
except that when I tried to run an HDMI cord from that laptop, it wouldn't work.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I think this
Uh,
little kid just said that. JJ
J.J. McCarthy.
What? Who
Alrighty.
called that one?
You did.
Your boy.
Yeah. all
It's
right,
your boy, JJ McCarthy.
Let's flip all the way back to J.J. McCarthy. 6'3",
Find on the
219.
Last page.
Well, I mean, I started with him because he was the most talked about prospect. Like we gotta,
Yeah, because they kept moving him
they
up.
kept moving him up the board, and here he is now. A lot of highlights against inferior opponents. Rutgers and Ball State and whatever little cupcake teams they played when Jim Harbaugh was suspended the first time.
University of Maryland.
Yeah, probably them.
Almost lost to them, by the way.
Ooh, that's an indictment.
Yes, it is.
Seemed a little shaky in the Rose Bowl against Alabama, but he did settle in that game.
Game-winning drive.
Yes. He doesn't shy away from contact. Some balls are wildly overthrown, but I mean that happens. He threads passes into tight windows. My worry is that he stares down receivers, and it seems like the sort of scripted portions of plays are just one read and then run. He had 2 pick sixes against TCU in the Fiesta Bowl in 2022. So great to, he kind of blew that game. TCU was just
They were bad.
inert
Yeah.
against whoever won the championship that year. And I admit I'm impressed, and I also admit that I'm biased against him. I just don't understand why he wasn't more of a reason that Michigan won games, right? They were a run the ball, play defense kind of team. But if you have a quarterback who's picked number 10, you should be relying on that guy to carry you.
Yeah, the number
And
10
that didn't
pick-
happen.
The number 10 pick at the quarterback position should be a star in college.
Yeah.
To harken back to a number 10 pick that you loved to death, Mr. Josh Frozen Rosen,
Oh.
regardless of how much he was a
He was
bum
great in
the
college.
league, he was a star at UCLA.
He
was
led a
the
huge
guy.
comeback against somebody.
Or Texas A&M.
Yeah, Texas
I watched
A&M.
that game. That was a good game.
Pac-12 after dark in the
Yeah.
middle of the night.
Extra dark. I was watching that. I was at a dance event. It was
Oh,
great.
okay. I fell asleep.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Actually, no, I think I was in Austin. I was in Austin. That's where I was. Because that's
Oh.
when I watched the game together.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah.
What do you have on McCarthy? Oh,
me
he's
and
McCarthy
McCarthy?
steps up in the pocket when pressured, which I liked.
Yeah. So
And he doesn't shy away from contact like Blaine Gabbert did.
All right. So what I have on McCarthy is good thrower downfield in tight windows. I think you mentioned that, and in tight windows, not both at the same time. Good mobility within the pocket with some wiggle on scrambles too. That kind of targets what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Consistent mechanics, capable under pressure. But I did say, and I think you kind of talked about this, sometimes bails from clean pockets instead of stepping up in the
Yes,
pocket.
yes.
So that
He,
happens
there
a
was
lot.
there was one where he had a clean pocket and just looking down the field to throw, and then just took off running anyway.
Bailed, yeah.
Like, where are you going?
Happens. I also said he lacks touch on some finesse throws. And my final note on him was this. Tape shows a late first-round pick, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But he's worked his way into the top 10 on most mocks. He was just picked number 10. So
Yeah.
there you go. Got anything on J.J. McCarthy, Corey? I know you've been buzzing around trying to fix stuff.
Fix everything.
I said really good arm strength, allows him to flip fire lasers, past closing defenders in tight coverage. But otherwise, I can't say there's a whole lot that stands out in a spectacular way. Some negatives include regularly throwing behind his targets. He could be a solid pro quarterback, but he's not somebody I want as my day one starter. drafting him and treating him like Mac Jones would be a huge mistake by a team like New England. Give him 3 years behind a solid quarterback like Jordan Love had. Maybe he'll turn into something, but he's certainly not a sure thing.
Well,
He's 22.
I don't think the sit behind a solid quarterback for 3 years thing is going to become anything close to a norm.
No,
That was
because I mean, but the salary
I
cap
think
and the
that
way
it
quarterbacks.
works.
But the
Yeah.
Packers didn't plan to do that. Either time they did it. It was an
I
accident.
still think it works.
But it was
Sure, it works, but I don't know that that's a strategy that works long term, right? Like when you have a quarterback.
Fashanu. Olu Fashanu.
Jets
you-
made a pick.
Oh yeah, the Jets picked Fashanu. The Vikings are a good landing spot for quarterback though, with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and the tight end with the hair.
Hawkinson.
Yeah, him. I looked up how to pronounce the Jets' new offensive lineman's name. This was a layup that they were gonna pick an offensive lineman, just which one. Again,
Best
they
one
they
available.
paid their quarterback and potential vice president of the United States, Aaron Rodgers, a whole bunch of money, and basically turned him into the GM of the team. In between visits on Pat McAfee's show, before that was shut down or whatever.
It's back up and running.
Oh, okay. So this is Olumuyiwa Fashanu.
Fashanu.
Yes.
Everybody that I saw was pronouncing Fashanu. So,
Yeah.
That's how
Olumuyiwa.
you'd be inclined to pronounce it. But
Yeah. It's pronounced. His first name is pronounced exactly how it's spelled. Just,
you just gotta
say
pay
the
attention to
letters.
all
Yeah.
all the stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Jets obviously made a good pick here. This was my number 2 offensive lineman on the board.
I think I had him third.
I had him ahead.
No, I had him second.
I had him ahead of Latham behind
Yeah.
Joe Alt.
Those are
I
my
wrote
three.
down freak athlete, good combo of size and length. Sometimes seeds leverage due to inconsistent technique, but I figured he would be a top 10 pick. He went 11th, so he slipped one spot, which makes sense because the Falcons did something really stupid. So, you know.
What are they
Yeah,
doing?
like, what's up, guys?
You have a quarterback.
Yeah, you just paid a quarterback. Like, what's the deal? But hey, that's
We're going to be talking about that for this Michael Penix pick for years.
normally the stunning pick of the draft that
So-
we make fun of happens in like the late.
Let's go ahead and mention real quick. So I had Fashanu as my number 1 offensive tackle. I mentioned that earlier. Kind of the opposite of Joe Alt. He's a very good pass blocker, just not as strong as a run blocker. He does a good job getting leverage on the pass rusher, and he has very good footwork with an agility that should bode well for his transition to the NFL.
I wrote down there plays in the pass game in which it is clear immediately that the guy he's blocking will not be involved in the play. He's just canceled. Needs to move his feet a little more or a little better. I thought he got beaten by speed edge rushers or defensive backs. Somebody who's fast just gets around him. But, all the other tackles I was looking at, they got toasted regularly by fast guys. Let's see. And needs to develop a counter to a spin move. I saw one defensive end put a spin on him, and he was just lost. But what I saw right now was that he is a little bit raw, but effective, which is honestly what you need,
Yeah.
particularly for the Jets. Just be effective.
Yeah, they need somebody to keep Aaron Rodgers from.
Running for vice
hurt.
president of the United States.
They need to keep Aaron Rodgers from doing a lot of things lately, but getting hurt should be priority number 1. It feels like if he doesn't get hurt, everything else falls into place.
I think everything else still falls apart anyway, because it was a circus.
You were hating on this team coming.
Yeah,
into
the whole thing.
season.
Yeah.
And
I didn't
then
think Rodgers
we
would
didn't-
get hurt, though.
We didn't really see what you thought would happen because we didn't get a chance to.
No, we didn't.
But, if you still believe that Aaron Rodgers is the ringleader of the circus, which there's no reason to think he's not at this point,
I mean, he's
then you're presuming that it's going to be a clown show this year. So
that's kind of the Jets' vibe.
of course. Yeah, the Jets.
It's been like that ever since. Well,
Well, the Jets.
I love Bart Scott, but ever since they got him, they've been loud and doing a lot of talking. But
Yeah,
the same amount of winning.
Just Bart Scott, Rex Ryan. That was.
I love Rex.
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
you do.
Rex
You're a
Ryan,
Ravens
he's
guy.
incredible.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing with the Jets is like, this is the sign of a low self-esteem organization. You know, you get this superstar quarterback, even though he's old and probably not that good anymore. If we're being real, Aaron Rodgers is probably past his prime. I mean,
He's 41.
well, Tom Brady was 41. He was
Tom Brady is the outlier of outliers of outliers.
No, but I'm saying the point is Rodgers has shown in his play recently that he's not the same guy. We saw this last year with the Packers. He was bad, and then we didn't see him at all outside of, he didn't even throw a pass for the Jets.
Oh.
Like he went 0 for 0.
Oh, okay.
He didn't throw a single pass. So, yeah, he just whatever. I think that there's an investment in him that exceeds his value, and is a sign that they're just happy to have a guy.
Yeah.
Like the Browns went through this for a while too, where it's like they just do stuff because it's like, hey, we think maybe we actually have a guy, so we act a fool over it.
Yeah.
So, no, just act normal.
I think
Do the normal things, and you'll be fine.
the way you described him as a low self-esteem organization, I think that was interesting, because
How else would you describe them?
I mean, I would say they just don't have a plan. Like they're just
That's what low self-esteem organizations do. They
Yeah.
just
They
they can't believe they got this far. They're like plankton. Like they're just they don't
Plankton.
understand what to do when they have a little bit of something go their way.
they're like plankton.
Yeah, like the SpongeBob character.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
There's a SpongeBob mention coming up later.
Oh,
that I have.
really?
Yes.
All right. I can't
So
wait for
the
that.
Broncos pick is in. Should the Jets, if the Jets were a competent organization with, confidence, should they have gone quarterback here? Because they have the quarterback of the extreme present in Aaron Rodgers, but say they were to get some sort of developmental guy or guy who needed to sit for a little bit, right? That seems like the smartest move, but the Jets need to win now,
Yeah, they gotta
and
win now.
the GM of the Jets, like his main interest in making that pick was not to get fired.
Yeah. and
So like
need
if
to
they
win
picked a
this year.
quarterback, he's getting fired.
Yeah, and plus, like, you could probably get a quarterback at this point later in the draft, right? Like, who's left? Bo Nix?
Yeah,
You're gonna go for
Yeah.
him?
is that the only one?
That's
Penix.
Penix already been
Penix got picked by the
Oh,
Falcons.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So like, who's left, right?
Well, I just got spoiled, so we'll talk about this one for a while.
I knew this was gonna happen. I told you when Penix went, I said there's gonna be a run on quarterbacks. When McCarthy went, like, no, Bo Nix was definitely gonna go today.
Yeah,
I knew this was gonna happen.
I thought.
Like once Penix came off the board at 8, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
Bo Nix is getting picked today.
I looked at 6 quarterbacks
Yeah, so did I. And that was Bo Nix was the 6th one on my list.
already. Oh wow, they're all gone.
Yes.
Okay, Bo Nix. Then
This is a hilarious pick.
this is
In and out of the pocket, seems to buckle under pressure, puts the ball at risk. And I said, decent chance he goes round 1, but out of these quarterbacks, he's the most likely to slip today too. He did not. Brock Bowers is a Raider, by the way.
yes.
Brock Bowers. Sorry, we were. I don't know what happened to the stream, but we were dark for a second. We were back again.
Oh,
We're having
okay.
a lot of technical difficulties today.
Well, your boy Evan from your favorite institution of so-called
Alleged higher learning in Athens. Brock Bowers, the only tight end I looked at.
Me too. Yeah.
6'3", 243. He's 21 out of wherever he went at.
Jordan.
He knows what he knows.
So
How many national championships did he win?
way too many. Good God. Our national nightmare is over, right?
Yeah, thank Alabama for that.
Yes. Thank you so much, Alabama. I'm still happy about that SEC championship game, by the way.
I was waiting. You weren't even watching. You were at Hershey Park, and I was sitting there. I was like, Evan's gonna love this when he gets to Canes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It takes these 3 guys, and they ran their offense through him with a bunch of screens. He's just used as a battering ram. Like they would just check the ball down to him or hand it off to him and say, "Run forward," through the defender's chest and that's what would happen. Could be a little more physical at the catch point. An absolute freight train in the open field once he gets going. He's good at finding the little open spaces, as in like the zone defense. Apparently, he doesn't talk to people very often. And I also wrote, "Oh, come on, Auburn," because they couldn't do anything, just nothing. There's a bunch of highlights against Auburn.
Auburn was bad. Auburn got whooped by the Terps in the bowl game. Keep that
Ooh.
in mind.
Ooh,
Yes.
ooh.
The Terps were what's that? Trans something?
The
Music
Trans
City Bowl?
Music-
Trans Perfect
Tran-
Music City Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Champions. That was Terps.
The Trans Perfect Music City Bowl.
That's right.
Okay.
And we are 3-time defending mediocre bowl champions. Won the Pinstripe Bowl back in 2021, I guess that was.
Sure.
And then we were at the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yes.
And then last year, Trans Perfect Music City Bowl.
Okay.
3 bowl game wins in a row for the Terps. All right, what I wrote about Brock Bowers. Oh, my boys are on the clock. That's my
Oh, okay.
all right, Brock Bowers, I wrote big boy can zoom 4.4940 at 243 pounds, which is hauling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A freight train.
Yes, absolutely hauling. Capable blocker as well, all-around weapon as a tight end. One criticism I did have, I thought he was limited off the line of scrimmage with his release skills, and he could maybe struggle to separate against some of the quicker NFL safeties. But, yeah, pretty good.
He's going to be a matchup nightmare.
Yeah, I said looks the part of a top 10 pick, but the league has shifted away from taking tight ends early in recent history, probably because of Kyle Pitts. So,
Well, because of Arthur Smith, right? Like they just didn't use Kyle Pitts. Corey, what do you have on?
but Kyle
Oh.
Pitts was there before Arthur Smith, and they still didn't use him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Or what do you have on Brock Bowers before the Saints make it?
I used some of the same phrases I used last year for Dalton Kincaid, uber athletic, unafraid of contact. Last year Dalton Kincaid was my tight end one.
I didn't even
coming
remember him.
in, and certainly Sam Laporta wound up being amazing last year for my Lions, and will be amazing for Eric's fantasy football team next year.
they were amazing for my team this year. I put him in the lineup.
That's right.
I taxi squatted C.J. Stroud.
CJ
Where'd I
who
get
was
hit
on your
from?
taxi squad.
How'd I get C.J. Stroud? Anybody listening?
Anybody listening who would like
Hey.
to speak to that?
Because it's a miracle that I have, and I'm really thankful
Yeah.
for it.
But even though Laporta certainly kind of jumped over Kincaid as far as his production last year, Kincaid also had a good season. He just was in a timeshare with Dawson Knox. It was a two-headed tight end.
In Buffalo.
room up in Buffalo.
Okay.
So
Dalton Kincaid was better.
What's that?
Dalton Kincaid was
Oh, absolutely. Kincaid was better, and he will. He's
gonna
going
assume
to take over as the tight end one there, and he's going to be really good this year. Brock Bowers kind of showed very similar traits to me. He had a very good catch radius, possessed a unique ability to get leverage against the defender mid-contact, to not only break the tackle but then turn up field. So there were a few times where he's running toward the boundary, and a lot of times tight end, when you're running toward the boundary and the defender comes in and makes contact, you might shrug off the contact, but your momentum is going to take you out of bounds.
Yeah.
That didn't happen with Brock. He was able to make that cut up field and get extra yards after that contact. One stat that stood out to me was 800, 430. So since 2014, 17 college tight ends have hit 800 receiving yards after the catch, or 400 receiving yards after contact, or 30 missed tackles forced after the catch. 9 of them played in the NFL last season. Bowers was the only one who hit all 3 numbers.
Okay.
Pretty
Sounds like
impressive.
a Kirchin stat, but pretty impressive.
Yes.
nonetheless.
Yeah.
Eric, what do your Saints need other than a new quarterback, a new coach,
Well,
and
not getting a
a
quarterback.
new rug in the salary cap room because it's so lumpy?
They need
What's going on?
they need the TV deals to double so that they could get out from this ridiculous cap hell that they're in. I don't know, because the defense personnel is good. Like there aren't really that many. They could use an offensive lineman, I think, but the problem is the best ones are gone. Right? Or
Oh.
the best one is gone at least.
Yeah.
So they've got
My top 3 O linemen got picked.
Yeah. So my top 3 are gone too.
We
I
had the
don't-
same top 3.
Yeah, we did in the same order.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really know what they're gonna do because again they're in a lot of trouble. They've got some needs in a lot of places, and they don't have enough draft picks to fill them, nor enough money to sweep under the rug. So
Under the rug is full. Trevor Penning, how has he been? because we were, I think, at your house doing
Yeah,
the draft live
yes.
when the Saints picked him.
Yeah,
Is he terrible? Is he good? I don't
he's
know.
all right. He's not
Okay.
bad. I got no problem with Trevor Penning.
He was my
Pick
number
is
7
in.
tackle that year.
Oh, I don't remember
I
2
don't
years ago.
remember. I remember being a little surprised they picked him, but that was the same year they got Olave, so I was more happy about Olave.
I think that was like during the time I found out that Hollywood Brown got traded to the Cardinals for a first-round pick. Like, what? Really?
Pick is in
Mm-hmm.
for the Saints. They might go offensive line here.
I think they should.
They might go with Fuaga from Oregon State, or they've got
Oh,
they got a bevy of options.
Yeah.
I could see mid first round going for an offensive line.
mm-hmm.
But we'll see what they decide to do. Sometimes they get a little too cute for their own good. But yeah, I think O-line's the way to go. They've struggled to protect Carr, who struggles to protect himself a lot. But they could also use that in the running game. You know, I get somebody to block up front. They seem happy in the draft room there.
Did you say who your next highest tackle is?
Yeah.
Flagu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuaga.
Flaga. From Oregon State.
Oregon State.
Yeah, that's my next.
I didn't even
my
look at him.
highest available.
Oh.
Or no,
He was my fourth guy.
He was
I
my
have-
third guy.
You
Fuanga
had him
at
ahead of Latham?
6.
I had Latham number 5.
Who do you have at third? Or who do you have at 4?
Mims
I got
Mims.
Mims a little further down.
from Georgia.
I got Mims like 6.
Oh, Mims at 5.
But I got Mims going in the first round, so. All right, pick is in for the
Mhm.
Saints. I'm thinking they go offensive line. I don't know which one. I don't really
Yeah.
care. Just pick an offensive lineman, please.
Got my fourth O lineman is Troy Fautanu, out
Okay,
of
him.
wherever
He
he
went to
went to school.
I have
Yeah.
him 6th. He was my last guy.
Oh.
Ranked.
I looked at
I looked at 9 linemen.
Graham Barton from Duke
Yeah.
and Tyler Guyton, who I made fun of for having almost short arms.
I thought he was terrible.
Who Tyler Guyton?
yeah.
Well, short arms.
Yeah.
All right, Roger Goodell's on his way up to the
That's
podium.
Flaga.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
This
okay.
is
This is
like
behind.
it's a
Yeah,
little
Talisha
behind.
Fuaga is picked by the Saints. That was my ideal pick for
Yeah.
the Saints. I'm happy. I'm as happy as I can be as a Saints fan, which is not that happy. 'Cause my team is stuck in a perpetual state of mediocrity that they refuse to
Insist
get out of.
on being.
Yeah, they just
Like
apparently
apparently
it's
it's
like, how do they keep getting away with the being over the cap every year? I'm like, they don't, because they're not winning at all.
yeah.
Like, they just keep kicking the can down the road and staying mediocre.
Apparently it's Fuanga, like
Fuanga.
Tonga Vailoa,
Oh,
with
the
that
N.
the
Okay.
N sound
Even though there's
where
no
the
N in it.
letter
Okay.
isn't there.
All right.
This guy loves blocking down the line laterally. All the clips I saw of him, he was always blocking somebody, east and west.
East, not west.
Yeah, east or west. I thought he was okay going forwards and backwards. Seems a little unpolished, like he's just out there pushing people around. He needs to move his feet better. Speed and quickness beat him. I said that about the other guys. Defenders get up in his chest a little too easily, to me. He could do better at sealing off the run, but I just watched Joe Alt play, so
That's not fair. Yeah.
that's not fair. That's cheating. He's a little passive in pass protection.
Yeah.
Like the defenders always hit him first. 33 and an eighth inch arms, which I think that's probably fine.
So I wrote down powerful, aggressive in the run game. Very good run blocker. He maintains his pad level to get leverage. I said in the pass game he can get caught upright a little bit, which is kind of what you were alluding to, where it seems like he's on his heels and he's getting hit first, which is obviously not ideal. But I wrote down, I said it already, he's probably a mid-first round pick, which he was. 14 is middle of the first round. So, good pick for the Saints. Definitely the run blocking aspect excites me the most because I don't think there's any helping Derek Carr.
Well, no, he's got to throw the ball away on fourth down and stuff,
He's got to overthrow Chris Olave and then
and
yell
yell at him.
like it's his fault that he
Why
threw
aren't you 18 feet tall? Come on.
Why did you give up on the route when I threw the ball 7 yards out of bounds?
Yeah.
Well, come on, man. All right, so the Colts are on the clock now. Their most prized acquisition of the offseason is your boy Evan Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco,
Flacco,
hon.
hon.
And we still do not have a defensive player taken in this draft.
It's true. Which
And
is-
we are at the 15th pick.
Oh,
coming
wow.
up.
This is kind of
We
expected.
are almost
right?
halfway through.
Yeah, I didn't grade any defensive player above mid-first round, so this does not surprise me. So we will see what the Colts do. The Colts kind of had a weird season because their quarterback they drafted early last year got hurt right away. They had Gardner Minshew starting for most of the season. They were competitive. They were sort of in the playoff hunt in that crummy division for most of the season. I think they might have gotten eliminated, maybe not quite the last week, but maybe 2 weeks beforehand. But they were in the mix. They
Yeah.
won some games that they probably shouldn't have, including against your boys, which still makes
On
me
the day
mad.
we were at Hershey Park.
Yeah, we were coming back and I got home and I
The
was like,
pouring rain.
I was like, the Ravens are gonna win, right? They
No.
started off great. No, they didn't win.
No,
It's crazy. It's crazy. How'd that happen? So
they blew it.
Yeah, they did. And
Harbs can't manage the clock.
Harbs can't manage anything
Yeah.
on game day. Like he
Like-
panics. Like I don't know. Just
Yeah,
you know how I feel about John Harbaugh at this point. He's
Is he on your list yet?
So
not on my list.
the
He's-
notes
he's
that I
a Hall of
had,
Famer, so I'm not gonna put him on my list.
the notes I had on Fuanga, looks like a really good prospect, elite in run blocking, which seemed to overshadow his pass blocking, but he saw in that department as well. On the occasions where the defender was able to get him off balance, which admittedly happened more than I'd like to see, he showed an impressive ability to recover. Could lead to some growing pains at the next level, but as he adjusts to the skill set of NFL rushers, I think he'll remain adept at this aspect of his game. So, I mean, I said that he's, in consideration for the top spot in my opinion, and of course that did not ultimately happen, but he was a guy that if somebody had taken him as the first tackle, I wouldn't have necessarily had any issue with that.
Joe Alt's in this draft. I would have had an issue. 'Cause he's
I didn't
incredible.
have Joe Alt as my one.
Oh, okay.
We know. You know who probably did? Lewis Riddick, because he's awesome.
Yes. Shout out to Lewis Riddick.
And
for-
there's Boog.
there's Bug
Yeah.
in his orange suit.
Yes.
Is that all we have on Fuanga?
That's all I wrote down. I
Yeah.
said what I needed to say about him.
Mhm.
I think it's a good pick for the Saints. Again, just I don't think it's going to fix everything. I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl now.
Does it
but
fix something?
it helps,
Lewis
yeah.
Riddick's top tackle was Fuanga.
But it wasn't your guy.
No, it wasn't my guy.
Yes.
but it
You
was
had
Fuanga.
fashioned it.
It wasn't Alt.
So Alt is an alternate, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Ha ha. Still waiting on the Colts for this interminable pick to be made.
Their pick is in on our ESPN feed.
Yeah. So hopefully Goodell will get up here and make this pick because it feels like this has been a longer wait between picks. than
Well, they have to, sit around and talk a bunch.
I
like-
have hit my exercise goal, which completes my 3 rings, even though I've been sitting here for the last 2 hours.
Yes.
Wonderful. I was very close when I sat down. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
My heart was just pounding from the excitement for the Saints were going to pick.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Still waiting on the Colts. I feel like they'd go offensive line here too.
Yeah,
I mean,
and there's plenty of good prospects on the board.
mm-hmm.
Right, like we got plenty of other guys to talk about here.
Yeah.
This is where I would have Mims.
Mims
Yeah.
would be a fine pick, I think. I
Yeah.
got him as a mid-late first, so that would play.
The pick is still in, but we don't know who it is yet. Come on. At least it's not 15 minutes in the first round like it used to be.
We wouldn't be doing this if it was 15 minutes in the first.
No.
Also,
We'd
they
be
probably
here
wouldn't
until, like,
broadcast it
3
on
a.m..
TV. Yeah.
No, it was
Or
on
they'd
TV.
start-
It
or
was
they'd
just
start
all on
much
Saturday
earlier.
at
They'd start much
noon,
earlier.
and
Oh,
would
yeah.
go till like 8 o'clock.
I'm not burning up a Saturday to do this. I'm sorry. Like,
Oh.
Thursday evening, yeah, sure, why not? I
The-
gotta go to a concert tomorrow too.
You have to go to a concert.
Oh, I am going to
I'm,
one.
I'm sorry, I guess.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I think Goodell's at the podium. Yeah, so
yeah, here
we'll
he is.
see who it
So
is here in a
Colts, We're
second.
about to find out who the Colts got.
Maybe.
I
Did that
think.
freeze?
No, he's rambling.
Laiatu
Latu.
Latu.
That's your first defensive
Okay.
player off the board.
Okay.
Edge rusher.
Yeah.
He was my best defensive lineman. I kind of had him in a bit of a 1A, 1B with Dallas Turner from Alabama as far as
Yeah.
just pure edge rushers. But as far as guys who played defensive end specifically, he was my top guy.
Yeah.
I wrote down out of UCLA, good
Wow.
strength and burst. I said challenges inside blockers with speed, athleticism, not quite elite, susceptible to being controlled by lengthier tackles. And I wrote him down as a mid-first round pick in an offense-heavy draft. He was a mid-round pick in
Yeah.
an offensive, or mid-first round pick in an offensive-heavy draft. So, yeah. I mean, the Colts have some needs on both lines, so this is some awful pick. I think it's a good pick.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good player.
I mean, 6'5", 259. He's 23 years old. I really got to say, the main thing, he had to medically retire from football in 2021 because of a neck injury. He might have been a top 10, top 8 type pick, but he had to quit football because of a neck injury.
Player, yeah.
That's why DK Metcalf fell in the draft.
Yep.
I'm like, that makes sense, right? Like, playing this sport with some sort of neck injury, like, that's not a good combination. I thought he used his hands really well to get off of blocks.
Yes.
Like, he was always just shedding somebody and going to tackle the ball carrier. He lines up both wide and super wide to get to the quarterback. I thought he needed to develop a spin move or something. I thought he played the edge, against the run really well. Again, using his hands. Guys like him are the reason the triple option can't work at the NFL level. Because he's too fast. When the offense would do one of those quarterback running back mesh plays, Latu would just stand in between them and tackle whichever one of them took the ball. He was just covering both guys at the same time. Let's see. He keeps fighting through blocker after blocker. He hustles downfield. So, if there's the plays behind him, he doesn't just give up on it. He chases after people.
No, if he's behind the play.
Yeah.
So
Anyway. And guards and tight ends had no chance.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I looked at some other
That's what I wrote down. Inside blockers got nothing on him.
yeah.
Yep.
Look at some other defensive linemen today, and why do they keep putting tight ends on this guy? You know you're not going to block him with a tight end, and they put a tight end on him.
So out of 259 players that were qualified, or that qualified for measuring, Latu was 256th in missed tackle percentage.
Oh.
Means only 3 players in college football missed a higher percentage of tackles than him, who actually had enough attempts to qualify.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a guy who, either slightly over pursues or takes bad angles, but players slip out of a lot of his tackles, which was concerning to me, which is why I put him at 2A in my rankings. You mentioned Dallas Turner. He's my number 5 edge rusher.
I mean, I only looked at 3, so.
I looked at
I looked at 4.
6. And my number 1 edge rusher was Jared Verse from
I got
FSU.
Jared Verse right behind Latu as a
Mhm.
defensive lineman.
Seattle on the clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I put down huge props coming back from a 2-year absence after what was thought to be a career-ending neck injury back in 2020. He has pretty good hand and arm movement to make it challenging for tackles to get their hands inside and get a good grip. High motor, but again, misses a lot. And that concerned me quite a bit.
Chase Young
Boogie.
syndrome.
He missed a lot more than Chase Young did even at the college level. I know that
I'm not talking about the college level. I'm talking about Chase Young in the pro level. The king of the almost
okay.
sack.
Yeah.
Horrible. at
Yeah.
the play.
Yeah, because that was not something we really saw from Chase Young
Fellow
at the
DeMatha
college
loved Chase
level.
Young.
No, we saw
But
him
it certainly has shown up.
in the NFL. Yeah,
NFL, so-
that's why when people were like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
no,
he would have
that's fair.
sacked Lamar Jackson anyway on the play that the ref tripped him," I'm like, "No, he wouldn't have. He's Chase Young. He doesn't make plays.
Yeah.
Like he pretends to make plays. That's it. He gets pressures, but he doesn't do anything with them."
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Shout out to Matthew.
But again, even with that missed tackle rate, he still finished 4th in sacks because he got to the
He gets there all
backfield
the
so
time, yeah.
much.
Yeah.
So, it's a concerning stat, but not something that, again, I only moved him down, basically
One
half a spot,
yeah, whatever. Yeah.
So, now you get to pair him with DeForest Buckner in that linebacker core. So,
Yeah,
linebacker
pretty good
/
tandem.
edge core.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, with DeForest Buckner, yikes.
Yeah. So the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock.
Yep.
Right.
Seahawks are on the clock.
The Seahawks have
And
been kind of building up their
they-
defense the last couple of years.
I
through the
hope
draft.
so.
Their pick is in, according to ESPN.
Okay.
They've kind of had a little bit of a weird last couple of years post Russell Wilson. Like they made the playoffs in 2022 with Geno.
Mm-hmm.
They got bounced round 1 against the 49ers.
Unceremoniously bounced.
Yeah, pretty uninspiring effort. And then this last year they looked like they were gonna maybe be one of the top wildcard teams, and they kind of fell apart at the end. Geno kind of turned into a little bit of a pumpkin.
Yeah.
So, not really sure what the Seahawks do here. I think that their talent level has improved greatly. I think, Corey, didn't you pick them to win the division last year?
The Seahawks?
Yeah, I think you did.
I may have. I can go back and check.
Just calling you out for no reason. Just throwing it out there.
Did you pick them to win the division when the
I mean-
49ers won the division before, Halloween?
I had the Seahawks win that division.
Anyway,
Anyway.
so the Seahawks are trying to get back to the playoffs, and now with the fact that the Rams are actually good again, seemingly, they got one more team to compete with in what we thought was a pretty weak NFC. It might still be a weak NFC, but
It's a little stronger than it was.
Packers have come along with
Yep.
Jordan Love.
The Lions?
Well, we knew about the Lions winning the division, so they weren't really going to engage with a team like the Seahawks because they're going to win the division.
Right.
But then you got the Cowboys and the Eagles. I don't know what's going on with the Eagles, but that end of that season was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
But and then but you still got some opportunities though, because nobody in the South is good enough to probably grab a wild card. Like who's going to do that?
Nobody
Michael
right
Penix.
I mean, he's not going to play.
Yeah,
He's just going to be aging behind the also aging Kirk Cousins.
But the thing is, okay, so maybe they get a playoff spot, but they're going to have to win the division to do that. And they could do that. But if they win the division, the Bucks, Saints, and Panthers aren't going to grab a wild card, so it doesn't matter.
Eric just said that.
Yeah, that's my point.
I know, but you didn't actually say that.
I said
did.
it without saying it.
You suggested they could potentially who's going to get the wild card out of the South? Michael Penix.
Nobody.
Well, yeah, because the Falcons aren't going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, so I was just completing your point.
The the Bucks are still better than them. The Bucks almost beat you boys. They pushed your Lions. Had you a little shook. Baker Mayfield
Had it all
leading
the
that
way.
drive.
Had it all the way.
Oh.
Baker was good this year, though.
He was. Got paid.
Seattle's pick is in.
For 4 minutes now.
Oh. Okay. Probably.
Just waiting and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Kuiper's gesticulating on TV.
Yes. Yes.
Like he is wont to do.
Mm-hmm.
With his dramatic way of speaking. Doesn't have Todd McShay to yell at anymore.
No. Todd McShay is not covering the draft this year for anybody.
I mean,
We should have him on this show.
Don't think he would come on the show.
Probably not.
Yeah. I'm going to keep my comment to myself because it's mean.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. We only have 5 hours tonight,
All
so
right. It's
there's plenty of time.
plenty of time for a mean comment at the expense of Todd McShay. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
Do
going to
it.
be that guy.
Get him.
Can we just find
No,
out who the
definitely not.
Seahawks pick is?
I do like the color scheme on the stage.
Yes.
That's
That's
cool.
pretty cool.
Jacksonville is on the clock now, but
I can't wait to see who Jacksonville picks. They always do dumb stuff.
can we? Oh, the pick is. We know the pick is in. Just who is it?
We need
Don't know.
we need Woj to be spoiling all the picks like he does for the NBA draft.
Yes.
Look at Twitter. Or Shams.
When he was involved with a gambling something or other.
Yeah, he's sponsored by FanDuel, and he's moving the gambling lines for Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson. So,
Was Scoot Henderson good this year
no.
for whatever team he was?
Trailblazers,
Disappointingly, no.
Oh.
He was. I mean, he's a 19-year-old point guard playing for a horrible team.
Oh,
So
okay.
But still, I wanted Scoot to be good.
I wanted him to be like. I wanted him to stand
Scoot's
out.
awesome.
Yeah, Scoot's a good guy. The only rookie that stood out this year, the only
Was
drafted
Wembanyama.
player was Wembanyama. Chet Holmgren was technically a rookie, but he was picked the year before.
a rookie pick the year before.
yeah. In the NBA, if you
Like
don't,
half of Joel Embiid. He only sat out 1 year
yeah,
instead of 2.
yeah, but if you're injured, you retain rookie status.
Oh, okay.
It's not like the NFL.
Who are the Seahawks picking?
We're about to find out.
I
Maybe,
see.
hopefully. Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy the
second.
second.
I did not
Don't-
get a chance to get to the defensive tackles.
I did not either.
I didn't
so
bother.
Yeah.
So
I guess we don't have a whole lot to
I got nothing.
say about Byron Murphy. I guess I can pull up some. Let's see what I have here.
Or we could, complain about how dumb the Broncos and Falcons are. What are they
Well,
doing?
We've been done doing that.
Oh,
Continue. I'm just. Sean Payton
flabbergasted.
went
Your
out
boy.
of his way to kill Russell Wilson.
Uh-huh.
They basically tried to end his whole career
Mm-hmm.
in Denver, and the solution is
Is Bo
Bo
Nix.
Nix.
Uh-huh.
I'm about to cuss on this podcast because I'm so frustrated by that. Like, what is going on?
I don't know.
Like, Bo Nix, number
Is-
12 overall pick in the draft.
His given name is Bo.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. What are they doing?
And he doesn't
Again,
even
they
spell
were
it-
desperate,
He
right?
doesn't even spell Bo the cool way.
Oh.
It's not B-E-A-U.
Mm-hmm.
It's
just
B.O.
B.O.
And like B.O., he stinks. So there you go. That was a layup.
Mm-hmm. They're showing highlights of Byron Murphy II, and he is incredible.
They're
Out of
highlights
Texas.
for a reason,
Yeah,
Evan.
that's true.
I mean, the thing is, though, it's not like I didn't look at defensive interior linemen because, I thought they all stunk this year. Just that it's not really
Ran
a
out of
position.
time.
It's not a position that's usually in high demand. It's not something to. The Vikings trade again. Well, what are we doing?
The Vikings traded up to 17 from somewhere, and they're picking again now.
I understand, but
From the 20, they had the 23rd pick.
give me a
Okay.
break.
We're gonna get Jacksonville.
Yep, we were gonna get
I
Jacksonville,
want
and
Jacksonville
now we're not.
because they're gonna do something stupid. I was looking forward to it. Now
Yeah.
maybe the Vikings will do something dumb. I don't know. They picked J.J. McCarthy.
Well, maybe they need an offensive lineman or
I
something.
thought them picking J.J. McCarthy, which I thought they were going to do today, was going to be the dumbest quarterback pick. It's the third dumbest. Like, you're not even, like, you didn't even make the upper third. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm apoplectic with Denver.
Apoplectic.
Like, and with Atlanta, too. Like, there's...
That
they
made
make-
no sense
they make
whatsoever.
they both make no sense for different reasons. But Bo Nix stinks. So
Yeah,
that's gonna
we
get-
know he's bad.
Yeah, so that's gonna get me to be a little. All right, Goodell's at the podium for the Vikings pick, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
See what he does or says.
I think he's. Let's see.
Oh, he's announcing
Yeah.
something else.
He's announcing an announcement.
I mean, the pick is in.
Who is that?
Somebody's hugging. They're not putting it up there on the.
Uh-huh.
Come
Who
on.
is it? It says selection.
With the
Uh-huh.
Jaguars logo on ESPN.
Or NFL Network might be. the
NFL
way to
Network
go.
is actually getting it. Dallas.
Dallas
Turner.
Turner. Okay. I looked at him today. I thought he was incredible.
Well, he had Byron Murphy clogging up the middle for him, apparently. No, I'm just
Thought
kidding.
Byron Murphy
He
was.
in Texas. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I got caught up. I got ahead of myself. I saw Dallas and got excited.
Anyway, Dallas Turner, a relentless motor. He works through the offensive lineman with an eye still on the quarterback. He had a little hard time with stunts, but he accelerates into the hole that just opened up before the stunt happened, and the lineman couldn't react quick enough. He jumped way up in the air to bat down a pass. I saw that. Sort of explosive athleticism. He's a heat-seeking missile going to tackle in space. He does not give up on plays downfield like Latu did. And then I thought was something important. When he sacks the quarterback, he tries to get the ball out. Latu just tackled him. Or perhaps didn't tackle him.
Gotta get the ball.
Yeah, like turnovers are what win and lose games in the NFL. Like, turnovers are just a complete wild card. So if you have somebody who can force fumbles, and close games for you, that's just a game wrecker.
What I wrote down is freak athlete, 4.46 speed. I mentioned his vertical leap, which you mentioned with
Yes.
this crazy, just jumping up and Bobby Bouchering a ball. Great agility, adequate length to win battles against NFL tackles. I did note, it seems like he can be overpowered a little bit, needs to add some strength. But other than that, I said maybe the best pure pass rusher on the board. I said should be right up there with Latu and Verse. And apparently he was, because he went mid-first round. He went before Verse and after Latu by, a handful of picks.
Like a pick or two,
He's
yeah.
doing pretty good. So pretty good pick for the Vikings, who definitely need to beef up their defense. That defensive unit that they had years and years ago is long gone. They were terrible
Purple
in
people
2022.
eaters?
I'm not talking about them. No, like the 2017 defense that they had back when Harrison Smith was actually a good football player, and
Patrick Peterson still?
yeah, Patrick Peterson was on that team, and still Patrick Peterson. They also had who's the guy that hurt Aaron Rodgers, landed on his collarbone, which is like body weight.
I want to call him Anthony Barr.
That's him. Yeah, Anthony Barr.
Okay.
They had him.
My notes on Dallas Turner. First of all, the 5 edge defenders that Alabama has had drafted since 2019. Turner has the second lowest defensive rating, second lowest pass rush rating, and the lowest run defense rating. But the highest coverage rating, oddly enough.
Well, who were those guys?
I'll have to pull that up for you
If you
because I
say
didn't
like Reggie White or somebody.
write
like
that down.
Well, he
but,
went to
I
Tennessee.
know. I'm just saying as an example.
I'll pull that up in a second. But
okay.
in the meantime, my other notes from what I watched: very inconsistent film, erring more on the side of bad against bigger, better offensive tackles. It's a bit on the smaller side. Bama listed him as 1 inch and 5 pounds taller and heavier than he actually is, according to the metrics that he had measured at the combine. And that allowed offensive linemen to move him around more than I'd like to see from a first-round edge rusher.
Oh, I saw a play. He blew up a run against Auburn because the pulling tackle was too late getting over to that side of the formation, right? Like Turner just shot through the hole that was supposed to be filled by the pulling tackle, but the tackle wasn't there yet.
He's a little tardy.
Yeah, and he was just looking like, what in the world just happened? So he's got a little bit of a swim move. It needs work. It wasn't effective. Also got the Bengals on the clock.
Well, the Bengals were supposedly maybe going to move on from T. Higgins. Is there a possibility that they could consider grabbing one of these wide receivers that's down the board?
Oh, yeah.
We haven't
We
seen a
haven't
wide
seen a
picked
receiver in a while.
quite a while, and we're getting to the later part of the first round. This is when you might start to expect to see some wide receivers come off the board. Because we knew that Harrison and Neighbors were going to go real quick.
Yeah, and
But-
Odunze, what was he picked, 11th?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, no, he was. When was he picked? He was picked 9th
Oh.
by the Bears.
Okay.
McCarthy was picked 10th. We got not the worst pick today, or even second worst.
No.
So yeah, it wouldn't shock me to see a wide receiver be picked. I think that would probably spell the end of T. Higgins in Cincinnati in all likelihood, because they've got
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, who they're gonna pay, and they've still got Tyler Boyd. I think, right? He's still there, right? He was
Still in my nightmares. So
yeah. There was some talk that the Bengals could be interested in trading up for Brock Bowers. Obviously, that didn't happen because they don't really have a tight end that's that good.
Oh.
But that's obviously that ship has sailed, and they could probably, if they really wanted a tight end, they could probably find one in the second or third round. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for them. Probably Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade.
I think these
Leverage
guys,
plays,
they're just
possibly.
trying to get, exercise their leverage to get some more money.
It's possible, but T. Higgins is probably gonna have to get his money somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like the Bengals are, they just paid Joe Burrow all this money.
Mm-hmm.
Jamar Chase is obviously the priority at the receiver position.
Yes.
Right now, Joe Mixon is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that frees up, because I'm sure because he got paid. Like that he wasn't on a rookie deal. He got drafted in like 2017. Didn't he?
Yeah, he got drafted a long time ago.
So his absence could free up a little bit of money, but I don't think the Bengals are all that interested in just loading up on wide receivers. the benefit of having a guy you consider a top 5 quarterback in the league is you don't have to pay all these wide receivers, right? Like you don't need 3 top flight wide receivers. Like this isn't Brock Purdy we're talking about, right? Like you know, this isn't Kirk Cousins. We're talking about a guy that's supposed to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You don't need T. Higgins and Jamar Chase both earning huge bucks. You'll take both if they're cheap, but that's it.
So I got the other 5 or the other 4 edge rushers who've been drafted out of Alabama in the past since 2019. One of them, of course, last year, Will Anderson Jr., Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Is he good?
Anthony Jennings, Christian Miller, Terrell Lewis.
I don't know who any of those people
Exactly. So yeah, Will Anderson, sure, like you can forgive him for maybe not being Will
Not being as good
Anderson,
as Will Anderson.
but he also was worse than those other guys at
Right.
everything that you're
Never
supposed to be
heard of
good at as an edge rusher.
Huh.
It looked pretty good to me.
He looked good to me too.
I don't know. The tape kind of backed up what that stat said to me.
Oh. Okay. Well, the Bengals pick is in. Hopefully, we'll find out who it is in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, man.
10 minutes, the biggest lie in television.
Oh, I think they're pretty accurate with the time. It's just, you
Well,
know,
but they don't
they don't
announce-
show us
they
the
often
time
wait
all the
until
time.
after the 10 minutes is up to like announce the pick.
Yeah,
Yeah, they take forever.
but
to
like they
get to-
turn the card in on time.
Yeah, and then Goodell mills around, and you know.
Do they actually start the clock on the next team like when the
Yes.
pick is in?
Yes.
Okay. They never show it, and it never seems like that much time has come off the clock by the time they get past the pick and show it again.
Oh, I mean, yeah. There's someone singing. There's great, drone shots
A lot of
over this
Cincinnati
crowd.
Fans there.
Yeah, it's not too far.
No.
Yeah, it's not
Probably about 4 hours.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Finally,
All right, Rogers at the
About
podium.
time.
it's a selection again for a really long time.
The fact that we found out on that screen, which is like 20 seconds by now.
Amarius
Amarius
Mims. Alrighty.
Okay.
There's a
He's,
flip
okay.
way back. Amarius Mims, 6'8", 340. He's 21 years old.
Went to where?
Wherever he went. He seems a little overextended in the sense a defender could use that against him, right? Like if you put a swim move on him or something like that, I think Mims might, just fall forward out of the play. He's gigantic. He seems kind of new at this, but he did mercilessly body slam a Tennessee guy who tried to jump over him for some reason. Again, he's
Jump over. He's like
he's 6'8", so that didn't work. 36 and an eighth inch arms.
long arms.
Yes. I would like to see a little more athleticism and movement, but I don't think he's a bum. But saw him mocked to the Ravens a couple times.
All right, so what I wrote down is lengthy, big athlete. Goes without saying. Arm length. He's tall. So he's explosive, good lateral quickness. And again, you seem to always allude to the things I'm about to say. Sometimes plays too tall, compromising his base, which, yeah. But I did project him to be right around here as a mid-late first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And, the the Bengals do have perpetual issues, it seems, at offensive line. Like, they always try to fix it, and it doesn't ever seem to take. Like, somebody gets hurt, something weird happens.
They picked up Orlando Brown Jr., who was bad.
Yeah. That's how it goes. So, like, they definitely needed to bolster that position through the draft, and looks like they've done so here. Because, before they paid a bunch of money to do it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather get somebody that's, like, young and fresh, not as likely to get hurt, right? Like, older tackles get hurt all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I think this is a good draft pick. Again,
So-
you don't need a receiver if you got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. You should be okay.
There's a lot of questions about Mims, just lack of experience.
Yeah.
He only started 8 games at Georgia in his career. His footwork can get sloppy at times. left him susceptible to a variety of pass rush moves, gaining leverage against him. He has the measurables to suggest that he can be developed, but he's certainly not going to be a stalwart out of the box. His combine and pro day measurables were remarkably similar to Mekhi Becton, who was solid as a rookie but trended downward since and is now a free agent. His size metrics, though, put him in the company of a guy like Jordan Mailata, who's been very effective for the Eagles over the past 4 years. So, you know, there's basically big question mark
There's
here.
a lot of range of outcomes.
He could be
here.
anything.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what all these guys are, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could even be a boat, you know? So,
I was trying to find a way to like do that without actually saying that, but yes.
I said it.
There you
Yeah.
go.
The Rams are on the clock in the first round for the first time since 2016.
That's right,
When
yeah.
I was standing in Chicago in
you
the
flashed
freezing
out.
cold and rain.
I'm thoroughly enjoying the 2023 first round pick. None. 2022 first round pick. None. 2021 first round pick.
None.
2020 first round pick. None.
None.
That's pretty good.
Unbelievable.
I mean, they basically used their last 7 or 8 first round picks on Jared Goff and Jalen Ramsey.
Didn't they also trade for somebody
So-
else?
Well, they traded a first round pick to Detroit to get rid of Goff, didn't they?
Yeah, they
They
also
traded
did that,
a
yeah.
lot more than that too, I think.
But they also
But
traded
yes.
They also traded up when they got him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like they traded up to that number 1
I think with
spot.
Cleveland.
Sorry, I haven't been paying as close attention to the chat.
Oh, all right,
but
the chat.
James Daly, going back to Bo Nix, and you guys were making fun of his name and how it's not spelled the cool way.
Mm-hmm.
He's named after Bo Jackson, apparently. His dad played at Auburn less than a decade
That's
after Bo
not
Jackson.
Bo Jackson's real name either.
Well, you name him after what people knew him as, so you still name him after him.
Name him Vincent then.
Nobody know, like
Vincent Jackson was a different.
most
football player
people don't
altogether.
know that Bo's real name is Vincent. Some people sure, but most people don't. So like if you're
Okay.
gonna name him after him, you name him after the thing that most people know him as.
Okay, and also Bo Jackson is awesome.
He is.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is
Well, yeah.
cheeks. So
Terrible.
Well, yeah. You don't know that he's gonna be Cheeks when you name him.
when you name your kid Bo Jackson, you know that kid's gonna be good. Like, come on, man. It's like naming your kid LeBron James. Like that guy's gonna be somebody.
Well, the kid named LeBron James. How's he doing in college basketball?
Well, he's Bronny James Jr. though. He's not the OG.
His name is LeBron James.
Yeah, he's the second one though. He's a knockoff. He's not the original.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
LeBron James named his kid LeBron James.
Junior. Yes.
Too many people with the same name.
That's how it works for a lot of people,
Why you use Junior?
and that's why they call him Bronny.
Just give him a different name altogether.
Well, his second
Call
son's
him
name is
Dave.
Bryce. Call
Yeah.
him Dave.
Yeah.
Dave James. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. The Rams pick is in. We're still waiting. It hasn't said selection yet. There's someone, I believe that is a goat.
that is definitely
It's a goat man.
goats.
It's a
Yeah.
ram.
A ram is a sheep, isn't it?
So is a goat, kind of, right? They're similar. They
Oh.
both go bah. You know?
Oh.
You ever been around a goat?
Not. I guess I saw one at like a petting zoo or something.
I had goats at Camp St. Charles.
Yeah.
I'm putting
There were-
that down as a potential title. They both go bah.
That's what happens. Pick it up. All right. Jared Verse goes to the Rams, by the way.
Oh, Jared
That was my
Verse.
number one edge rusher.
Okay. I didn't get to him. I just ran out of time and I was
My
exhausted.
number 2 edge guy. So
Someone suggested Jared Verse mock to the Ravens, but that's not going to happen.
y'all should have traded up to draft Michael Penix.
Oh.
Who's the Ravens' backup? Is it still Huntley?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I really try not to think about the backup quarterback too much, because that means QB1's not available.
QB2 Pro Bowler though.
Yeah.
Pro Bowler.
Mhm.
Tyler Huntley.
Yes.
Okay. Who's the other Huntley? Nick Huntley. Was
Nick Hundley
Hundley.
was a catcher for the Orioles and the
Yes.
Rockies.
Who was the bum catcher that the Orioles traded the Mariners for? Mark Trumbo.
Back could be anybody.
Yeah,
It's not Mike Zanino.
Be a boat.
Mike Zanino is good.
Was it Chance Cisco?
No, it was not Chance Cisco. Chance
Oh.
Cisco got demoted to the tamper for the Mets AA team.
Oh.
Like he was tamping down the batting box.
All right. Yes.
So since I had Jared
Just
Verse as my
pounding the
number
dirt.
one edge rusher, I guess I'll
Yeah.
talk a
I,
little bit
I
about
didn't
him
write
here.
up about him.
So he's a balanced player with a wide array of power and finesse moves, great range and play recognition, which was something that I noticed with a couple of the guys who I also had ranked kind of high but not as high, was that they struggle with play recognition. That's not an issue for Verse. He is prone to being juked out in the open field, so I kind of like him as a 3-4 outside linebacker type with a heavy focus on controlling the line of scrimmage and crashing into the backfield, because he does a good job. He doesn't lose track of the quarterback or the running back. And a lot of the other guys that I was looking at as far as the edge rushers, they seem to be very focused on getting to the quarterback to the detriment of their run defense.
Oh.
He had the highest win rate on pass rushes in the fourth quarter among the top 25 edge prospects in this year's draft class.
Mm-hmm.
So what I wrote down about Jared Verse was lots of clever rush moves. I think you kind of alluded to that, Corey. And
Yep.
He's got a nice bag of tricks.
Cool.
Very good first step. Very athletic with great stop and go. There are times where it felt like he missed some tackles. Like he whiffed off
That
a
was an
couple of
issue I
sacks.
saw with a lot of guys, including Latu.
Yeah, you did mention that. No, you mentioned that with specifically Dallas Turner, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that with
Yeah.
Turner too. I mentioned with Latu. Latu missed all. He had like Latu was the one who ranked third
Yeah.
to last
Yeah,
in
missed
missed
tackles.
tackle rate.
Yeah, that's right. So y'all need to tackle better. All of y'all. Just
That's
saying.
important.
You know, it's tackle football.
Mm-hmm.
It's not two-hand touch.
No, it's not.
So we've got Nick Saban still doing Aflac commercials with Deion Sanders, Coach Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've had a Buffalo to it because we got to have the Buffs, and we have a Goats,
Yeah.
and we have the Aflac Duck.
Yes.
It's too much, man.
Too many animals, man.
That's too much, man.
Two animal acts in one show. What is this, amateur hour? Come on, man. What are we doing here? It's like the 6-man set for like CBS on NFL coverage. They got cramped 6 guys around a desk. Simmons hates that. He gets so mad every time you see someone like that, just like cramming all these dudes. And these big men, these football players, like J.J. Watt has to lumber in there. His
Yeah.
6'7" ass has to sit at a desk next to,
So what are we thinking Pittsburgh takes here? We think wide receiver potentially.
Maybe.
it's possible.
I mean,
I-
Pittsburgh
there's
is.
there's still a wide receiver on my list that I really like and I really enjoyed watching his film. That was
Whoa.
Adonai Mitchell.
Really?
I like his name.
Oh.
Yeah, his highlights were really fun to watch. Like it
I
was
watched
it was
it.
surprising because I looked at his combine measurements and his hands are tiny. Like they're in like the 20th percentile of historical wide receivers.
He has
Oh.
small
Like,
hands.
very small hands.
Doesn't sound good.
But he
Sounds
does
like
an
a
impressive job of making a variety of catches, contested, not any angle. One of the things that I really liked that, it may not translate as well to the NFL, I don't know, but in college at least he showed a knack for changing his angle to the ball so that he very rarely actually broke stride when making catches. Something that I haven't really seen from other wide receivers that I've scouted over the past few years.
That's not something I've even thought to look for.
I wasn't really looking for it. I just noticed it.
What was the language that you used there?
He did a really good job of changing his angle to the ball so he wouldn't break stride when catching it.
I wrote something that kind of alludes to that. I said, big catch radius and ball tracking skills are top notch. So
But there are plenty of wide receivers that you can look at and you say, oh, he tracks the ball really well. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he changes his speed and his angle on his route. A lot of times ball tracking just means like he does a really good job of like knowing where it is and he'll like jump up and get it or something. Like this guy doesn't leave his feet. Like he just keeps his stride where it's at so that he doesn't lose any acceleration or anything.
Oh.
Well, I've definitely got him as a possible first round pick.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Steelers will go with him. The Steelers have some needs on the offensive line too.
Yeah.
So like we'll see what they do. But the offensive line has been there's been a lot of people picked already. So
I mean,
there
I'm
might
sure
be
they'll
some
pick somebody who's going to be good, and I'm not going to like it. So,
Yeah, the biggest
Well, they
red
picked
flags
Najee
for me
Harris, he
for
sucks.
Mitchell were
oh, I thought he was
Um,
going to be good.
certainly the hand size, but also for his height, he's pretty small.
yeah.
And so
Yeah, I
that
pointed out
could
he-
lead
yeah.
to some ball security issues. There was a fumble against Alabama that one of his teammates fortunately recovered. But I don't know. He's exciting to me. He's got elite speed, explosiveness.
Yep.
I don't. He's kind of iffy for me as a day one pick, but if you need a wide receiver, he's a good option, I think, and maybe that's a guy that Pittsburgh could look at.
Yeah, I said late
Um,
first feels like his ceiling. Needs a little bit more strength. Those are my
Yeah.
sort of my knocks on him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
I've got a long list of knocks. Uh,
Adonai Mitchell.
yeah.
I thought you didn't watch him.
No, I did watch it.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
why are we talking so much about?
I don't know,
Right now? Oh, because
right?
Corey thinks that he might get picked here.
If they need a wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's other wide receivers that could be picked, like Lad McConkey, who went to where, Evan?
Somewhere. Yeah.
I made sure to write down that Lad McConkey was gritty, a gym rat, and crafty, because he's white.
Okay. Who
And we
is?
got Cameron Hayward
Uh-huh.
helping to make the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Got a pretty cool story from our from the tour guide at the Hall of Fame about why the Steelers have only one logo on their helmet. It's pretty interesting.
It took me a long time to even notice that, and then
I noticed it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
like,
it's pretty-
huh, that's weird.
Pretty noticeable.
Well, the thing is, it was noticeable because I first noticed it on Ben, because I just thought Ben was dumb enough to not have the logo on both sides of the helmet. I was like, look at this dope. He doesn't have the two logos. What's going on?
No, I noticed it like from the first time I ever saw a Steelers game.
Who
It
is
was
the
always
pick?
weird seeing just one side
Yeah.
just all black.
Just tell us who it is.
And he's telling some story now.
Oh, okay.
The brief story is it's because Rooney was incredibly no, not cheap
Didn't wanna pay
actually.
for
No,
two sides of the helmet to be painted?
he was incredibly superstitious, and they had a moronic equipment manager. So they used to not have any logo on their helmet. They were like the Browns, and they were pressured into doing it. So they ordered all these. They finally got permission to use the U.S. Steel logo, and just changed it to Steelers. Oh, Troy
Fautanu was the
Fautanu.
pick, by the way.
Yeah, let's
Troy
get to that first. I can complete the story later.
Donnie.
Out of
UW.
UW.
Yep.
Okay. I had him as my number 4 offensive
Five.
tackle,
5.
over Mims and Fuanga. So I liked Fautanu. A little easier name to say than Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala, who the Steelers had back in the day. Yeah,
Do you like him better than Big Al?
I like pretty much everybody better than Big Al. Oh my goodness.
Well, I wrote down. I'm gonna go first
where-
'cause you always take
Sure.
mine.
Okay.
So Troy, I wrote down great mobility, valuable as a puller, very good puller, good length, no short arms here, real deal. I wrote down negative though, can get rushed and baited by more complex rush moves that he'll see in the league. I wrote him down as a possible mid-first round pick, might slip to the later round, but I don't see him lasting till day 2. It's still day 1 he got picked. So
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go.
I mean, I thought my initial reaction was, is this guy a guard? But probably not. I really like his athleticism. He moves well. He seemed a little smallish. He reverse swim moved a guy in the national championship game. Like the guy got behind him on I think it was a screen or something, and he just pushed him in the back, and he toppled over out of the play. I thought he was a tenacious, blocker, like kind of guy who's looking for work. He's just looking around. Who am I gonna hit
Gotta
next?
hit somebody.
Yeah. Reminds me a little. Let's see. He handles the speed and quickness from rushers well, continues blocking downfield, and utilizes his leverage and hand fighting. 34.5-inch arms.
So his long arms give him leverage that most players of his size don't have, which is why some sources list him as a tackle prospect despite being under 6'5". I usually prefer my tackles to be in the 6'6", 6'7" range. His poor run blocking relative to his strong pass blocking gives me a bit of pause moving him to the interior. He's a bit of a risk in my opinion because he doesn't pan out. If he doesn't pan out as a tackle, I'm not sure he's going to make a successful transition to be a standout guard, which is what you want if you're going to spend a first-round pick on a guy. And looking at his combination of height, arm length, and the fact that he primarily played left tackle in college, it's been roughly a 50-50 split in recent NFL drafts as to whether those players slot in at tackle or move inside in the NFL. So we'll see what happens with him. He was my lowest graded of the 6 offensive tackles that I scouted.
Oh, okay.
I just got an 8.
Yeah.
I looked at 9 of them.
I got a 5 out of 8.
Okay.
I haven't
Going back
thought
to
enough.
finish the story on the Steelers logo, once they finally got permission to use that logo, they ordered all these decals to put on the helmets. But because they'd never put decals on helmets before, their equipment manager didn't know that you're supposed to put it on both sides. So he only put it on one. As they're running out the tunnel for the game, Rooney's like, what's with this? Why do they only have one? And the guy's like, I didn't know we were supposed to put it on both. Like, Rooney's thinking like we didn't order enough. He's like, no, we have enough. I just didn't know. So he's apologizing. Well, they end up winning the game. And so after the game, the equipment manager goes to Rooney and says, again, I'm so sorry. We'll get it right next week. And Rooney's like, no, you're not. You're going to leave it exactly the same way.
Oh,
It's been that way ever since.
was this in the 30s?
Nah, this was much later.
Did the Steelers exist in the 30s?
Yes.
Yeah.
They
That's
were
right, they
just awful
sucked.
for
Yeah, they
40
sucked for
years.
so
They,
long,
well,
yeah.
because like during World War II, they ended up like they were already an established franchise, and they combined with the Eagles,
Yeah.
and then they also combined with the Cardinals.
Oh,
They were the pit cards, except
The
that some
pit
people called them
cards.
the carpets because they were so bad.
the
Well,
carpets.
it makes sense if you got anything to do with the Cardinals, you're gonna be bad.
Yeah.
They had the most hilarious like in Canton. They had like just the run of time that the franchise existed, and for years where you didn't do anything of note, they just had like a blue tile in this place.
Yeah.
It's just nothing but blue for the Cardinals for 100 years, pretty much. There's like one.
It's
little-
been 100 years.
There's,
Yes.
There's been like one time they won an NFL championship, like I don't know.
I don't remember what year it
28
was.
or
I keep
something like
thinking
that.
like
Yeah.
1938, but
Yeah,
it was,
something
you
like
know,
that.
It was something like that. And then
And they
Ancient
had like one
history.
yellow for like making it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they made the Super Bowl in 2008, and then
and that's it.
and
Yeah.
that's it.
I think they acknowledged when maybe you won a division, they might have given you a little red in there or something.
Nah, I don't think they did like it was something else, but it wasn't division.
Yeah, they definitely gave you credit for, I think, making a conference championship game.
Yes, for like losing a conference championship
Yeah.
game, you had like red,
Yeah,
and
you
then
had
winning
yellow.
it was yellow, and then winning
then
the Super Bowl was green.
was winning the Super Bowl, yeah.
Yeah.
And for like older teams before the Super Bowl, you got the yellow for winning the NFL or AFL championship.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
Cardinals weren't
okay.
doing that either, so.
It's also cool seeing that the NFL and AFL footballs were different, like very different.
Very
Like,
different.
different sized and shaped.
They were slightly different size, slightly different shape. They also used a different like grip texture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, our NFL network stream is just, well, it froze for a while. It went blank for a while. Then it's back.
All right.
See if we can get back live with it. Let's see. But the Dolphins pick is in, so we
Mhm.
are just waiting on them.
Are they going to get somebody else who's ridiculously fast?
They need some big boys. They're too finesse. They need
Yeah,
some
they are
big
very
guys.
finesse right now.
They need some offensive linemen, especially when you've got a quarterback that's not really a mover. And the guy who doesn't really play necessarily well
Now
under
we're
pressure.
showing Tyreek Hill's stats last year. He's no longer the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
By $15 or whatever?
About $2,500 a year.
Oh, okay.
It's literally, I think his deal is $30 million per year, and the Lions gave Amon-Ra St. Brown $30 million and
30.025 million?
200 and $30 million 2,500 per year.
Okay.
So So $30.0025.
Yes.
million.
So now the next guy can get 30.005. Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson.
What?
He was my 2B.
Oh,
Chop Robinson.
He was my
actually had
2B or not to be.
to be or not to be? Oh boy.
Please not.
6'5", 285, 22 years old, out of Penn State. I hastily looked at some defensive players this afternoon. Another high motor guy, but doesn't have the speed of Turner or Latu. He works through the offensive lineman. Used his bull rush versus a center effectively. He demolished the poor Rutgers quarterback for a sack fumble. Just smushed him into the ground. Lots of highlights against tight ends, though. He took care of some tight ends, but like, why are you trying to block him with a tight end? Like that play, right? Is that Michigan's tight end or Iowa's tight end? Somebody who just
Well, Iowa
got
can't-
dominated.
Iowa can't play offense.
No, they can't. Right, but like it seemed there was a lot of highlights. Like, really, why is he blocking him with number 87? That's not gonna
Iowa
work.
got shut out like 4 times this year.
I don't know.
Something obscene. They got shut out in the Big Ten championship game.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
I didn't even watch it.
Yeah. I had it on the TV. The only notable thing from that game I remember was apparently this was true, and I got to retroactively apologize to Gus Johnson when he said NFL scouts are salivating over J.J. McCarthy, and I was looking at my phone and I looked up like that's not true, is it? I looked it up.
Apparently some of them were.
At the time, I looked it up, and at the time, it's like, nah, he's like a second, third round pick type of guy. I'm like, they're not salivating over this guy. They think he's going to be a. And then suddenly he's like, oh, he might go top 5. I'm like, what? What is happening to the world? Like, come on. But anyway, I had some notes on Chop Robinson.
I did too. My biggest takeaway was a negative from his film, which is that he doesn't look good at all on run plays. He's so overly focused on the pass rush that running backs just run right by him. And there were a few plays where I watched him. The running back runs through the gap that the offensive lineman against him was creating as he's like running on the outside. And even as the running back runs right past him in his peripheral, he just keeps running at the quarterback for a few more steps before he realizes, wait, the quarterback doesn't have the ball anymore. He's very slow to recognize the play.
Yeah, what I wrote down is Chop Robinson, elite first step to give him the initial advantage over the blocker. Great agility to maneuver around tackles.
Oh, yeah, his first step is amazing.
And but I did notice not a whole lot of tricks in his bag. Just
No, he's basically just he's a fast rusher who times the snap well and tries to run around the outside. Basically,
pretty much, yeah.
He's
That's
a
his
one-trick
one
pony.
move, yeah.
Oh.
He's very good at it, very
Yeah.
proficient at it, but
Yeah. I said,
to the detriment of some other aspects of what
I
you
said,
need
yeah,
to do
no-
to play football.
Yeah, not many
Yeah.
moves in his bag. I said definitely can be had by savvy and lengthy NFL tackles. So, I said late first possibly could slip to day 2. Did not slip to day 2. He's a late first round pick. I think it's an okay pick.
Yeah.
But I mean, at this point, you're not going to get the creme de la creme. Like,
No.
Like, unless you're picking a cornerback, because we haven't seen any of those guys go yet. I only scouted 2 of them. Actually, no, what am I talking? I scouted 5 of them.
5 who? Cornerbacks?
Yeah, because I
Oh.
had to include Kool-Aid McKinstry. His name's
Yes.
Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like, come on.
I just ran out of time. Otherwise, I would have at least looked at him just because I've seen him mocked to the Lions.
Oh.
We got to take a look at Cooper DeJean, too. It's a white cornerback.
I mean, if he's
Yeah.
still around.
Well, I don't know. He's still on the board. He's not my number 1. You got to let him play cornerback in the league, too. No moving him to safety. That's a stereotype.
Oh. I mean,
So Daniel Jeremiah's number 9 player is still on the board. It's cornerback.
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah, he's my number 1. Or no, he's my number 2.
Behind Kool-Aid.
No, Kool-Aid's number 5.
Oh.
I've got Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo as number 1.
Oh.
Yeah, he's Daniel
that's
Jeremiah's number 12 prospect. And he's still on
Quinyon
the board
Mitchell
as well.
way down.
The Eagles' pick is in. We're waiting on them now.
Mm-hmm. You got to show the draft room, and everybody's wearing identical suits
suits all
and
look-
standing around and looking. Exciting stuff.
Need Kevin Costner in there to make it a movie.
Oh, and there's that guy.
There's a crazy Eagles fan.
That's redundant, Eric.
That's true. That's my bad.
Yeah. 2020 Jalen Rager.
That didn't work. And then he went to the Vikings, and it didn't work there either.
Maybe Rager wasn't that good out of USC,
I
wasn't
think
it?
we made fun of the pick a little bit. We didn't full-blown Kadarius Toney make fun of the Jalen Rager pick, but I think we made fun of it a little bit. I seem to recall us being like, that's a stupid pick.
I feel like we need, one of the things we should do is go back and look at our old draft notes, like
did
from like
that.
5 years ago, and see where we were just way off. Right?
Jordan Love comes to mind. 'Cause
Yes. We had a real good time with that one.
crushed that pick. And,
Yeah.
Although I do think that at the time it still didn't really make sense.
No.
'Cause, you know, you're trying to win now with Rodgers, and instead you drafted a quarterback who wasn't going to play. But you know,
For 3 years.
but now they've got another what appears to be another franchise quarterback. So
Yeah.
you know, I guess it worked out. But if he doesn't win any Super Bowls, you're going to be like, well,
Was Jordan Love 2020?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think I like really did like the scouting prep ahead of 2020 because that was like our first year
That was
doing.
a COVID year. We just did it for fun. We didn't.
Yeah,
really-
that was our first year
We didn't know
doing
this
like
was
the
gonna be
live
Is this not
show,
for fun?
and I
Like,
had my
I'm
hands
having
full
fun.
trying to
Well, yeah,
actually
but-
figure out how to do video when we couldn't all be in the same place.
Yeah, but we didn't go into it with the, gotta prepare, gotta grind all this tape. And
So
watch
yeah,
all
I
the-
didn't watch any Jordan Love tape, so I didn't really know what to say about him.
I relied pretty much exclusively on what I saw during college football games for 2020. So it's like, I remember him. He sucked. That was it.
Alrighty. Eagles fans, get ready to boo whoever this is.
They could pick Rocky and they'd still boo.
Probably.
Still don't know who the pick is.
They don't even have selection up there.
No.
Come on.
Here. Where does Roger Goodell go when he's backstage?
That's a green
Seems
room
like
or
he
something.
goes, like he should just stay on the stage because he spends most of his time just walking back and forth. Just,
Getting his steps in, man.
just leave him up there.
Got a Fitbit on, I'm sure.
You could, you could bring his recliner from his basement. You could sit off to the side somewhere, just hanging out.
Hilarious if you're just chilling on stage.
Oh my goodness. I still,
They're talking about playing.
Yeah, he's talking about the fact they're gonna play in Brazil in
in week one,
Week
isn't
one,
Yeah,
yeah,
week one.
against the Packers.
it? Yeah. Where neither team can wear green because the
Jordan. Oh no, that's
Jordan
yeah,
Mailata.
I mentioned Jordan Mailata.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You just hanging out.
Now it says selection, so and
Get it
it's
now?
Quinion Mitchell.
Quinion Mitchell.
Alright.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta listen to your boy. I told you he's the best corner on the board. He was gonna go first, and he did.
Out of Toledo, you said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. What do you got on him?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm just kidding. Man.
Oh.
All right,
Is it on one of your misprinted pages?
one of my weird sheets? Yeah. All right. So Quinion Mitchell, I got elite athlete, 4.33 40 time, and strong as hell. Great in man coverage, great in zone coverage. Has very good ball skills. Technique could use some refinement. Sometimes a little bit slow to transition out of a back pedal, but that's really the only negative I have of him. I said likely mid-first round pick, could be first defensive player off the board. That's not true, but he is the first corner off the board. So
Okay.
that's what I have on Quinion Mitchell, who you apparently didn't like at all.
I didn't get to.
Oh. Okay, well that explains why you don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get
He
to.
was drafted by the Eagles.
He was the first cornerback that I was going to look at if I had gotten that far. So I put down like the order that I wanted to look at players in, and he was the first cornerback that I wanted to look at the tape of.
Okay.
I had him, and then Terrion Arnold, and then Nate Wiggins, then Cooper DeJean, then Kool-Aid.
Yeah, those are my five. I
and
Why
then,
wasn't
and
Kool-Aid
then I
the
had
first
a couple
guy?
more after that.
Gotta look at Kool-Aid first. I'm like,
well, no, the first guy's Cooper DeJean because he's white.
oh,
Like, come on, man.
well, his name's DeJean, so
I'm calling him DeJean.
like the mustard.
Yes. Yes.
That's Dijon.
Don't talk about like Dijon mustard. You can't talk about that because, you know, Fox News will get upset because Obama put Dijon mustard on his hamburger and they acted like he was too pompous for that.
It's mustard.
It's Dijon mustard, not yellow
I
mustard.
mean, if you're putting like Dijon mustard and ketchup, then that's weird. Like use normal yellow mustard if you're gonna ketchup. But if you're just putting the mustard on there,
I
go
don't-
Dijon.
I don't-
We've
Absolutely.
reached the
Why
point in the
wouldn't you?
podcast where we're talking about mustard.
well, I'm
So
gonna
Mustard
get
is
McDonald's
awesome.
after this, and it's gonna be.
I'm
great.
probably him too.
Yeah.
yeah,
By the way, mustard, best hot dog race winner. They consistently
Probably.
lead W's too.
yeah.
Your boy Ketchup's loafing.
Ketchup
So they
is
raced
awful.
pierogies at PNC
I
Park,
saw-
which
I'm
was
aware.
awesome.
That was pretty cool.
That was really cool. I went into the we sprung for the seats like at the club level, so like, we
Oh.
could like go inside and like there was like elevated stadium fare, and
Is it a buffet
so-
in there included?
No, it wasn't a buffet, but
Oh,
like
okay.
I went in to get a drink during one of the inning breaks, and I came back out. Rashawn was like, "You missed the pierogi race." I'm, no, I saw it. They had all the TVs inside.
Pierogi race was fun.
Yeah, it was
I
really
enjoyed
cool.
the pierogi race. Yeah, I didn't sit in the club level. I just got
A regular seat.
I got a regular seat and I got a regular piece of pizza because that's what I.
Where did you sit? Like what area of the stadium?
It's like behind home plate, but off to the left field side.
Okay. Yeah, we were probably a little bit further along the third base line than you were, but
Yeah,
similar
I saw
area.
the pictures.
Like
You were further down the line.
You know, if you're going to a lot of PNC games, you probably don't really care that much. But if you're going one time, you need to be in
You
a
need
seat
to
where you
be
can see
the
like,
view.
The view.
Yeah,
like,
that's why I got the upper level seats.
yeah. So we weren't, the one downside of being in the club was we weren't quite high enough to get a good view of the river, but we could see all the buildings.
Did you walk across the bridge?
Yeah, we walked across the Roberto Clemente Bridge to get there
Oh.
and to get back.
That's cool.
And we
What-
went to Milkshake Factory afterwards. Their
Oh.
milkshakes were elite.
Did you go to Primanti Bros?
No, we didn't make it over there.
Oh.
It was pretty good. If you
Were their milkshakes
But
better
we
than
did go
Cookouts
to
milkshakes?
we did go to the August Wilson Museum, and that was pretty cool.
I didn't
Who
do
is
it.
that?
He's a African American playwright.
Okay.
If you're familiar with like Fences,
Fences.
Heard of
he
it.
he wrote the play Fences, which was turned into a movie with Viola Davis and Denzel Washington.
Those
Oh.
are pretty prominent people.
Yeah, and I think Denzel like got the rights to, or is like involved in. Netflix is supposed to be adapting some of his plays, and I think that he's
Mhm.
going to be like a producer for that.
I'm not.
I hadn't really
cultured,
heard of him before
so
we
I
went
don't
up
know.
there, but Rashonda was familiar with his work, so
Mhm.
we went to the museum. It was really cool.
Well, the Jaguars are finally making a pick. And,
Yeah, but we're still waiting for it to show selection on the screen.
Well, the pick is in thing just flashed on the NFL.
I mean,
So
they'll show selection. That's when we have
Well,
enough time to go to McDonald's and come back.
we should have already done that.
Yeah. Oh, there's Mel.
Good boy.
Love Mel Kiper
Trevor
Jr.
Lawrence,
Yeah,
second
you
straight
do.
season with 4,000 passing yards.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Is Trevor Lawrence
And he
good?
still wasn't the best player on that offense because that was ETN.
Good boy.
My boy, yes, indeed.
Fine. Yeah. Wonderful.
Evan does not.
I am. Somebody has a neck brace on.
Oof. And somebody has a little too much mustache going on.
Yeah,
That's the owner. Shad
it's
Khan.
Shad Khan,
It's
yeah.
Shad
Yeah.
Khan.
What did Shad Khan choke out his son or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, what is happening?
That's still not the most ridiculous thing we've seen on a draft, right? Somebody at
we saw
Vrabel's
somebody-
house was sitting on a toilet.
Yeah, taking a dookie. Like, what's going
Just
on
in the
there?
corner. Right?
All right.
Belichick's dog was just sitting at the
Yeah, just
computer.
planted the dog chilling there.
Yeah.
All right, so Goodell is at the
Brian
podium.
Thomas Jr.
Okay, Brian Thomas Jr. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I was
Okay.
not. I already said earlier I was not all
You
that
were a
impressed by
hater.
his film. I can talk about that more in a minute.
Oh. I got
Hating. Corey.
Brian Thomas Jr.
I had him as my number 4 wide receiver.
I had him as 7th.
Wow, who'd you have ahead of him?
Harrison Neighbors, Odunze, Lad McConkey, Brock
I had him
Bowers, and
fifth with a
Troy
question
Franklin.
mark because I only looked at 5, and I
Oh.
was like, I'm pretty sure that if I look at more,
find somebody
he's
else.
gonna move down.
Where-
I
where
I said
where
that I would
Ladd
be
McConkey goes to?
surprised. I said that I'd be surprised if I couldn't find 10 wide receivers that I like better than him in this
10,
draft
10.
class.
10.
I did
Yeah.
not like his film.
I wasn't feeling.
He was drawing comparisons to guys like Kevin White and Nico Collins, But here's the problem with that. This guy had Jaden Daniels throwing him the ball in college.
Your boy. QB1.
Kevin White had some guys named Clint Trickett.
Did you say Kevin White?
Yes.
Like
As in West Virginia.
the guy that never played ever.
Yeah, he did not do well in the NFL, but was good.
He was drafted by the Bears
Yeah.
the first year that the
Right.
draft was in Chicago.
Right.
Yes.
But his college film was drawing comparisons to Kevin White's college film.
Kevin White got hurt.
Kevin White played with Clint Trickett and Skylar Howard throwing him the football.
Who the hell is that?
Exactly.
Those are made up names.
Nico
Those are
Collins-
guys from the
Nico
1930s.
Collins, who has actually been pretty good.
Well,
He
this
had
year he
some
was
guy
good,
named
yeah.
Shea Patterson throwing him the football.
Shea Patterson was supposed to be hot stuff when he transferred to Michigan, right?
He had a really good quarterback throwing him the ball. So that does not impress me at all when you're drawing those comparisons.
But he was the number 2.
If I said he shows occasional lapses in concentration at the point of the catch and doesn't possess particularly good route running skills on short and intermediate routes. He's basically a go route guy, and that's it.
That's exactly what I put down. A lot of his highlights are go balls to the point where I was wondering if he plays football like I play ultimate frisbee, only going deep. There's a little more to his game. He's got speed and acceleration. I'm not as impressed as I thought it would be. His concentration drops. I don't see him mossing people, even though he's 6'4". He doesn't really compete for the football. And he doesn't seem like a guy who makes stuff happen in the open field like Neighbors did.
No.
Yeah, I wrote down a lot of similar things. They were speedy, shifty, great at decelerating, and great at high pointing the ball. Lots of variety on his releases, which helps him on his deep routes. But I said limited route tree, mostly only ran verticals and crosses while Neighbors cooked underneath. Upside is a downfield threat. Push him probably into a mid-round 1 selection despite his inefficient cuts. So none of us are particularly high on him.
No.
But I'm not surprised he's been picked here.
To the Jags.
People, not
Or-
just the Jags, but people love speed merchants, right? Like, if you can run a go, people want you. And
Okay.
He can run a go.
Yeah.
So people want him. I don't think that he's some build your franchise around type wide receiver.
No, not
Like, some goofballs were saying that both Neighbors and he were better than Maserati Marv, which was
Look, we
Maserati Marv, come on.
Yeah.
We have
No.
seen some drive classes recently where a school had 2 good wide receivers who were being projected to be high picks, and they were both good, and you did have to kind of nitpick a little bit to differentiate between them.
Alabama did it.
This was not the
Multiple times.
case.
No.
Neighbors was clearly the better guy.
It's
Yeah.
not, this isn't Jalen Waddle versus
Henry Ruggs III,
no. Jalen Waddle was drafted the same year as
Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith. Yeah, I was gonna say some other Smith name, but yeah, they were drafted.
There's a
I
lot
think-
of those.
I think they were one after the other, and yeah, you could nitpick. Like, we argued back and forth. No, it's Jalen Waddle. No, it's Devontae Smith. And I told you Jalen Waddle was gonna go first. I was right, but yeah. But it was still kind of like you could pick either one. But it was Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs were in the same draft class.
Oh,
And they were
okay.
picked pretty close together too.
Mm-hmm.
And if Jamar Chase, well, actually Jamar Chase was picked early. Wasn't Justin Jefferson like a 24th pick or something like that?
He was picked after Jalen Rager.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
My biggest issues with Jalen Waddle back then was that he was limited to only 6 games, so it kind of made it a little bit more difficult to scout him.
Oh,
And
you gotta
that
look at the
he
previous
also
year.
was kind of like he was
insane.
like the deep threat. Didn't necessarily show great route running, but we've seen that he actually
Yeah.
he just didn't. He wasn't
had
asked to
to
do it
because
in
Devontae
college.
Smith was the
but
one doing all the-
at my
Winning
with
the
the
Heisman
Dolphins,
Trophy.
with the Dolphins, he's been an elite route runner.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, with Waddle, speed kills.
Yeah.
At the college level, where all the guys aren't freakishly fast, oh my goodness, he would be returning punts, and the whole punt team would have an angle on him, and he takes the house anyway.
Well, Waddle gets the luxury right now of being the slow guy on his team.
Somehow.
Right. Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
how is Jalen Waddle the slow guy? That's just
So
outrageous.
last note that I have on Brian Thomas from PFF, he has the lowest PFF receiving grade among prospects drafted in the first round since 2017.
Was that Rashad Perryman?
But among the others in the bottom 6, we do find DJ Moore and Brandon Ayuk, as well as Jamison Williams. And the jury's still on Jamison Williams, but Brandon Ayuk was great this year, and DJ Moore has been a very talented NFL wide receiver.
According to Evan, he's only played 3 good games ever. So provably untrue. And so,
Cowboys
it's
are
that
down
time.
to
How
20
about them
seconds.
Cowboys
Cowboys
on
are-
the clock.
Cowboys pick is in. There it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
they decided
It
to be
is?
extra dramatic.
It is in.
On the
They haven't announced it, but the pick
ESPN
is in.
has it. NFL Network's a little slow. But
oh, I'm blind
It's
as a
about
bat.
to
I
go
can't
up on
read the
NFL
words.
Network right about here.
Uh-huh.
there you go.
Oh,
Trade.
They traded.
You boys.
You said the pick was in,
That
Corey.
says- ESPN
It
says
did.
pick is
It
in.
did.
And now it's an IHOP trade alert.
Yeah.
Which also was a sneaky dinner option in the middle of the night.
So
That is
my
true.
Lions
That sounds
moved up
pretty
to
good. I could use a
24th.
stack.
Who
Full stack.
did
Oh,
we
yeah.
move up to take?
I might do that. That sounds like a huge win. Damn. I don't care who they picked. I want some IHOP. All right, who the Lions got?
Mm-hmm. And did Ben Solak break it early but misspell lions as loins?
Ben Solak's making me mad lately.
He doesn't like
He
eating.
doesn't like to eat. What, are you a robot? Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Come on, man. All right, so the Lions trade up.
Yep, from 29th.
All right, Corey, what are you boys going to do here? Because they clearly want somebody. And they do weird stuff that actually ends up working, so
You know,
need defense.
What about that linebacker they drafted like 2 rounds early last year? Who was out of Iowa or something? Like Jack
I'm trying to
Conklin?
think like
something
who
like that?
would
Conklin's
make
a tight
sense
end.
here.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know.
We
He
need
sucks.
a defensive player, and unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to look at enough of them. And we shouldn't take one of these edge guys.
Man, Campbell's on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a cell phone either. That's a cord phone.
I don't know. Did you guys get a chance to look at Johnny Newton from Illinois at all?
Never
I
even
think
heard
he's
of
a
him.
defensive tackle.
No.
No, I didn't look at anybody inside.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, they're all shaking their hands, shaking each other's hands and
Again,
everything.
A cord
Man,
phone.
Campbell looks pretty pleased.
He always looks pleased.
Somebody singing on ESPN?
So let's.
Well, and this is the hometown pick too. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, this is a big deal.
This guy better be better than Kevin White.
These guys look like like they belong on a Saturday Night Live skit right now.
They do look like Saturday Night Live people. Like, you know, the faces they were making
Yeah,
just
that
then
looked
was
very
too
SNL.
over the top
It looked
to
very
be
SNL.
real.
I have a feeling that we're going to take somebody here that I didn't get a chance to scout, so I'm definitely be interested to look at whatever
All right, well,
whatever footage
whatever
they put
happens,
up on screen.
I'm going to tell you that they suck and you just ruined your franchise. That's how I'm going to play it.
Oh,
That's okay. You guys keep picking good players, and your franchise still is terrible right now.
I know. Well, terrible's a little strong, but not good.
Pretty not good.
I mean,
Pretty not
the
good.
the Saints
not
aren't
been-
even the most terrible in their division.
Well,
no,
no,
we didn't
that-
draft Michael Penix today.
you're
so
you're
there's a
not
win.
you're not the Panthers.
We're not the
Yeah.
Falcons.
You didn't
either.
already give up the number 1 pick that would have
They
helped
decided
you
to
win.
have quarterbacks with their
drones.
side of quarterbacks. Like, what's going on here? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know what the
Luchador
Falcons are doing.
guy here.
We are all fired up. The pick is
Come
in.
on, can we,
Are they going to commercial?
Actually, show who the pick is. That would-
Just look on Twitter. I'm sure it's already been spoiled by Schefter or somebody.
Yeah.
Well, Corey, what was the deal with Jeff Okuda? I thought he was going to be really good.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I think he
He's
was on the
kind of been a
Saints.
non-factor, so like I haven't really
He was
been
picked
paying.
3rd overall.
That did happen.
Yeah.
I was convinced he was going to be good.
You were
Wasn't
also
good.
convinced that Josh Rosen was going to be good. You
Yes.
still a believer?
No.
Oh, you're done.
No.
After he got cut from his 5th practice squad.
2022.
you decided, okay, maybe he's not
Yeah,
good.
maybe he's not going to be any good. He was sort of set up to fail on that Cardinals team, though.
was.
That was
He was.
a
But-
predictable mess.
Yeah. All right, so now we're definitely going to have some pomp and circumstance for the hometown draft pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff Okuda is with the Texans now.
Oh. Okay. Dallas traded back to 29.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the lines were.
Okay. So Goodell's still talking about
Yeah, talking about flag football, which
Yeah.
you know, cool, but
going to the Olympics this year.
to the
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The player, Lions selection.
Hopefully that's on in the prime time, hours.
Yeah, I haven't thought about what time stuff's going to be on.
I think Paris is 5 hours ahead, if not 6.
I think it might be 6. Well, because the French Open, I was always 6, I think.
Okay.
I don't wake up early.
I haven't played Flow today.
We better get on that, man.
Yeah.
Run that time.
I deleted it.
Oh.
I got up to the year that we are in, and I was like, okay, I'm good.
I never had it.
Terrion Arnold.
Hey.
Okay.
The little bit I saw from him, I thought he was great. Just looking at a little highlight video this afternoon, sitting right here. Much more explosive athlete. He really sticks to receivers and has a nose for the football, and that's all I got. Kind of hoping he would fall to the Ravens, but that didn't happen. So I think he's going to be solid. And the Lions' defense, that was their issue. Right? Their offense was humming,
Well,
but
it looks like
the defense.
they definitely were not going to fall to you anyway because we were going to be picking one ahead of you.
Well,
So
I mean,
I don't know
I
what's
wrote
going to
down
happen.
that he reminds me of a combination of Carlos Rogers and Fred Smoot, and that he stinks.
Really?
'Cause he's gonna, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, what?
No,
Did
he
I
was
look at the
pretty
wrong
good.
guy?
No. I got him.
Carlos Rogers was also pretty good for a while.
He couldn't catch anything though.
No,
He was playing
But
defense.
That's why you play
But
cornerback.
he was unusually bad, even for a corner, at catching interceptions. He was so bad. Anyway, Terrion Arnold, big and long athlete for the cornerback position, great fluidity in transitions. Struggled a little bit in zone coverage. Pretty good player. Like him. Definitely a worthy first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Lions got a good player. Like,
Yeah.
This is, like, to me, honestly, for what they
I thought
need.
you were going to say it's a terrible pick when we ruined our franchise.
Well, I told you that he was Carlos Rogers and Fred Smoot combined. So,
Yeah.
No love boat involved.
Don't
with
put
Fred
him on a
Smoot.
boat. Yeah. Oh no.
That's great.
Oh.
But yeah, this is a good pick for the Lions. They've needed defense. That's probably should be their focus in the day 2
Yeah.
and 3 as well. And
Oh, and
You're-
we
you're-
put,
oh, yeah,
put him
you're-
on stage with number 1, which is the number of Cam Sutton, who we got rid of this offseason after all of those off-field shenanigans.
yeah, plus
Well, he's a first-round pick. They all
you
have
guys,
Yeah, I
number
know.
one.
you guys
It just makes
cornerbacks
me
were
think about
horrible too. Like
Yeah.
like against the Rams in the playoff game, they looked like they're your secondary and mainly your cornerback position was going to lose you that game by itself. So desperately needed a good cover corner to get in there.
You can't have
because-
enough DBs anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
because you can put like 7 of them on the field. So
You need
Yeah.
at least 5 all
I
the
mean,
time.
yeah.
Brian Branch shows some promise, but he played more in the slot a lot of times at corner.
We just had too many guys to pick on.
Yeah.
This is one fewer guy to pick on.
Mm-hmm. So what's your reaction, Corey, Mr. Lions fan? Lions jersey on.
I'm
The
excited
Honolulu blue
I'm
and
excited
stuff?
for the newest member of the franchise, and I hope that he is really good.
I think this is.
Hope that he helps us win games. I definitely like that our front office focused on defense. That was definitely
No, everybody's
the
leaving.
right move.
What if they
And
trade
that
him to the first
that's
round?
the one benefit to this draft being so offense heavy
Mm-hmm.
through the first 15 or so picks. You have a lot more of these defensive players available right now, and so I think that it was a smart move to go ahead and jump up ahead of some of these other teams that maybe would also be looking at some of these defensive players that are still on the board, since there's not as much depth remaining
Mhm.
on offense. A lot of these teams are probably going to be thinking, okay, well, at least we can get one of the top defensive players.
Oh.
Well, now we went and hopefully got one of those guys.
Do we know what the Lions gave up specifically in their trade with the Cowboys?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Because I don't think it changes anything in terms of whether or not this is a good pick. The Lions are in win now mode, and this guy will help them be
Mhm.
better next year, which is what the year that matters. But I'm just
Yeah.
curious to see what kind of return Dallas got, because they only moved up 5 spots late in the
Yeah, I
from a
wouldn't think
late
that we'd
to
have
a
to
late
give up
first round
too
pick,
much
so probably not
there.
a ton of capital. Like, I doubt
Let's
you
see
guys
if I
give up
can
3
find
first-round picks or
anything
something
on-
like that.
I mean, that's out of
on
the
Twitter.
draft day movie. The 3
Yeah.
first-rounders.
Cowboys trade 24 and a 7th rounder in 2025 for the 29th and 73rd overall this year.
Okay, so they got the Lions' 3rd-round pick.
Yep.
Okay. That's 7th rounder in 2025. Got to keep an eye on who that turns into.
It's going to be a difference maker.
Yeah.
Probably.
Could be a replacement for Jared Goff. And he
Could be Mr. Irrelevance.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that would require the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl, so it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. I can't envision a scenario where they win the Super Bowl. in
The
next 5
49ers
years.
didn't. Well, maybe they traded that pick got it from somebody else. Yeah, everybody's heading for the exit once the Detroit pick was made.
They could trade up again.
Yeah, I learned that.
With-
With
Boys.
what
Yeah.
now?
I don't know. You got more picks.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't think we have a second-round pick.
You got picks next year.
Yeah,
Trade next year's first for a first
Straight
this year.
up and get the 25th pick and the 26th and the 27th.
Just all the picks, man.
Get
Mhm.
all the rest of the first-round picks. Make this a Detroit party. And we'll be giving up picks from 2030.
I don't know what you were doing. If Lamar Jackson was on the board and my team needed a quarterback, I'd be like, I'm going to stay up until Lamar Jackson gets picked.
No, I went to bed.
That was me.
I was tired.
I saw Ravens trade, said Patriots, I think the Patriots or maybe it was
Eagles.
the Eagles. Yeah, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. The Eagles trade with the Ravens. I'm like, oh, they're going to get Lamar, aren't they? And they got Lamar. I'm like, damn, that's going to be good.
I had no idea. I found out the next morning. I'm like,
I
wait,
was
what?
I saw it happen, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
Oh,
Like, I can't believe.
I wouldn't have been able to sleep
I
because
was-
Lamar was incredible in college.
I was shocked that the Patriots had 2 shots to draft him after they had traded Jimmy Garoppolo.
And they didn't
And
either time.
They didn't take him. They took Isaiah Wynn and Sony Michel.
Oh, so you know
You know, yikes.
where they went to school at. So
They both went to Georgia. That's right. Someplace in Athens.
yeah, whatever.
But then they won the Super Bowl, so I guess it worked out. But
Oh.
I would have rather had Lamar, because they only had Brady for 2 more years after that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, imagine Lamar takes over
For
like,
Tom
yeah,
Brady.
for Tom Brady in 2020
Oh no.
in New England instead of McCorkle, or is that Cam Newton and then McCorkle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Belichick would never have gotten fired.
Green
No.
Bay Packers pick is in. They are making their selection.
Probably. It says selection, so we'll find out here shortly, maybe.
Maybe.
Goodell's talking. And it is
Jordan
Morgan.
Jordan Morgan, huh?
Who is that?
Is
I
that,
don't know.
What position
does
is
that say
that?
offensive tackle or defensive
I think it says
tackle? We're going to have to wait
defensive
for
I'm
there.
blind as a bat. I can't
I
read
think
that.
it's a DT.
I thought that earlier and it was an OT, so
Oh.
I don't know. You just said
Well,
tackle,
Goodell
so
just said
offensive.
tackle. Yeah. 77. Didn't
He
look at
was
him.
not on my list of tackles
No.
to look at.
He was not on mine either. And I'd looked at 9 tackles.
I looked at 8.
Do you make your list?
No.
Oh,
I had Tyler Guyton.
yeah.
And
I-
Tyler Guyton stinks.
Well, I had Tyler Guyton ahead of him too, because Tyler Guyton was number 9, and Jordan Morgan not ranked.
Yeah, it didn't make the cut. Once I stopped seeing guys that looked like they could be first round picks, I stopped.
Yeah.
Like if you were projected to be like a mid second, I would take a look at you.
Oh.
But once it was like, oh, you're a 3rd round pick or something like that, I'm like,
No, I went
I only
to
got so much time.
went to Danny Kelly's big board, and then sorted by position, and like, if a guy wasn't in the top 30-ish or so, that's when I moved on.
So Jordan Morgan went to Arizona.
Arizona for college.
No, but I got that. But
Yeah,
did they do anything this year?
I don't think so.
Yeah, like did they even make a bowl game?
I have no idea.
Then again, there have been some Terps that have been drafted in the 1st round despite never sniffing a bowl game, like
Mm-hmm.
DJ Moore, and they had a cornerback drafted last year for the Giants, but they made a bowl game, so
Oh,
that was fine.
okay.
Stephon Diggs fell to the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Stephon Diggs would have been a top 5 pick if he had gone to like Florida or Ohio State,
Yeah.
but he went to Maryland. He had to catch passes from C.J. Brown.
C.J. Brown.
He sucked.
I don't know who
So
C.J.
not
Brown.
C.J. Stroud.
No.
No.
What can Brown do for you? Not
We
a
sat
whole
there
lot.
and watched him put up a goose egg down
Oh,
in
my
Tallahassee
God,
against Florida
yes.
State. Jameis is Jameis's, like 40% of Jameis's highlight tape came against the Terps. We were sitting there watching that. It was just a disaster. It was awful. Sasquatch went to the game.
I had like erased C.J. Brown from my memory.
Who was the guy who was
He's
the
there for
line?
6 years, so
6
Yeah,
years.
he was a forever Terp, and he was terrible.
Ooh. Yikes.
It's really bad. I hated C.J. Brown.
Who was the guy who was the linebacker? Because all the other quarterbacks got
I
horribly
forget what his name
injured.
was. He went to Roosevelt too.
Oh.
I don't remember what his name was. That season sucked too. That was the Randy Edsel years.
Oh, right, Randy Edsel.
God, it was so bad.
Where is he now?
He got fired from UConn. He was picking up.
He was somewhere.
He was collecting bonus checks when his team would lose like 51-3
Mhm.
because they had a higher third down conversion rate.
Oh, okay.
Because like the other team never got to third down,
Oh,
so they
right.
didn't have a conversion rate, or they went 0 of 1.
I mean-
and he went 2 of 10.
Oh no, he's not coaching at all anymore.
No, he's
What's
As he
he need to
shouldn't
co-
be.
He
What's he
should
need to
be.
coach for? He's got all that money.
He's got all that unearned money from here and from UConn after he left UConn to come here,
Mhm.
got fired out of here. UConn took him back and just gave him because he was UConn's best coach ever, which is hilarious.
Yeah, their football programs.
The joke. They went 8-5 in the Big East, and
The
Terps
Big
are
East
like-
doesn't even have football
In
anymore.
2016, he was the Detroit Lions director of football research.
2016.
That was the year between when he left Maryland and when
And
he
went
went
back
back
to
to
UConn.
UConn.
Oh. Okay.
Well, the Lions were in a different place back then. So I'll
Yes,
forgive.
we were.
They've recovered from that alcoholism, and they've seemingly,
Thankfully.
gotten off the drugs.
Who was their coach then?
2016. Who was coaching the Lions in
I
2016?
am looking it up right
It
now.
wasn't Matt. It was Jim Caldwell, wasn't it?
I think it was, but I don't remember for sure if it was.
Yeah, it
Jim
was Jim
Caldwell.
Caldwell.
They made the
It was.
playoffs.
They
yeah,
went to
it
the
was-
playoffs.
It was
Yeah.
Caldwell. Yeah,
They
they
got-
did
And
they
make the
fired
playoffs
him.
that year.
They got smoked. by
Wow,
the
we made the
Seahawks.
playoffs with him as our
Mhm.
director of player personnel.
Clearly, he wasn't that.
Director of
Our football
personal
research.
research
Football
or something. That could be anybody.
That's just.
That's an
That-
intern.
That's a fake job.
yeah.
That's a made up title. That's just put you on the payroll because we feel
This
sorry for
is
you.
a football.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
I remember the week before he got fired, somebody asked him because he was dapping up all the players, all the Terps when he was as he was walking through the stretch huddles and the stretch lines and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And somebody asked him, he's like, "Did you do that because you're worried that this might be your last game?" And he got really pissed off and he started slamming his fist on the podium. "I do that before every game," and then he stormed out. And I'm like, "Yeah, you're so
Never to be seen again.
6 of the
Yes.
first 12 picks tonight were quarterbacks.
quarterback."
What are
Explicable.
we doing?
Yeah.
And 3 of them are bums.
What about 3 of them being bums? I think Penix could be pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Well, I keep forgetting that Penix isn't bad. It's why the hell did the Falcons draft him? That's the hang up.
Yeah.
Like, what are y'all doing? Like, if somebody else had picked him, like, say, not the
Denver.
Jets. Yeah, Denver. Well, Denver picked Bo Nix instead. Even like the Raiders. Who's the Raiders quarterback now?
O'Connell.
They don't-
yeah, Aiden
Aiden
O'Connell.
O'Connell. Is he? Like, I guess he is officially going to be the starter because they didn't pick anybody else. Unless they
Jimmy
traded him.
Garoppolo is
I
not
think I
only
had that
suspended but
if I-
fired.
Pretty
Or
sure I had
cut.
Aiden O'Connell.
You did. Yeah. I had Jimmy Garoppolo because I forgot he got suspended.
He's not. He's
Whoopsie.
not
They
there
got,
anymore.
They got rid of him, but I
Yeah.
don't think they would have gotten rid of him if he hadn't gotten suspended.
Yeah.
They probably would have because they owed him money, so they probably would have.
Oh, okay.
And they still owe Gruden money, and they
How?
owe
That's an
McDaniels.
unfortunate pause.
How do they owe Gruden money?
They gave
Wasn't
him
he
a
fired
10-year
for cause?
contract. No, they didn't fire him for cause. No, they got to pay him.
All right, who is this playing music instead of us finding out who the Bucks pick is? Because the pick is in. Let's go.
Yeah, they didn't fire him for cause, and they still owe Josh McDaniels money too. They just fired him. They held on to him for an additional year, or not even a whole year. He didn't make it through the year.
No.
Like, they didn't make the same mistake, fortunately, that they did with Pit Boss Rich. Because they fired Gruden. Pit
Mhm.
Boss Rich leads them to the post,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't retain him, and they hired Josh McDaniels, and then McDaniels gets fired a year and a half later, and then they're like, okay, we'll keep him.
That sounds expensive.
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton. Okay.
Just all 3 of us just say it. It's an echo. It's the
Oh, okay.
Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah. I did look at him. 6'5", 313, 21 years old, out of Duke. He's going to be a guard. Kind of short arms at 32 7/8 inches, but I wrote down Ben Bredesen for reference, 31 1/8 of an
Your
inch.
boy Brad.
Ben
Brad
Bredesen.
I want to
Yeah,
call him Brad Bedison.
yeah. So,
Almost reminded me of your boy Blake Breadbanner.
yes. Shout out Blake Breadbenner.
Yes, shout out.
Let's see, gets beaten on edge with speed, but he's going to be an interior. He's a technician with his hands and footwork. Limited experience with the interior, with only 5 starts as a freshman at center, and he's a senior. So,
All right, I wrote down explosive off the ball, works well in space, finishes his blocks well. Arm length is average, may be better suited for guard. So,
yeah.
Well, he's playing center apparently.
okay, well, whatever.
6'5" center? Yeah. My arm length is 29 to 30 inches, and I'm 5'10". So, for reference. Right? Like,
I don't know how long my arms are. Haven't measured. Do you,
Got
so-
big
so-
head and little arms.
Very good. It's a great reference. So you measure from shoulder to fingertip.
the tip of your middle finger, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. All right. Cardinals are picking again.
Graham Barton was a lacrosse player. I did not know that.
So he's like Chris Hogan.
Chris Hogan.
We only know that because Tom Brady kept taking these bum receivers to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And going deep. It's, oh, he's making big catches. Chris Hogan against the Steelers. Did you know he played lacrosse? He's catching touchdowns against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game.
Cool.
Yeah, just
Darius Robinson
picture
for the Cardinals. Who is that? What,
Uh,
what,
position
is he a
did you-
I think he's a pass rusher. Like,
Did I write him down?
I didn't.
No, I don't.
Chop Robinson.
Yeah, I got Chop. I don't have Darius.
So the Cardinals pick is in. They are about to announce the selection.
It's Darius
Sorry,
Robinson.
Darius Robinson.
Okay.
I said it already. Out of
I'm
Mizzou.
doing stuff.
You're on a podcast.
I'm
What
doing
podcast are
something.
you listening to right now?
I'm not listening to any podcast right
Oh,
now, apparently.
okay.
Please let me go. I'm doing something.
So, yeah, Darius Robinson,
Did
edge guy.
Did I get to him?
I
don't
did
know
not.
if I got to him.
I didn't have him.
Oh no, I did. I had him as my number 4 edge.
Oh, okay.
The only other defensive end or edge guys that I've scouted for our previous draft shows who were 285 pounds plus, the only one was DeMarvin Leal, role player for the Steelers, who hasn't had more than 15 tackles in either of his first 2 seasons, despite starting 6 games between the two and playing in more than 10 in each. Robinson has great power, both in terms of strength, but also explosiveness. His broad jump isn't anything special, but his vertical jump is really impressive for his size. Understandably, his lateral agility is poor, but he's still great in run defense and can move inside if needed. At his size, Robinson fits into a similar category to previous great DNs like Julius Peppers, J.J. Watt, and Richard Seymour.
Those are a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Yeah. That hairline days are numbered for that, though. It's way back there. Can relate.
Yeah, but you're 10 years older than this guy.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Well, I'm out of edge rushers
I
to
am
talk
too.
about.
I am as
I
well.
wrote down 4, and
This is number
this
4.
is the 5th one that's been picked.
What did you have about him?
No, he didn't have him.
Oh.
He had 4,
Shot.
and this was the 5th who was picked.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
I-
this was the 4th one.
No, because Chop, Jared Verse, Latu,
Jared Verse.
and Turner have been picked. We kind
Okay.
of glossed over Jared Verse a little bit.
Oh.
But he's good too. All right, we only got 5 picks left.
Mm-hmm. And
We might
Yep.
finish this up before midnight.
before midnight, because
Possibly.
last year I didn't get out of here till like 1:30.
We also got a break.
Well,
Yeah.
we sometimes kind of chat at the end.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I'm not chatting.
us rambling,
I'm
really.
hungry.
I'm
I need
hungry too.
food. So, yeah. Just want to be out of here as quickly as possible. I'm going to be like a Grantsville bathroom visit. Where I'm hopping out of the car before it's even stopped. Just got to go. It's
No.
time. Oh, man.
Sheepishly asked if we could stop. I'm like, We've got a lot of ground to cover. Only
I
400
waited-
miles.
I waited as long as I could. I waited like 45 minutes when I hit critical mass, and I was like,
Oh,
all right, we're like, I knew we were far enough along to get the rest of the way on that tank of gas.
mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, I just didn't want to make us stop twice,
Yeah.
and I did. So I was happy about that.
Well, we did stop twice. The Washington, Pennsylvania
Oh,
McDonald's.
we got.
Shut
food,
up.
That's different.
Oh. Kansas City's on the clock. Kansas
Oh,
City is
wait,
trading with
wait, what?
Buffalo
I guess
again.
Kansas City trade.
What are they thinking?
Yeah.
What are they
They're gonna
doing?
draft another generational player at their expense.
Yeah,
The Bills are dumb.
I don't know.
Come on,
I-
McDermott. What are you thinking about, man? I don't think
mean-
Al Qaeda would have approved of this.
A second time.
Yeah. Never make the same mistake twice. Isn't
Mhm.
that, you know, is that a common terrorist maxim or something? Yeah.
I don't know. All right, so NFL.com is frozen.
But it says trade.
The Chiefs have traded up to 28 from 32 with whoever was 28.
Buffalo Bills.
Oh, yeah, the Bills. I'm getting tired.
I think we
Pick
all are.
is in.
And we'll find out who the pick is at some point.
After a commercial break here.
Mhm.
We've got Little Caesars on one TV and
Brock
Purdy on
Purdy.
the other.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of could have been better in the Super Bowl.
Should have been MVP. Not.
He
No,
didn't get
no.
a vote. Josh Allen got a vote.
He was deserving of being in the MVP conversation through most of the season.
That's
not.
That's the most meaningless. Alex Smith was in the MVP conversation for most of the season one time.
He was leading the NFL in Alex.
Not that year he wasn't. He was throwing bombs. He was throwing bombs to Tyreek. He was throwing.
But was he throwing bombs on third down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was,
What? Okay. Y'all are talking
Well, that's
about
what Alex measures. Is
I'm
third
just
down
gonna
and fourth
play
down.
flow now while y'all talk about Alex and Alex.
air less expected yards. It's a ridiculous acronym.
Airless.
Like, it's basically
Basically, like yards short of the first down marker that you throw the ball on third or fourth down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So basically,
air less.
If you, it's the most Scott Kaxmar thing ever because he's such a tool. Like I hate him with a passion. He's
We're
just,
glad that Football Outsiders went out of business because of him.
well, he got fired well before that for
Yeah, I
being,
know.
for being just a total nightmare of a person.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, like Shots got rid of him well before
Oh.
Football Outsiders went under, and I was glad to see that because I couldn't stand him. Like, he was terrible.
He was terrible.
Yeah, he's the biggest homer you'd ever see. Like, you can't do your job as a guy who analyzes quarterbacks and then say Tom Brady wasn't good because you covered the Steelers and the Colts for your career and you didn't like him. Like, that's just not what the truth is, my guy.
No.
Like,
I'm annoyed with FTN fantasy and like their rates and everything. Like you have to like to get any like the elite metrics and whatnot that like they do. You have to go through that. But at least I am glad that Shots is still doing the quick reads for free on there.
yeah, and
Oh.
you still get the DVOA like for position players, like the individual stuff.
No, you
That's
can't.
paywall?
Yeah, that's paywall.
Uh,
You can get the team, but you can't get the individual
Really?
players
'Cause
anymore.
I was looking at the individual players this year.
Were you?
During the season, yeah. Maybe that changed. that in
Maybe
the
I
offseason.
just was looking in the wrong place, but I was trying to find it and I couldn't.
Yeah, I don't
so.
think that was paywalled.
DYAR definitely was paywalled.
Yeah, that wasn't. I could look at the players. Like I could look at the rankings for the season. Now, if I tried to look at an individual player's career as a rundown, that probably might have been paywall. But that was paywall for fantasy or for Football Outsiders anyway.
Yeah, but like FTN fantasy, like you can't just get like those. You have to get like the whole package. So it's
You have to
Oh.
bundle. It's
Ye-
like,
yeah.
not if you
Yeah.
bundle them.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a good.
That is a
commercial.
brilliant line.
I don't like that commercial. It doesn't make
I
it like
love it.
why why are you going? Oh, it's not if you bundle them.
Because you dropped a bar.
Yeah.
Because it's like, isn't that 4 words? Not if you bundle them.
Yeah. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
I love it.
They're still separate words. It's
No.
still
Not
four
if you
words.
bundle 'em.
No, that's
Hello?
not a thing.
Did you have you learned nothing from the commercial? It was forwards. Not if you bundle them.
Well, that commercial.
That State of the Union was 2 hours long. It's too long. Not if you bundle it.
Yeah. You gotta bundle it, man.
No, that's dumb.
Speaking of that commercial, the team that was featured in that commercial is
On the clock, yes.
Their
Their
pick
pick
is
is
in,
in,
apparently,
and we
even though
are
the
still
clock is still
waiting for
ticking.
somebody to come up and tell us who it is.
Why would Kansas City or why
Getting
would Buffalo
very
trade
grumpy
with
right
Kansas
now.
City again? How? Oh,
What?
what?
Peyton Manning. Do you want to lose? Like,
Yeah.
Come on.
Do you
like,
want to lose?
Clearly, they've got a thing for
That
it.
poor Buffalo fan was crying. Like,
They signed Hollywood Brown.
Well, I mean,
somebody's got to drop passes for the Chiefs, you know? Hollywood Brown offered Justin Tucker his game check after the Ravens played in
the
Detroit
Lions game, he kept
because
blowing all
he
those plays.
he dropped like 3 touchdown passes.
And then the next week, he caught that ridiculous diving catch against Denver.
Oh yeah.
And everybody thought the ball was in the air. Oh, he's not catching that.
Oh,
He lays
yeah.
out and makes a spectacular catch. All right, we got the Chiefs making a pick. Some
And they're gonna
people
have
standing
somebody
on
else make a pick for
stage.
him.
Some more histrionics here.
Yeah, they're talking about something.
I feel
don't
bad saying that because they could. be
We're
talking
not
about
allowed to
something really
finish before
serious.
midnight, so they're just going to drag this on.
Oh
There's
yeah.
4 picks. The Cowboys are going to just drag it out when they get to pick at 29. Jerry Jones is going to come out with smoke coming out of his ass or something like that and just make a big show of it.
He's going to bring Emmett Smith out
He's going to
and Michael
swagger around
Irvin.
like he's Roman Reigns or something like that. They're going to play his music. He's going to strut on stage. We just get a pick in, please.
What is the pick? Uh-huh.
I like this guy's hair.
Oh yeah.
It's not quite as
This
immaculate as that
is-
kid's afro at King's
Oh,
Spring.
no.
That was ridiculous.
Their pick
It says
is
selection, so
Come
we got
on.
that.
Xavier Worthy,
Worthy.
wide receiver out of Texas.
Okay.
Okay. Another bad receiver pick for the Chiefs.
He was one of 3 wide receivers that I did not scout, but I had on my list.
Oh.
I wanted to get onto some of the other positions, and I said if I have time, I'll come back to them. And he was one of those, so I did not scout Xavier Worthy.
I have Xavier Worthy ranked 9th out of 9 receivers I looked at. 5'11", 165. He turns 21, I believe, tomorrow, the 27th of April. Saturday. 4'2", 40 is the fastest ever. He's just so small. He's going to get squished, right? Like, he's...
Fastest ever at wide receiver.
Oh, okay. Was it Chris Johnson was 4.20 or something?
Well, supposedly Deion Sanders was running like 3.89 in college.
That's not true.
We're talking about the combine, though.
Yeah.
Right?
He's going to squish the NFL level. That speed is for real. He's going to win every foot race, but it's just straight line speed, and the speed doesn't show up on tape. He doesn't play as fast as he ran in the 40. If he gets tackled, he gets clobbered. He's a track guy playing football. He doesn't want to get tackled at all.
Darius Hayward Bay type.
I don't know. Darius Hayward Bay was at least
There's
tall.
also Ronaldo
was.
Nehemiah back in the day, played for the 49ers. He was a Maryland guy. And when he caught the ball, it was a touchdown, but he didn't catch the ball very much because he couldn't catch.
Yeah, so this is an attempt at Tyreek Hill 2.0, but
Tyreek Hill's got game, though.
yeah,
Like, he's not just a speed guy.
right. That's what I said, an attempt.
Yeah, it's
They picked the fastest guy.
they Al Davis did. They drafted the guy with the best 40 time.
Yeah,
But see, he's celebrating his 40 time. Like he's like, "Oh, look at me, I'm awesome."
well, that is pretty
Well,
awesome.
he is awesome at that.
Right, but
Yeah.
he's a track guy playing football, which
That's
I don't think is what you want.
no good. I'm unimpressed. He's not even on here.
It's one of the pages that didn't print.
I'm unimpressed.
No.
Wait, I don't actually have notes on him.
No, I don't have notes on him because I didn't bother. I have my receivers notes here. He didn't make the list. I didn't.
He
bother.
only made my list because he ran the fast 40 time.
I wasn't enough. Come on. Be serious.
Dallas's pick is in.
Also, there's no way Deion ran a 3.89. I don't believe that for a minute.
That's not true at all.
That sounds like something Deion would make up. It's like Cat Williams saying he read 300.
I saw in an article that was
Yes,
about
definitely not.
Darryl Green because I was looking at that today because the
Dale Green could
Commanders
have
are
done it.
retiring his number finally.
Yeah.
15 years after he was inducted, 16 years after he was inducted in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How has that not happened yet?
Because
I don't
the Commodes
understand.
are the Commodes. They're a toilet franchise.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that like they didn't wait until there was some more bad news in the press about them to do it, like they did
Well,
with.
well, managing partner Josh Harris isn't quite as
No, he's
annoying.
no.
Horrible. He's
We
not
would-
getting
yeah.
investigated by the FBI, IRS, DEA, and Congress all at the same time.
and the NFL. Because he was stealing money from the owners too. So gotta keep that in mind.
Oh,
Cowboys
okay.
selection.
That's probably why.
Tyler Guyton. So,
I made it known how I feel about him.
yeah, I don't like him either.
Maybe we're just at that part of the draft where,
Well, the Ravens are on the clock, and I'm fully prepared to be underwhelmed.
you were excited for Patrick Queen,
Yeah,
and then Patrick Queen was not very good for like 3 years,
and then Roquan showed up.
and then now Patrick Queen. Is
Tyler Guyton needs a belt.
Evans always wanted to notice the butt cheeks.
Guyton
so,
did
yeah.
not make my list of tackles to.
He made my
look
list
at.
at the bottom.
He made my list because I saw him mock to the Ravens. I'm like, we got to look at this guy. Gotta flip and find him in here. Those are quarterbacks.
All right, well, while you're doing that, I'll read my stuff.
Yeah.
Tyler Guyton, big, tall, quick, explosive, technically skilled, arm length, questionable, short arms. But I said could be a day one pick. Could be. Not should be, but could be.
Mm-hmm.
And is.
Well, could has turned into.
did
Yes.
And there's Jerry sitting there being annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I took a picture of his giant head from Canton.
Oh, right, he did get.
He's in there, yeah. Along with George Preston Marshall was there too. I'm like,
Oh,
I'm not taking a picture here.
No thanks.
oh, okay.
Hard pass.
So Tyler Guyton, 6'8", 322. He turns 23 on June 11th out of Oklahoma. First thing I said, not great. He's big and strong, and that's about it. Got worked by a swim move to the inside and gets beaten outside with speed. Lets guys get up in his chest.
Can't do that.
No,
Short
you
arms.
can't. Will need a lot of coaching, but possesses elite traits.
Traits. He's a traits guy.
Yeah, he's a traits guy.
Traits.
34 and an eighth inch arms. Vast majority of snaps in college was at right tackle, but he was blocking for a lefty quarterback in 2023. So the Ravens pick is in, and my heart just skipped a beat. So, we'll see what happens.
All right, we will see
What do you need?
Ballmer did.
Offensive line, bad.
Yeah, you need a lot of linemen. As many linemen as you can get. Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah. Ronnie Stanley's cooked.
anybody that
Morgan
you looked
Moses
at-
is gone.
That's still around?
I mean, yeah. Let's see.
Has Amarius Mims been picked?
yeah.
he got
Mims
picked.
was picked.
Oh, well,
Barton's gone.
yeah.
all
Fuanga's
of mine are
gone.
gone
Mims,
at this point.
Fautanu, Latham,
Yeah,
Fashanu,
all
Alt.
mine are gone.
Oh, okay.
There's not a single offensive tackle showing up on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200 best available from 24 to 37.
Oh, okay.
Y'all
So-
gotta go defense, aren't you?
Yeah. Seems like a
Or you could
Holy
get
McKinstry guy.
Lad McConkey
Brad McConkey.
maybe.
or Adonai Mitchell.
Adonai Mitchell hasn't been picked yet.
Nope.
Nah, he's still on the board.
Oh,
He's still.
I thought he got
Still
picked. We
there?
just talked about him
Corey
for 10
wanted
minutes.
the Steelers to take him.
I thought the Steelers could take him. I did not say I
And we
wanted
spent
them to
talking
take him.
about a guy who's not gonna probably get picked today.
I mean, I don't know.
Whatever.
Just pick somebody who's going to be good, and Lamar's the franchise, and you just let all these offensive linemen walk out the door. Morgan Moses is on the
We
Jets.
did this with the Orioles too.
Lamar doesn't need blocking. He's fast.
When they were
Get out of
picking,
there.
when they were picking some guy named Colton Cowser, we were like, "Who's that guy?"
There was uproar on
Yeah.
Orioles Twitter
They were
when
all
Heston
upset.
Kjerstad got
Yeah,
picked.
over Austin Martin, over Jackson Holiday got picked over Drew Jones. Well, what's Drew Jones doing?
He's
He's toiling away in single A with like a 139 batting average.
yeah. Oh boy, this dumb team,
Oh, your Ravens? And Ravens, Juan?
Yeah.
That was a Greek tragedy in the AFC Championship game.
Oh.
I still can't believe that y'all did that. That was just
Oh,
that was a total debacle of football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all you had to do was hand the ball off. Nope.
Inexcusable. I hear blown World Series. I mean,
Yeah.
Jeez, man. Like, is that
All they
watching
had to do
a
was
game?
run.
Like,
All they had to do was run the ball against the Chiefs, go to Super Bowl, roll 49ers again, and that's it.
I would have gone to the parade.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to go win the Super Duper Bowl after that.
I'm out here trying to, I'm trying to validate my Lamar Trutherism for the last, 6 years. I said he was going to be great.
Oh boy,
Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins.
Oh, I got him. I wrote him down.
Oh,
He is a defensive back.
oh, cornerback out of Clemson. I did not write him down.
I got him. Yep, I got him. Nate Wiggins. I was hoping for Kool-Aid, but
Kool-Aid was under. I mean, I looked at Kool-Aid for like 5 seconds.
I mean, I just wanted him to be picked because
Yeah.
his name's Kool-Aid. He's my 5th corner, so.
Okay.
Nate Wiggins is my 4th, though,
Mm-hmm.
which means that I didn't like him as much as some people that were still on the board. I think actually the only one that's still around is Cooper DeJean.
Oh, well, that's he broke up a pass against Georgia Tech, so that didn't count.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so what I have on Nate Wiggins out of Clemson, blazing speed, 4.28 40 at the combine. Tall, very long, so that's good for ball skills and breaking up passes and things like that, especially contesting deep balls.
Mm-hmm.
One knock is change of direction seems to be a little bit of an area of concern for him.
Oh,
So,
okay.
But I think he's going to be a good player.
All right.
Yeah, that's. Did you guys have a need at corner?
Yeah, because there was Marlon Humphrey, who's aging,
Yeah, he's
and
always on the
what's Ronald Darby,
yeah,
right?
he's old too.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You know,
I thought y'all had somebody else. That's
Jimmy
good.
Jimmy Smith isn't walking through that door.
He's been cooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ladarius Webb.
Ladarius Webb, he don't want it. You know, love Webby, but he wasn't that great.
Yeah, Marcus Peters for a
Marcus
little bit.
Peters, I loved having Marcus Peters,
Yeah, he's a stud.
and he's got some attitude.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He got real mad at the Saints.
Yeah,
He was
we're gonna
upset.
have a nice bowl of gumbo together.
Yeah.
And he had that
the fake smile.
psychotic smile,
And he just got
right?
rid of it immediately.
Yeah,
like
he
Chris
was
Paul.
really mad, but smiling at the same time. Like that's terrifying.
Yeah, especially when they did the
Mhm.
that like just turn their face.
Like the
to,
Joker.
Yes, it's
Why so serious?
again, it's like Chris Paul when Steve Kerr was laughing at him. He's like, just
Hmm.
like his face just turns mean.
Okay.
It's great.
Can't have enough defensive backs, so
Yeah,
I
so
like to pick.
That's a good pick for the
I
Ravens.
would have
because-
liked Terry on Arnold because he was incredible, but
yeah, he ain't here.
he's not around.
So, but are
Solid.
you concerned that your organization has a prejudice against white corners?
No.
Because I am.
Okay.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm going to be upset if Cooper DeJean doesn't get some snaps at corner in the NFL.
Oh,
If they move him to City, he's a legit NFL corner prospect.
I think so too.
He needs to play corner for the brand.
For the brand.
Yes.
What brand? Nobody else does
He's
that.
the brand. There you go. No one walked on the moon until Neil Armstrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this will be the first time in over 20
His brand
years.
is going to be like what's his name? Isn't it like Mac something from the slam dunk contest?
Mac McClung.
Yeah, Mac
Yeah,
McClung.
the G leaguer that gets to win the dunk contest every year as like a 5'10" white guy. Yeah, that'll be him. Except hopefully actually good at professional football.
Okay.
Unlike Mac McClung, who's a bum,
Mm-hmm.
but somehow gets to win the dunk contest even though he's not even in the NBA. He wins the NBA dunk contest. He's not in the league. What is going on? That's like if you called a minor leaguer up to play in the home run derby, which I guess you could do.
They should do that. They should start doing
Kyle
that.
Stowers could.
Have a minor leaguer
That's
play
the curse.
hitting the home
It's
run derby
tanks.
every
Yeah,
year.
but he's now in
He's
the show.
in the show now.
Yeah, so
They really should do that.
that'd be kind of cool.
I haven't watched an Orioles game all week because I've been on the West Coast
You missed some pretty good
and
games.
I've been working.
You missed
I've watched more Orioles games than you apparently. So I've
Yeah.
actually been like kind of watching.
I've been
a little bit.
grinded tape this week, right?
I grinded tape at work.
Oh, okay.
High work.
Yeah. I've been working at work,
didn't
unlike
really
some
grind
people apparently.
No, I had a lot of work to do this week.
Yeah.
but-
and the Orioles don't play today.
I was glad that they were off today because we were doing this.
Oh,
Plus, I
I need my Orioles
phone
baseball.
blowing up.
Right.
Just ridiculous.
I actually don't even remember if the Yankees are off today. I think we are, but
Thursdays
I don't
are
remember for sure.
I got
Yeah.
8 notifications. So. Let's see, what do we got?
So the
Yeah,
Niners.
Yankees.
We're
Yeah,
at
Yankees.
2-1.
Oh no, Yankees lost to the A's.
Oh, you guys
3-1.
have a 4-game set against the A's?
Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
realize that there was a 4-game set.
Why
but
was it
we
a day
tied
game on Monday?
Huh?
Why was it a day game on Monday?
I
That's
was
weird,
wondering
yeah.
the same thing.
That didn't
Like
make
when it
sense.
was like 105 or whatever it was on Monday, I was like,
Yeah,
why is this the day that we're
I
doing
was
that?
wondering if it was like a.
Usually you do that like on the last day of the series when you
It's a
have a
getaway
team
game,
that's
Yeah,
from the other coast.
yeah, it's a getaway game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up to 2K likes on this ridiculous tweet. Yeah, how?
You broke the internet.
Yeah, I broke Orioles Twitter apparently.
Oh,
That's it.
okay.
I didn't know Orioles Twitter
Broke
had
the
that many
internet. We're
people.
gonna need to get him a commercial like Beyonce's from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If you want to pay me, that's fine. Pay me like Beyonce.
Just keep the lights on.
Brock Purdy, 113 passer rating in 2023.
Led
Best
the
in the
NFL.
league.
Oh, okay.
And yet nobody wanted to give him the MVP because
31 passing touchdowns, third in the league.
his yards per attempt was some ridiculous number.
Yeah, because he would
Helps
check
when
it
you have
down to
Brandon
Debo,
Ayuk,
and Debo take it to a
Seventh
house.
in the NFL in
Yeah,
receiving
or-
yards.
or
You got
Ayuk would get
Debo.
open
You got
downfield or
You got
McCaffrey
Kittle,
would catch a
McCaffrey,
dump
yeah,
and
you got
just
everybody.
Take it 80 yards.
Such a dump.
Yeah, a little dump off.
I could probably have a top 10 passer rating if I had those guys around me.
And Trent Williams,
Mm-hmm.
you know, when he's not getting ejected from games for fighting
I
people.
don't have to
Beating
worry
people
about my brittle bones being destroyed, turned into dust.
Oh.
I would late hit you just so I could do that. So
Oh, thank you.
Kill this guy. They can put Darnold in.
Like a decleater with his feet up in the air.
I love me a good decleat tackle. Those are fun. I almost killed Tony Romo in Madden one time. I broke his jaw.
Oh.
Because he decided to scramble up the middle, and I was using Sean Taylor because I was always controlling the free safety, and I hit stick the hell out of him, and he fumbled the ball, grasped it, picked it up, took it to the house, and said, "Romo's injured
Ricky
with a broken
Pearsall.
jaw." Who?
Ricky Pearsall.
Wide receiver out of Florida.
Oh no.
What are we doing?
That's terrible.
That's an awful pick.
Yeah, that's bad. There have been plenty of bad picks tonight. And this
If you're gonna
isn't
pick a
the
white
worst.
guy, at least pick Lad McConkey.
Yeah.
How do you spell his name? P-A-R? Yeah. That's unserious.
Yeah.
Might
no.
be a little racist. Kyle Shanahan.
No,
looking at
he's not great.
you. No. What are we doing here?
Also, Florida.
Florida does not produce good. Kadarius Toney went to Florida.
Yeah.
How'd
I
that
mean-
work out?
Percy Harvin went to Florida.
He was at least pretty good.
Riley Cooper.
Yeah. Riley Cooper.
Sure, we're missing somebody obvious.
Wide receivers.
Riley Cooper's bad enough.
Riley Cooper was kind of good for about 5 seconds after he was racist.
Oh, after.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
after.
he had that one good season after he was racist, and then he got paid by Chip Kelly, who might have also been racist because he got rid of all the black players. Like he traded LaShawn McCoy, right? He didn't like Deshaun Jackson or Jeremy Maclin.
Jeremy Maclin.
Yeah,
Yeah. Jerry Maclin
Oh.
went to the Chiefs.
yeah. Jeremy Maclin.
And Brandon Saunders had him on his team and named his team Snacking on Big Maclin. Yum.
Well, questionable, but you know, I wouldn't have named my team that.
Oh,
Oh, the Panthers are getting
the
in the
Panthers.
Let's go.
Ooh. Okay, Carolina.
They traded up
I see
into the
you.
first round from the first pick of the second round, and Buffalo
They just
is.
wanted to pick on opening day.
They want to feel included.
They
Yeah.
wanted a fifth-year option for somebody. Who is that?
It's going to be somebody they're not going to pick the option up for because they're going to mess the pick up. Although Ricky Pearsall, if it wasn't for Penix and Bo, that might be the worst pick of the day. Like, what are y'all doing?
Unbelievable.
49ers, y'all almost won the Super Bowl. Get somebody good to help you win the Super Bowl. Ricky Pearsall is not going to be the difference maker for y'all beating the Chiefs. The difference maker will be run the dang ball.
Get a quarterback.
Quarterback would
Wasn't going to be a liability,
so
right?
you're scared of putting the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
But then still do it anyway because you're Kyle Shanahan. Not going to be proven right. Should have taken Tom Brady when he was available with the Patriots. How did they not get him?
He's from
Yeah,
North California.
That was his team growing up. He could have gone.
He was at the Dwight Clark the catch game.
Yes, along with Chris Berman.
Oh,
I know because I was there. That's what That's where he got it from.
oh yeah.
That's the one. That's always.
I
the
forgot
game he
about
was
that
referencing.
because I
Yeah.
say it all the time.
Yeah, so do I. That was the reference.
The Panthers pick is in, and it is only 11:49.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Making good time. We're being efficient. Cutting down on some of this nonsense.
Panthers rank last in total offense, scoring offense, and passing in 2023. Just those? Okay.
And I thought their defense was good for 5 seconds until Corey told me they weren't, and I had to walk it back on the podcast.
Who is this?
Me.
No, what?
The Panthers. I was like, yeah, the Panthers defense is pretty good. And you're like, actually, they're like 31st in DVOA. And I was like, oh, so my opinion was based on nothing.
Yes. You made that up.
Yeah, I totally. For some reason, I thought I remember watching the Panthers play good defense, but I was correct. They played good defense in name only because it was against the Falcons.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, see, their defense might be pretty good. And I was like, oh, wait, they got run off the field by the Titans, who are not good.
No.
And I knew that because I watched the Saints shut down that Titans offense the previous week. Tannehill threw like 3 picks. He's just throwing the ball wherever. He's like Jimmy Garoppolo with his eyes closed. Just no idea where the ball's going.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Brian Burns, who they refused to trade a year ago for a haul, and then had to trade him for a lot less this year.
Well, they got Deontay Johnson now, so they'll be much better.
Is he good?
No.
Deontay Johnson?
Mm-mm.
I mean,
He
Not
feels like he's
really.
fake good. It's like George Pickens is fake good. He's not good either.
No.
We thought he looked good because he made all those cool catches. Oh, this guy's going to be a superstar. And he doesn't even try. It's
He
like
got in a
quitting on
fight.
blocks.
Against Georgia Tech, so.
George Pickens.
wait, who did the?
What do
Did you forget somebody?
What's wrong with you?
Somehow something happened and oh, I went to the wrong.
Somehow
that's all.
something
Never
happened.
mind. I'm good.
It's
Okay.
usually how that goes.
LaVisca Chenault Jr. and Hayden Hurst, big losses for the Panthers.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
How are
Hayden
they
Hurst has
ever
been on,
going to
like, 5
recover?
teams.
Yeah.
What's his deal?
It's not that good.
How will they ever get to their 2023 win total of two?
Two?
Games?
They won 2 games. Yeah.
They lost Brian Burns. That
one,
is
one of those wins is
a bit
against
of a
the
loss.
Texans. Imagine that. Somehow
Frankie
CJ Stroud
Louvu.
lost to Bryce Young. Louvu.
I don't know these people.
These names sound. Jeremy Chin, I remember him. We talked about him on draft day.
Wasn't he defensive rookie of the year or close to it?
I think he was. Like, he was up there. Yeah.
He got interceptions or forced fumbles or something.
Something like that.
The last pick,
All right, here we
Tonight.
is in, and the selection
it says selection.
is
Go. Drum roll, please.
Xavier Leggett.
Leggett?
I think it's Leggett.
Is it?
I
I
would have guessed Leggett, but
yeah.
all right.
He
I
was
don't
another
know
one who was on my list to get to if I had time to come back.
what position does he
Wide
play.
receiver.
Oh
Lord, just pick the white guy. Come on.
yeah. Let's see.
What are y'all doing?
I don't know.
No Kool-Aid
Mm-mm.
I was hoping for Kool-Aid, but I wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
and no lad.
Yeah.
Lad McConkey.
Mm-hmm.
That is a white boy name right there.
So my number 4 and number 8 receiver still available of the 9 that I looked at.
Imagine trading up into the first round to draft some guy who stinks. What do we do? Although then again, actually no, that didn't happen because the Chiefs did not trade up for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They had the 32nd pick because they won the Super Bowl that year.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't work out either. But that surprised me though. I thought he was going to be good.
So did I.
He just-
Because like that 2019 LSU Alabama game had just NFL studs all over the field,
Yep.
right? And he was the best player that day.
Yeah.
He was balling out.
But that week 1 though, he had 6 goal line carries inside the 2, and he didn't score on any of them. And I was just like, this guy's a bum.
Yeah.
Can't do it. And
Out
then
of the league.
They put the other running back in. I think was it Damian Williams? They handed
Sure.
the ball
I don't know.
straight through the line in the end zone. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Mm-hmm. If you couldn't tell, I had him on my fantasy team.
Oh,
that
yeah.
year, and he didn't do anything.
Lewis Riddick said to pick him 1-1.
Well, that was a swing and a miss by Lou Riddick.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Y'all don't have anything on Xavier Legette
I didn't write anything down.
out of South Carolina?
Didn't write anything down on him. I did 7 receivers. He didn't make the cut.
Yeah. So my 2 receivers, let's see, number 8, Adonai Mitchell, still available.
Adam 6.
I wasn't particularly impressed with him. Number 4, Lad McConkey.
Yeah.
You did 4.
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't get to him.
Where did he
so.
go to school?
doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. Plays faster than Xavier Worthy and Mitchell. Yeah, I thought Adonai Mitchell was a track guy playing football.
Another one?
Yeah, another one.
I wrote down speed demon, deep routes, post, digs. Big catch radius, ball tracking skills are pretty good. All right, we talked about that. Struggles with yards after the catch, does not re-accelerate. Contested catch ability also a concern. Late first feels like the ceiling. Clearly did not get to the ceiling, so he'll probably
Yeah.
be picked tomorrow.
Mitchell was targeted on the final play of the Sugar Bowl on a fade, and the Washington defensive back mossed him
I remember that.
and swatted it away. So,
All right. Well,
yeah.
I guess that's it, right?
Yeah, pretty
All right,
much.
so we're just going to turn off the cameras right away. I'm not going to say anything anymore.
I mean, did y'all look at anybody who didn't get picked? Because, like,
Yeah, a
I don't
couple
want to,
Waste
have
your-
wasted effort, right?
Wasted. What do you think all this was?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Let's see. I looked at Troy Franklin. Did he get picked? He didn't get picked.
No.
I looked at him from Oregon. Said he's a burner with fluid route running, kills man coverage with his size and speed. Slight frame makes
Troy
contested
Franklin.
catches and breaking tackles dubious.
Oh.
Needs more size.
6.
I
He didn't
said-
get picked either, yeah.
I said first round's likely a reach, but might sneak into the top 32 if there's a run on wide receivers. There really wasn't a run on receivers. There was a
No.
run on quarterbacks apparently, but that's it.
So I was wrong. I did have one more edge rusher that I looked at. That's the
Oh.
only one on my list that did not get drafted, and that was Braylon Trice from Washington.
Oh.
He was listed at 274 on Washington's website, but came in 30 pounds lighter at the combine, which is a pretty substantial difference. So because of that, I said it's a little difficult to project what he'll do and where he'll play at the NFL level. He was a very good defender with strong power and balance. Because he relied so much more on power than finesse moves, losing 30 pounds might take away a significant part of that game. That said, he lined it primarily as an outside linebacker rather than a DE as an edge defender, so maybe he shed weight to improve his already solid quickness as a coverage defender in the short passing game. But it's not on the tape, so he's a risky choice to me.
So I did write down something else about a player that was not picked that I knew wasn't going to be picked, but I had to have at least one running back to look at.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't bother this
Jonathan
year. but-
Brooks out of Texas. He's the only RB that I looked at.
I didn't look at any of them.
Shifty, adept at swerving tacklers with light feet. Good catch radius out of the backfield, soft hands, very good threat in the pass game. Not always the best decision maker when deciding which hole to hit or if there is a hole, so vision issues maybe. Definitely the best running back in the class, but probably stays on the board till tomorrow. Clearly going to be on the board until
Yeah.
at least tomorrow. So
Yep.
there you go.
Yeah, once I saw that like there was no running
Yeah,
back
no.
who was even, I think the highest projection I saw was like in the mid 40s.
I
like,
saw mid-second round.
I was like, I'm not gonna bother looking at
I just want
a running back there.
Just want to look at one. Let me see one.
Let's see. Troy Franklin still.
Yeah, I talked about it.
He's fast. Utilizes his size. He mossed a UCLA guy and told him about it. That was pretty cool to
I
watch.
would tell him about it too.
He's 6'2", 176, so he's kind of slight.
Pretty small.
So that 176 could be an issue. Still got a couple offensive. Did we go over Tyler Guyton in full?
I think I made fun of him plenty.
Oh, he got
He
picked,
got
though.
picked, yeah.
Yeah, he got
Oh,
picked.
okay.
I think all my
Yep.
linemen got picked.
I have one more offensive lineman, and it's Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon.
That's not a real person.
I saw that name.
Yeah. He's 6'3", 328. He's 21 years old. He's a center. And Danny Kelly says, shades of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Sponge.
Yes, an oddly proportioned fella. These are my words now. Oddly proportioned fella with a big head, torso, and butt, but then tapers down to skinny thighs and calves. He has short legs too. I can tell he loves.
This is literally SpongeBob.
Yeah, I can tell he loves nothing
This is
more.
like you would if you hadn't even said like SpongeBob SquarePants and you described that and you asked me, does this remind you of anybody? I would have said SpongeBob.
Yeah, SpongeBob. Yeah, he loves nothing more than to run downfield in the run game and block a guy into last week. Brings the nastiness I want in offensive lineman, 32.25-inch arms. So the 8th best lineman I looked at out of 9, ahead of Tyler Guyton, who was a lummox.
We are coming up on midnight, so real quick, one last guy to talk about, the guy we talked about a little bit, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh,
From
yeah.
Alabama, I wrote down excellent in zone coverage, has elite ball skills, good physical corner, can be had on short and intermediate routes due to lacking agility. Could be picked in the late first, and let's hope so because his name rules. He was not picked today, but his name still rules.
It
So,
does.
I mean, he's no Sauce Gardner.
no, but
I don't-
Kool-Aid McKinstry is pretty cool. And
Yeah.
his government name is also pretty cool.
He's also no haha Clinton Dix.
That name was just kind of silly. But
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean,
Anyway,
yeah, it's a
shout out
nickname.
to HaHa Clinton Dix, who got burned on that 2-point conversion by the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. That was pathetic. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in out there for all 4 and change hours of this nonsense. It is officially midnight. I am tired and hungry, as are my co-hosts here. Thank you guys. It'll be fun the rest of the draft, but we will not be covering that live. We'll just be watching on TV or just not paying attention at all.
Riding
But,
roller coasters.
Thank you guys again for tuning in. We will see you next week. Evan will be hosting while we talk about whatever, probably
Something
the rest
else.
of the draft or something else. So take it easy, guys.
Right. See y'all.